Tuesday, early Wednesday, so we're January 12th, January 13th, depending on when you're listening to this. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. We will be bouncing around today. We'll have a little NBA segment, who's hot, who's not. We'll recap the NFL wild card round weekend games, just quickly go over them, and then on the next episode, we'll get into those games. We're going to have Scott Shapiro and Eric joining me, so we'll have two different guests to go over the upcoming 4 weekend games this upcoming Saturday and Sunday for the NFL. On this episode, Brian Howard, B-Ho from Stable Duel, will join me. We'll go through the Stable Duel schedule for the week, and we talk about some Tampa for Wednesday. He dishes out a couple horses there. I'm going to rattle through some thoughts on the Tampa Wednesday card. Then Sam Houston for Thursday. We go through the full card with Sam Sherman. He joins me. We give thoughts on all 10 races there. Close things out with the old wrestling rewatch, Royal Rumble 2018. The first time ever we had a men's and a women's Royal Rumble. Both of them were damn good. I've got 2 guests to join me that are damn good. Andrew Champagne, Darin Zoccali. So, little basketball, little football, some horse racing for Wednesday, for Thursday, and then we close things out with the Royal Rumble 2018. We're going to talk, planning on talking about the NCAA football title game, but honestly, there really wasn't a whole lot to talk about. Alabama was just better. They finished the year 13-0. They beat Ohio State 52-24, and it honestly wasn't that close. Early, it was sort of a back and forth game, and then in the second quarter, there was a situation where Ohio State actually turned Alabama over. They were able to keep it close, and then Ohio State had to kick a field goal, and Alabama just poured it on. They ended up scoring 28 points in the second quarter, and that was it for the Buckeyes. So Alabama is your national champ this year, and we didn't talk a whole lot about college football on the show, honestly, because it was it would have been really hard for, especially the way that we do a show here on That's What She Said. I like to get things out always a day or two in advance before whatever the big event, the big game, the big races are, so that way you have plenty of time to listen. And there were so many games that were canceled, players that didn't play. We had, the situation here where Ohio State finishes the year 7-1, Alabama finishes the year 13-0. I think USC ended up playing 6 games total this year, so it was, I just didn't really get into college football all year long. For someone who loves all sports, I have watched a little bit more college basketball, and if we get to tournament time, you can bet we'll have plenty on that. But from a college standpoint, they just have more cancellations. We don't get as much information about the COVID issues, who's going to be missing, who's not, as we do with the other major sports, the NBA and NFL in particular. Even when they were teams that were missing a lot of players, we would at least know early in advance and get that information so we could decide, okay, I'm not going to play that game, or we can kind of steer clear of that one. So, another, stop me if you heard this one before, Alabama wins the national title again in college football. We'll get into NBA in just a second. We're going to talk a little who's hot, who's not. We'll go through some of the teams moving up and who's been struggling over the last week. Right now, I want to let you know about SarahCandles.com, one of the sponsors of That's What G Said podcast. All natural soy wax candles. These are candles that are better for you, literally healthier for you. And with the soy wax, instead of the other traditional wax that other leading brands will use, they burn longer, they're healthier, so you're getting a cheaper, affordable candle that's already going to burn longer and is going to be healthier for you. Plus, the promo code GINO gets you 10% off your purchase. 25 plus different scents, seasonal scents for every mood, every time, 3 different sizes. This is a local small business. You're helping out someone who is just a candle connoisseur, someone who created a candle, really loved the scent of it, loved how it was a little different, and they wanted to turn this into a business. I've known Tyler Herringer over at Sarah Candles for 25 plus years. These are candles, no toxins, no carcinogens, no pollutants. These are handmade, great gift for someone, or if you're just someone that likes candles, maybe give these a try next time you're looking to re-up. CERAcandles.com. That's the website, seracandles.com. Promo code GINO gets you 10% off your purchase. NBA time. So, this is middle to Tuesday, late Tuesday as we're recording this. So maybe a few things happen on Tuesday night that we won't have been discussing. But it's crazy how just every week or so feels like a lot is going on, especially in a season like this where we've had so many COVID issues. So far, we've had games postponed, 4 games postponed so far. Boston, Miami was recently postponed. The 76ers had to play Saturday night with only 7 healthy players and only 8 available. Right? Philly, Dallas, Kevin Durant has had issues where he had to miss because of contract tracing. Tuesday games postponed, Monday games postponed. 4 Mavs have COVID. I mean, we've had a lot of issues so far. And that is something that between the quick turnaround in the season, some of these veteran players or players coming off injuries, we've had players missing, a lot of blowouts, and honestly, the product hasn't been that good. It seems like every night one team is playing well, shooting well, and the other team is just not. And then they're just packing it in early on. So Brooklyn had lost a couple of games. They ended up winning on Tuesday to get to 6-6. The real story with the Brooklyn Nets, though, is Kyrie. He's only played 7 games now out of their 12. Now Durant has played 8 of the 12. And they haven't heard from him, really. Everything coming out of the organization says that they don't really know when he's going to be back. He will at some point come back and explain where he's been. Kyrie has had issues, and I don't want to speculate because I forget exactly what they were, but he's had issues like this before where he's been sort of MIA and not talked with anyone. And some reports out there have said that it is something to do with everything that's been going on in the country over the last week or so. Now there were reports that Kyrie was out at birthday parties for some of his family members that were big events that would have been going against some of the COVID protocols. So for a Nets team that's brand new, they just put together Kyrie and Kevin Durant. They have a brand new coach in Steve Nash. They're now 6-6, and remember that opening game in those first couple of games, they were just looked like they couldn't be stopped offensively. And now in just a few weeks, we're already getting some of these I just gotta say Kyrie issues. He's done this now in multiple. He didn't get along with LeBron, and then he went over to Boston and he didn't like it there. And now, just a few weeks in, we don't know. Hopefully everything is okay with him. But if he's out partying and you're paying him, that much money to be a max player, I'm sure you're expecting him to be there playing for you. 10 games, 12 games into your new. What you thought was going to be a hopefully championship contender team, because now the Nets are at the bottom of the East, and you don't want to go a couple weeks where you're just losing games. So now Kevin Durant has said he's going to play in the back-to-back game on Wednesday. We'll see, because him coming back from an injury, I'm sure they didn't plan on having him play back-to-back games so early, but they were probably hoping to be better than 500 just through their 12 games. So Kyrie hasn't played since January the 5th. This is now 4 games where he's been out. He just, they said he's sort of off the grid, just not really commenting. Boston has had to have a game postponed, and they've had some COVID issues so far. They have won 4 in a row, though. Last we've seen them on the court, they're up to 7-3, and they're really led by the two-headed monster of Tatum and Brown. Pritchard's actually been playing really well for them, the rookie off the bench, giving them some good minutes there. So Milwaukee, they've won a few now in a row. They actually have a really nice point differential too, so they're winning games, and they're starting to click a little bit, and they're starting to beat up on teams when they do so. They've won 5 of 6. Philly had lost a couple in a row because they were dealing with COVID issues and Simmons banged up, but they won a pretty crazy game on Tuesday night where Danny Green played 50 minutes and shot 21 threes. He went 9 for 21 from 3. Scored 29 points. He had 6 assists. It was just a crazy stat line. It was one of those games where everybody had to play a ton because they went to overtime and they didn't have a ton of players on Philly. No depth right now with some of their COVID issues they've been dealing with. The Hornets They won 4 in a row. They're 6-5. LaMelo Ball, he is averaging 12.4 points a game, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. His last 5 games have been really good. Most recent game, 8 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and a block. Gordon Hayward's been really good. He's played all 11 games for them, 22 plus points, over 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and almost a steal and a half. So they're a little bit better right now than a lot of people thought. And LaMelo looks good. He really does look like a player. He's got good size. He's not shooting very well. I mean, he was shooting terribly early on, and he's had a couple games where he just can't hit. But he rebounds well. He's just a smart player, and he makes great passes. He's big enough to where on defense you can't really pick on him a whole lot from a guard position. You can't just shoot over him and attack him because he'll get in the way. So yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad at all. And he's impacting and helping them win games so far as a rookie. Some of the more disappointing teams right now, the Knicks have lost 3 in a row. They're now 5-6. They had a really good start, but they have floundered in the last few. But they're still overachieving early in the season. The Wizards are 3-8. Westbrook has played 7 games so far, and he's only shooting 37% from the field, 65% from the free throw line. Even with Bradley Beal averaging almost 35 points, 34.9 points a game, 5.3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5.3 rebounds, 5 assists, and over almost a steal and a half. Raptors are 2-8, but they had back-to-back 1-point losses. They only have a minus 1.4 point differential at 2-8. The Wizards at 3-8 only have a minus 0.8 point differential. So you would think that both of those two teams will probably get closer to 500 than they would continue to be, at the very, very bottom of the East. And then on the West, you just have a lot of teams that feel like they're starting to play well. The Lakers now up to 9-3. Just kicked the crap out of Houston a couple times. Portland's winning now. They've won a few in a row. The Warriors have won a few in a row. Now they're up to 6-4. Draymond's back. The Mavs have won 3 in a row, even without Porzingis. He's ready to go, so they could be a team that starts to peak. The Thunder are playing really well. They had a win over Brooklyn with Durant. Denver is actually playing some good ball right now, too. So there was a fun Denver-Brooklyn game that Durant took over late on Tuesday. So, a couple weeks in now, everyone's starting to find their footing, starting to take shape. We'll keep checking in on everything and over the next few weeks. And then once NFL starts, we'll definitely have a lot more in-depth, detailed NBA segments where we focus on some of the NBA games, go over some of the betting lines, fantasy stuff. Eric will join us a lot for that as we shift from NFL to the NBA, but still a few weeks left to discuss NFL. And we'll get to some of those quick wildcard recaps in just a second. First up, let's talk about Cindy Carava, full-service realtor, one of the longtime sponsors of That's What G Said podcast. Make sure to jot the name and all the information down right now, because if you're not looking for anything for today, maybe next week, next month, in a few months you will, and Cindy will be the person for you, because moving is stressful. And maybe it's not moving. Maybe it's just something like selling, leasing, purchasing something in some way, shape, or form. She can even help you find a vendor, a handyman, a painter, a landscaper, a gardener that she's personally used in her own home. She can help you get pre-approved for a loan. She can help you connect with lenders that she has worked personally with, and then she can highly recommend. She covers all parts of the San Gabriel Valley, North San Diego County, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Rancho Santa Fe. Maybe you just want to find out how much your home is worth. She'll do a free market analysis of your home's value. You can find Cindy on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, reviews on Yelp and Zillow, but cindycarava.com, CindyCarava.com. That's all the information that you need for Cindy. Full service realtor. Make sure to let her know that Gino sent you. So we had a full wild card, super wild card weekend, what they were calling it. We had a full slate for the first time ever with the expanded playoffs, and it was really good. And when we preview this week's games coming up, we'll talk about all of the 8 teams that have made it, the 6 winners and the 2 byes. We had a really good opening game between the Colts and the Bills, where the Bills won, and the Colts, they hurt themselves in the first half early. They should have been up early on in the game, and the Bills and Allen played really well, but the Colts still had an opportunity to try to win the game late, and there was a terrible call that actually gave the Colts an extra chance. It looked like the Colts fumbled the ball, and the refs called it no fumble, and that would have been a terrible way for the Bills and the Bills fans to lose. Nonetheless, the Bills are on 27-24. Bills moving forward in the AFC wildcard playoffs. They're going to be playing Baltimore in the Ravens in the divisional round coming up. The Rams had to go to Goff after Walford gets hurt early on, but their defense was just incredible, and Russell Wilson was only 11 for 27. He only completed 11 passes. Cam Akers had 131 yards rushing, 28 carries, and the Rams win 30-20. The Rams move along, and this was a game where everybody gained a lot of respect for Heineke as the quarterback for Washington, who had to step in, really battled in here. He played well, and he gave his team a fighting chance and an opportunity to win this game late. Brady looked pretty good. The defense still was able to pester him a bit, but he was able to have 381 yards passing there. So Tampa wins 31-21, but all three of those Saturday games, the betting underdogs covered the point spread, as the Bills were the big favorite there. The Seahawks were actually the favorite. The Rams won that one straight up, and Tampa was a heavy favorite, so all three dogs covered on Saturday. Sunday game last week, the Ravens beat the Titans 20-13, a game a lot of folks thought was going to be more high scoring, but ended up being a game that was a little bit sloppy, and one where Tennessee just didn't really look good all throughout the game. Baltimore was able to shut down Henry, and that was really that. Baltimore finally able to exercise some of their demons, the playoff demons, and the team Tennessee that had eliminated them last year and that beat them earlier this year. So Baltimore moves on. They're going to be playing the Bills in the AFC playoffs next week. Saints, in a pretty boring game, beat the Bears 21-9, and it was early in this one when the Bears had an opportunity to take the lead, and they dropped a wide-open touchdown. It wasn't Trubisky's fault. It went right through the receiver's hands, and that was that. When you're a team on the road, you're the underdog, you have to capitalize on every opportunity that you're given, and the Bears just did not do that. They played really, really poorly, and the Saints are going to be moving on to play Tampa for the third time this year. So we're going to see the team that kicked the crap out of the Bucs multiple times this year. Are they just better? Can Brady, sprinkle some of that playoff magic on the road playing against the Saints? How about those Browns? Wow. Our buddy Don Landis is going to be back with us on the next episode to talk about the Browns. We said if they won, he was going to come back and join us, so he will. The Browns scored 28 points in the first quarter. Just incredible. Everything bouncing their way, the way they came out. They were just ready to play, and Pittsburgh was not. So the Browns move on to play the Chiefs. We have 4 games coming up this weekend in the NFL divisional round, and we're going to talk about them. We're going to hit them from every which way with multiple guests coming up. We'll have Dawn on to talk all about the Browns. We're going to have Scott Shapiro on to talk about the Saturday games, the Rams Packers, and Ravens Bills, and then we're going to have Eric to talk about the Sunday games, Browns Chiefs, and Bucks Saints. We are down to 8 in the NFL. Let's start talking a little horse racing now. We're going to get to Stable Duel with Brian Howard. We're going to talk the week's Stable Duel schedule coming up. Brian gives us a few horses for Wednesday at Tampa, and Brian's a wrestling fan, and January is Royal Rumble month. So the last few minutes we spent talking about some of our favorite Royal Rumbles, and then some things happening in the world of wrestling. So enjoy that. Following the conversation with Brian, I go over my Stable Duel lineup for Wednesday, and I give you a look at some of the horses that I like. So if you're playing Tampa for Wednesday, you'll want to tune in and hear from Brian, and then following that, where I go through my Tampa stuff for Wednesday. Enjoy. Another week, another big week at Stable Duel. Every week, it's just a bigger and bigger week with different contests, different focus. Our good friend, someone who we've become close with over the last couple months, talking racing, talking sports. He works for Stable Duel. He's a ton of fun. Brian Howard, B-Ho, joining us again. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Gino. How are you?
Oh, man, we're having a good time. We are now on to the new year, and we are talking. You and I are recording this Tuesday evening. It's going to be out on Wednesday, late Tuesday, by Wednesday for everyone to listen to. We have got a big, big week for Stable Duel with Tampa Bay Downs the focus. You want to tell us a little bit about what's going on at Tampa this week?
Yeah, so we're running a series called Bash at the Bay. You're going to have an opportunity to play different levels games. Wednesday, they don't race Thursday, so you're Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. We also have games Sunday, but I think the big one's on Saturday.
Yep.
But the first contest is only $1, so you can turn that dollar into some money. If you win it, you get an entry into the finals. And, we've got some cool prizes throughout the day. I think Tampa is going to give out some swag to the top 3 finishers in each leg. And then the main final game, you're going to get a load of money because it's a $10,000 guarantee game. And then you're going to get a race day experience for Sam F. Davis Day for up to 6 people.
Wow. So you're going to get you get swag for the top 3, you get the normal winnings from the contest, and you also get the race day experience there at on Sam F. Davis Day at Tampa, which is that is something that I love seeing that you guys do. I mean, just a few weeks ago we had the contest where you could actually win a part of a horse and become a horse owner. So always looking at even more than just giving you money, right? Swag, additional things here and there, trips here, horse race ownership. We love it.
Yeah, we're always trying to think outside the box and find things that people would be interested in. I mean, that race day experience may include getting to meet me too. So I know that's
man, I'm going to put in 10 entries now. I mean, I'm going to be maxed out if I could go meet B-Ho. So with Tampa being the focus, we're going to talk about the Tampa Wednesday contest in just a little bit, and we're going to give you a couple horses that we think can help you in your lineups. But that's what's great is like Tampa's the focus this week, because the big contest on Saturday is Tampa and there's the series leading up. But let's say Wednesday, each day, maybe you want to play some other contest. Maybe you don't feel quite as confident at Tampa. Hey, don't worry. Wednesday, Parks, Gulfstream, and Penn National. Thursday, Gulfstream, Sam Houston. Friday, Gulfstream, and Santa Anita and Sam Houston. And then on Saturday, in addition to Tampa, you've got Gulfstream, Laurel, and Santa Anita. So that's the thing, is that even when it's one week where there's a focus, maybe it's Santa Anita was the big week last week. This week, the big week is Tampa. There are still tons of options for you every day.
Yeah, and I've got some breaking news for you here. So I don't know if you have a button for that. So the schedule is going to change just a hair. I think we were kind of finalizing that as the day was going on, but Golden Gate gets back open Friday. So, we're a big fan of them and looking to do something up there. So you may see a contest or two slide in for there over the weekend too.
Oh, here we go. Even more options. Golden Gate. I love that as a SoCal player and someone who grew up in SoCal. Golden Gate was always one of my other tracks that I was playing throughout the day. So even more options this week, folks. And what you talked about, Brian, this first Tampa game is only $1 to get in. And now we saw last week the Sam Houston games. A couple of them were only $1 on Thursday night. There's another $1 night. So we've got outside of the box thinking. We've got more options for tracks, and we've even got more options as far as, putting your entries in. Sometimes you only have a few bucks left on your account, or you don't have enough money coming for a few days, but hey, at Stable Duel, you can still play there for $1 or $5 or 10 or 15 for low amounts, all the way up to the big ones for 100.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the response to our dollar games has been awesome. We kind of we're sitting around one day talking about something we could do, and a minor league baseball dollar nights came up, and we're like, how can we implement that into our game? So we have, and I mean, the reception's been great from people, and our players are what drives us. So if they respond to it, we'll keep giving it to them.
Let's talk about Wednesday for Tampa. So we've got a contest on Wednesday. It's the first of the Bash at the Bay series, game 1. It's only $1 to buy in. It's got a $250 guaranteed pool, so you still got money coming. And if you finish in the top positions, and the winner gets the free entry into the finale. So Brian and I are going to try to help you out, give you some horses to use at Tampa. And we were talking about the card a little bit before we started recording, Brian. And one thing to remember is short fields sometimes can be your friend in Stable Duel. If you feel very confident in a race that's got a field of 5 or a field of 6, this is maybe a really good spot to spend up, because you feel like, hey, I'm probably going to hit the board here with the horse I really like. We're not in a field of 10, 11, or 12. Less things can go wrong. We have a couple opportunities right off the bat at Tampa on Wednesday with short fields to maybe spend up a little.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we talked about. This first race in particular, I'm not a huge fan of betting maiden claiming races just in general. But I did look at this one, and I saw a lot of value here. So, I always look for angles, because maidens are unpredictable, especially maiden claimers. They run well one day, and they'll run bad twice in a row and run good another day. And so I'm always looking for a value play here, unless there's just an absolute favorite that you can't resist. I'm looking for value here, and I think you can find that here on the one horse in the first race. Its speed figure wasn't great last time, but I'll notice the note says it was off to an awkward start. Anytime maidens break bad their first time, they usually give you pretty poor efforts just in general.
Yep.
But it was nice to see that horse did kind of get back involved in the race. Yes, it only beat one horse, but it did come closer to the winner. It closed a little bit of ground. And a lot of times you see horses that get bumped or stumble out of the gate as their first time. They just never get involved in the race. So this one acts like it kind of wants to run a little bit. So at 10-1, I think you're getting some good value there. I think it's $1,000 on our game.
Yeah.
To do that. And I expect a big jump from it. And I mean, to be fair, all the horse has to do is beat one to get you some points for Stable Duel. And I feel very confident that it'll beat one, and hopefully it makes a big enough jump and wins and gets you the top.
Well, it's nice with a horse like this too, is there's just some upside. You're moving to the dirt. You're coming over to Tampa, where you feel like the competition is going to be a little softer, even at the 40 level than the maiden 35 level on the grass that she was at last time out. There's no monsters in here. Nobody scares the heck out of you. Like you said, this is a good opportunity to not have to spend a whole lot. Only cost you $1,000, and in a race where you're playing this race with McCallum's music, hoping, okay, hey, give me like a top 4 finish, pick me up some points here, and now I got plenty of money to spend later in the card on the horses that I really, really want to key in on. This is one where I could probably get away with picking up some points and in a race that's just a short field.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, working there, it's nice to see the other players and how they construct stables. And, we have that contest going on Better Than Vegas right now, where people are putting videos out and kind of explaining their strategies. And it's been really interesting for me to listen to, as a former player and now working there, the different strategies people use. And I've noted that a lot of our top players are playing this type of way. So, I figured I might as well give the people what they want, right?
There we go. And we have another short field in race number 2. These are 12-5 non-2 claimers, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Only a field of 6 in here. Who are you looking at to maybe throw in a lineup?
So here again, I'm looking for some value. I'm getting 8-1 on the 6 horse, which will cost
we're together.
3,000.
Here we go. I agree. I like the 6 a lot here.
So yeah, I mean, I think you're getting a lot of value here. Again, this is not a field that's turning any heads, and I just like the way it's been running. It's going to kind of stalk the pace. I think there's quite a bit of pace in here. So laying just off of it, you know, I don't see how you can pass up the value here because, as I said, even the favorite in the race doesn't blow me off the board. I mean, 2-1 morning line on a horse that got beat 35 lengths last time out and's been off, since July. I mean, if you want to spend your money there, feel free. I'll spend mine on the 6. And again, beat one horse, all I got to do, and I'm in the points.
This race could really easily set up where the 1 tries to show some speed, the 2 tries to show some speed, the 4 tries to show some speed, the 5 tries to show some speed, and the 6 just could be sitting in a great spot to the outside just off the pace. You mentioned her race last time out. She settles 3rd. She looms up, and she was trying to follow the 3-5 favorite. She just couldn't go on with the 3-5 the favorite that day. She was no match, but she was a really solid, clear-cut second. All she has to do is sit the same trip that she sat on December the 26th, and she's going to fall into a really nice spot in here. And I wouldn't be shocked if she gets bet down a little bit. So for in a stable duel situation, that's something that we've talked about. Like if you can find a horse who you think, that morning line may be off a little bit, you want to put them in your lineup because if you're paying for an 8-1 shot and they go off at 4-1, you're already getting value win or lose.
Yeah, correct. And again, like you said, the race sets up perfect for it. I think you're getting 8-1 morning line because it is moving up in class a little bit. I just think it's caught a bad 12-5 field here.
It's not a strong group. Yeah, there's question marks on everyone else.
It's not. And I think if this was an $8,000 claimer, this horse is probably 3-1 in the morning line. And so, again, I think you're getting a bad 12-5 group. So you're just getting tremendous value there. I think you have to play it.
A couple more horses that Brian wanted to discuss today. Let's move to race number 4 at Tampa for another one of the horses that you think might have a little bit of value or might give you a shot to pick up some points for you in stable duel.
Yeah, well, since we've been frugal so far, it's time to start getting down to some horses that are favorites that I do like. I like the one here, Oxtrot. Second off a layoff, ran a good effort last time. The speed numbers are there. It's 5 wins and 11 starts. In fact, 8 for 11 in the money at Tampa. So loves the track. This is the kind of thing I look at, especially playing a track like Tampa, where if the horse is for the course, that's where my money's going to lean most of the time. I did like the 7 in here a little bit too. It worries me about the layoff. These horses aren't firing much off the layoff. I think the trainer's 0% on this kind of layoff. So 4-1's probably not value enough for me to play. So I stuck with the 1 here.
It's funny. I thought this was the type of race to spend up on. I think you sniffed out a good one because the 1 and the 8, they both have a lot of similarities, the same sort of stuff for some of the reasons why I like the 8. And I wouldn't talk anybody off of using the 1 Oxtrot, who you mentioned. Malios should be either probably on the lead or sitting right off of Oxtrot, outside draw. So, these two might just go 1-2 all the way around the track. Second start off the 5-month break. He, so now you get a little more bottom. And I felt almost the exact same way that you did about the 7 roller. The barn is really good with new horses, but they're just not very great off of the layoff. Even when you go farther back and you're talking about a plus 180-day layoff, they're only 4 for their last 47. For a barn that's really good in pretty much everything else, so this is not one of their strongest moves. This would probably be a horse to watch back next time, and maybe one that I would play back next time, but I agree. I didn't love any of the prices in here, so this felt to me like a race to probably spend up.
Yeah, that was my thing. I mean, when I look at races now, especially for stable duel and giving picks, I always look prices first. Mm-hmm. And this was a race I didn't see a price and thought, here's where we spend up.
Yep, absolutely. And that's what's funny, right? It's a different strategy than if you're playing a pick 4 or pick 5 and, you do all your handicapping first. That's what I do at least. And then I sort of go, okay, now let's build my stable duel lineup. I'm kind of against this horse here, or I think this horse might be here. And then you have sort of a different strategy and maybe a little different approach for a pick 4 or pick 5 or a double or whatever you're playing there. I believe you have your final play that you want to dish out coming in race number 5.
Yeah, and this is a bomb. It's going to cost you $500 on stable duel. I really like the 2 horse here. And you're probably thinking, why in the world would you like this horse? Well, from what I've noticed, sometimes horses just don't like Gulfstream Park West turf course. And this seems to be one of those. It ran 2 absolute duds in a row coming off a layoff at Gulfstream Park. I'm banking on that as opposed to there's something wrong with the horse, which there may be since it had the layoff. They were maybe trying to get an injury fixed. But if you throw those 2 out, the speed figures fit here.
That Tampa race last year in June is good. It's a good race.
And so, even the Gulfstream race where it had the lead and
that was not a bad race at all either. Yeah.
No, but and so here's my big kicker in this race. Of all the other races, there's so much pace. In this race, I don't see any pace. Oh. And I think this horse may get out on the front end by itself. And if it does and takes to the track and runs back to that Tampa race or even the Gulfstream race, I think it fits here. I don't think it should be anywhere near 15-1. Again, I know this is a 10-horse field. It's a little bigger. I got to beat half of them to get any points here. But I like the fact that if I'm going to take a shot in a big field with the long shot, I want my horse to be up front.
100%.
And see what happens. Because, 100%. Again, we're talking maiden claimers. So there's not going to be any huge closers come from the back and just be that much better than everybody. So I want the horse in the front and catch me if you can.
I love this play. I really do. And what's nice about him is he's not like sometimes you see horses that will kind of get the lead in like long turf races and they're not really quick. They just kind of get them. This horse has legitimate dirt sprint speed. Like you go back to his dirt sprint race at Gulfstream Park, he's right on the lead there. So this is a quick horse who can get out front, try to slow things down. He showed he could almost seal the deal going a mile and a 16th over this race course at the same level. And I do not like I don't love this race at all. I'm going to use like in multi-exotics. I'm just going to go back to using the 6 Drakesboro Wildcat with the blinkers on, who I think is going to sit a good spot because, like you said, there's not a lot of speed in here. I think Drakesboro might be sitting third, and Monetized has a huge shot to try to steal this race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one thing I did notice too is Mendez is getting back on this horse from that last Tampa outing. So they've been on it before, and I'm hoping. When I'm watching the race, I'm hoping I don't see a quarter in 23 or 22 and change. I'd like to see something 24 and change. If he gets an easy lead out front like that and runs 24, I may just go stand at the window.
He could be very, very tough to get by. So some horses to use for you on Wednesday at Tampa, and a little bit of a teaser. If you tune to the end of this interview, I'm going to go over my full lineup for Wednesday. I'll go through all the horses race by race, give you the prices and some of the horses who I'm going to be including in my lineup too. So we'll get to that in a few minutes once we finish the conversation with Brian. But Brian, we talked all the business stuff. Now we got business out of the way, stable, duel, weekly schedule, Tampa Wednesday. You and I have gone back and forth over the last couple months because we're wrestling fans, and we've been having fun talking a little back and forth. It is Royal Rumble month right now, and even though WWE has been a little disappointing over the last few years, it doesn't quite feel like it used to when we were kids. The Royal Rumble was always my favorite event of the year. There's excitement. You have 30 different people coming in. You don't know who's coming in when. There's so much surprise. So we said we were going to spend a few minutes talking about some of our favorite Royal Rumbles since it is Royal Rumble season. So was it the same for you? Like when you were younger, was this always an event that you just absolutely loved screaming at the TV like me?
Always. I mean, it was right up there with WrestleMania. It might even be better than WrestleMania.
For me too. I think I liked it personally more than WrestleMania. Yeah.
It's just there's so much going on. There's so much action. It's just the wildest thing ever. And like I said, my buddies and I would get together and just have a blast, watching it.
I'll make sure to send you the invite. We do some pools, some different pools every year, totally random, where we all put in like $10 and we randomly pick out the numbers. And so whoever you get that comes out at that number, you get them. And now they have the men's and the women's Royal Rumbles. So there's even more. There are going to be 2 Royal Rumbles now. This will be, I believe, 2018, 19, 20, and now 21. We've had double Rumbles. So going back through history, Brian, thinking about some of our all-time favorites, which are some of the Royal Rumbles that stood out to you?
So, I mean, I'd be crazy not to mention the 92 Rumble right out of the gate.
Have
I
to.
think any wrestling fan will tell you that's the greatest of all time.
Yep.
I mean, the roster alone, Ric Flair, coming from the number 3 spot and winning the vacant title at the time. It just had so many moments. I actually went back and watched my 3 favorite before this because I knew we were going to do this, and just kind of jotted down some notes about what was going on and what really entertained me. And again, that roster was loaded. I think the final 4 of that was Sid and Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, and Ric Flair.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 all-time legends. So, but one thing that really stood out to me, and this is going to be kind of funny, is like, it cracks me up every time the Repo Man comes out. It's
right.
Like I watch this Rumble once or twice a year just for fun. And every time he comes out, it just cracks me up. And
He's just looking around.
And it just reminds me how much better, like, I think today's wrestling has gotten away from really writing good storylines and making good characters for your mid-roster level guys or your jobbers like the Repo Man. But, he was entertaining. Even if he wasn't good, he wasn't ever going to win any titles. It was just funny watching him.
It was better than just the guy who's going to come in and get squashed, right? Like, he was a slimy heel. You knew he wasn't going to win a whole lot, but he was like, he was sort of a stepping stone. Like, you beat Repo Man and you kind of can move up along the way in like a video game, like you have the levels to move up on.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with it being Ric Flair, I mean, I'm a huge Ric Flair guy. Between the chops he gave out to people during
Bobby. I mean, brutal. You can feel like Bobby the Brain sweating. You can feel him as he's just no, it's not. And like the not fair to Flair, take a shot every time he drinks. You're going to be in the hospital with alcohol poisoning.
Don't do it. I started counting them yesterday when I was watching it, and I finally was just like, I can't do this anymore. There's way too many. But then again, one thing that Flair should get credit for is the Flair flops. Those where he takes 4 or 5 steps and just hits the mat face first. It's great. And I will
the moment with Piper when everyone's out of the ring and it looks like for a second and Bobby's like, oh, he won, he's done. They're like, no, what are you talking? And then Piper comes out and the look on Flair's face and Piper looks like a crazy person and he starts running out. Like, I get goosebumps thinking about some of those moments. That's what.
And again, too, I mean, like Piper and Flair at that time had this huge rivalry. I mean, they went at it for 2 or 3, 4 minutes, basically alone, I think. And it was just a good match. Like, it was entertaining, good writing all the time.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't think you're getting now.
No, 92 is one that is just – it's like perfect. It's so perfect the way it's done with Flair, with Bobby, just everything. The post-Flair interview with a tear in my eye.
And I wanted to make sure we mentioned that because that just seals the deal. Like, if you had any questions, not only do you get that, but you get Mean Gene telling some random person off camera to put a cigarette out.
Put that cigarette out.
It's just great. It's easily head and shoulders number 1 for me.
It is. It's so, so good. So, okay, after number 1, what were a couple of the other ones that stood out to you?
So I kind of kept them all in about the same era. So I'll go chronological here. The 98 Rumble. Stone Cold wins. I think Cactus Jackson and Chainsaw Charlie put on a great hardcore set for the first 6 minutes of the match.
You get Kane looking like a badass.
Yeah. Mick Foley, he played all 3 characters in that one. I thought that was a great thing for them to do. Again, it's like every time he came out in a new costume, everybody was like, oh, he's back in, and of course Foley's got a ton of fans, as he should. So that was awesome.
And that was really like the ascent of like we remember the year before in 97, Austin has that awesome WrestleMania match with Bret Hart that many people talk about as being like one of the all-time greats. So this is really, and then he gets hurt. And so this is like the actual making of Stone Cold right in this era. It's such a great time to be a wrestling fan.
Yeah, and when when the glass broke and he flew out, I mean, the pop and then the intensity he just brought to the ring was just, I mean, you couldn't help but like the guy. Even if you were a Rock guy over a Stone Cold, you still had to like them both.
Awesome
So
year. I think I said Kane too, but no, Kane wasn't until later this year. This wasn't one of the ones when Kane was badass. This was a little bit afterwards. This was when, like you said, the three faces of Foley was awesome here, and this was all about Stone Cold and hey, like Stone Cold being the marked man.
yeah, and one other thing I noticed in it too, like again, you kind of forget because again, it's not been the greatest era of WWE, but the factions. There were so many factions, and we just don't get that much anymore. Like everybody had a in-depth storyline. There was always something going on, and I just feel like they've gotten away from that a little bit, and that
When you
it's
watch the
disappointing.
Attitude Era for like Vince Russo is a guy who people give a lot of crap to and stuff, but that was something that he did. He made sure top to bottom, whoever you were, you had a story. When you came out, there you had whether a character, there was something going on. It was never just. It's weird. We want such good wrestling and we want such good matches. It's almost in a weird way like backfired because now you get really great ring work all the time, but if you just keep getting two guys or two gals that are out in the ring and it's pretty good, but there's no story and there's no real intensity and there's nothing more behind it, it all kind of blends together.
Yeah, and again, it's lazy writing is all it is.
It is. No, you're right. It is.
So
100%. That's really what it comes down to. And this was right when things were getting hot in '98 for WWF at the time. You had another one jotted down. I think you said right.
My last one, the 2000 Rumble, Madison Square Garden. You got the short walkout, kind of cool. Some things again, just kind of reminiscent. We go back to the mid card guys. D'Lo, he walks out. He's got that strut. You know what I'm saying? Everybody,
his head bobbing around.
Yeah. And like those guys don't exist anymore. There's just not. I mean, D'Lo was a guy that like you could put him in a match in the middle of a Raw and people watch and enjoy.
Yep.
And now it's like the middle of the road matches in the WWE. I mean, you may get a Dolph Ziggler if you're lucky, who is probably one of the best workers in my opinion, still left.
Yeah.
But for some reason he keeps having to job for all the, baby faces, which irritates me. But anyway.
It's the mid, like I know what you mean. The mid card is just, it's almost non-existent. It's just not what they've done is actually like WWE's become like the two Rumbles. It's funny. Think about the three Rumbles that you mentioned. You mentioned 92 where we've got Flair and Hogan and Piper and like all these big stars. You mentioned 98 where you've got like, if anyone says the biggest star of all time for his few years, Stone Cold. That was right. And then you mentioned 2000 with The Rock. We don't have like the star now is the WWE. They don't want to create a star. They just want to kind of create the brand, and that backfires. Like we need to start creating some of these stars. Then what happens? You create stars at the top, and then the guys at the middle feel bigger when they go and compete with those guys. Like a D'Lo Brown, you put him next to The Rock against him, he just felt like a bigger deal. It just feels like they're not into creating stars. They're into, we want WWE to just be kind of a sort of steady status quo brand, which I don't know. I don't think that's good for them.
Yeah, and they've spread it out, and I mean, where they were the only game in town for so long, they kind of cornered the market with all the talent. So, they almost have too much top talent.
You're right.
If that makes sense. And you're right. They just don't the storylines now are just, I tried to watch a little bit last night because, they were talking about Triple H was going to wrestle Randy Orton. And I'm like, oh, good. I can watch that match. I'm excited about it. That's something that I haven't said in a long time about a match on Raw. You know, I'm going to get a Triple H entrance. I'm going to get a nice, good wrestling match because those guys are some of the best workers. And then that's it. And I don't know if you saw it last night, so I hope I'm not spoiling anything for you.
No, yeah, I saw.
But
Absolutely.
So they give us, 2-3 minutes of a good match, and then the lights go out, and Alexa Bliss throws a fireball in Randy Orton's face, and it's over. It's like, really? You couldn't have done that after a 10 or 15-minute match?
I know. Give us a little bit more for the people that like have sat around for a few hours watching, wanting to get a little bit of a payoff. It's you just hit the nail on the head right there. It's the payoffs over the last few years where you feel like they're almost kind of treating you stupid as a fan. It's like, yep. I'm not supposed to remember this? Or like, how come we didn't finish this off? There was supposed to be there's supposed to be an ending coming. Like that when you're watching a TV show or a movie, they don't just move on to what's next. It's like there's an ending, a beginning, a middle, and an ending. We don't get enough of that nowadays. And it's sort of, a lot of times as fans, it makes us go like, wow, do they just kind of think we're stupid?
Yeah, and going back to the Attitude Era and stuff when, Raw and WCW were going back and forth at each other, if you remember the endings of each of those shows, there would be 30 wrestlers in the ring, all beating the snot at each other, and fans are going crazy and throwing stuff in the ring, and if you couldn't watch any of the rest of it, you had to watch that ending because you knew it was going to be awesome and give you something to look forward to next week. You just don't get that anymore.
No, and AEW with the new buzzy company right now, they're getting a lot more benefit of the doubt from because they're new. They haven't. There's a lot of fans that want to be excited by wrestling that feel like they haven't been excited by WWE for a while. Now, again, talking a little bit negative about that. Now, I watch Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and there's still a lot good. The problem is that with like 6-7 hours of product a week, there's a lot that's bad. You have like half of that you sort of like weed through to say, oh, that's good. Like Roman Reigns, what he's doing right now is good. Or got to give the WWE a huge applause in that what they do with their women is incredible. The women's division that they have, like just comparing that to AEW
Phenomenal.
Or anything else, and just comparing it to when we talk about the Attitude Era, women didn't even have matches. If they did, it were bra and panties matches. We actually get like women like Charlotte and Becky and Sasha and Asuka, like women that are legitimately good enough to main event WrestleMania like we've seen them do. So I guess, there's a lot of holes to pick, but some positives that they do. It's just when you throw so much out there, Brian, there's just always going to be a lot of bad.
Yeah. So there's a couple more things I got on this Rumble, though.
Let's hear it.
I got to touch on before.
Let's hear it.
First off, Gangrel, the Brood. tell me their intro music isn't top 5 all time.
It is. I'm not going to tell you that because I agree with you.
Okay.
You're 100% right. Top 5.
Good. I'm glad we agree on that because that's non-negotiable in my book. In fact, I coach high school baseball here in Kentucky, and we for our pregame infield a couple of years ago, the first thing we would come out to is the Brood's intro. And
which
everybody
is funny.
would always be like, what is that? That's awesome.
Which is great because
one of the close it out with Triple H. It's time to play the game. So, we the other coaches that were wrestling fans really appreciated that. So, but again, back to the mid-Carter stuff, they had Rikishi, Grandmaster Sexay, and Scotty 2 Hotty out there at the same time doing their dance. Yeah, it's kind of gimmicky and all that, but you know what? It was entertaining.
It's a fun spot.
And we liked it.
And nobody's winning. This is separating some comedy from serious, right? Like this is the comedy part in the middle of the Rumble. The serious stuff will be later at the end.
Yeah, you got High and Tie running out every 5 minutes and getting tossed out of the ring like rag dolls. And then, you get Bob Backlund showing up out of nowhere. I mean, you got to give the respect to that guy. And DX, at that time, every time one of their wrestlers would come out, I mean, the pop they got, those guys were so over. It's just something else. It's just something you just don't see anymore. I mean, I feel like you said, we can pick a lot of holes in a lot of things, but at the end of the day, it's just that's what I miss. Just the wrestlers that come out, and you could hear the first, the glass break, and the whole place would stand up. And
you didn't know? Like.
Well, that's when Road Dogg ran out in that Royal Rumble, I mean, the crowd is chanting, "Oh, you didn't know?" Right there, and it's just you just don't get that much anymore. And it's I understand that they've kind of gone to the PG to bring on a bigger audience, but it's hurted a lot in my eyes. But I am looking forward to this year's Rumble. I'll watch it from start to finish. And cheer like I'm a kid again.
We'll have to have you back on afterwards, and we can critique some of the things that we liked and some of the things that we didn't about this year's Rumble. But like you said, we're critical because we're fans. We want to spend our time and our money, and there's so much other stuff out there nowadays with different streaming services, different sports, different everything to grab our attention. That hey, if they're not giving us what we want, we have options now. We can look elsewhere. If this isn't the type of wrestling that you want, you've got AEW, you've got Impact, you've got Ring of Honor, you've got New Japan. You can go all over the place. MLW, there's all sorts of different stuff for you. But if you're someone who likes the WWF stuff and you want to keep along with it, or you're fine with picking and choosing what to watch here, that's what's great is that it's weird. We have more options, but it's not like a hot period for wrestling,
Yeah, it's kind of starting to spread out again. We talked earlier this week about OVW being bought by a new entity. Kind of really excited about that. I've known those guys, watched them build a radio show. It's really good. They're huge wrestling fans, so I think they're working with Al Snow, and I think it's going to be a big deal very soon. I mean, it's not going to be the WWE, probably won't even be AEW, but if you give these guys enough time, they're good businessmen. They know what they're doing. You watch out. They may be on network TV before you know it.
We'll have to talk about that here too. On That's What G Said. Brian, man, this was awesome. I love doing it with you here, where we check in on Stable Duel, give out a couple horses. We'll have to do this every few weeks where we can talk about the big contests that they have, and it's fun because we're always able to talk about a different racetrack, and then at the end we'll always have to talk a little wrestling and catch up what's going on in wrestling or the sports world. So give all the folks out there your plugs. Where can we follow you on social media and Stable Duel?
I'm on social media, on Twitter. You can follow me at Brian Howard, SB, BRIAN is how you spell Brian, in case those few that always ask me still to this day. Or you can email me at brian@stableduel.com. We can chat.
Brian Howard. It's been a lot of fun over the last couple months getting to know you, buddy. I look forward to one day when all this stuff dies down and I get the chance to make a trip out there and join you guys on one of the racetrack excursions, and we can have some fun and play some tickets together.
Absolutely, man. Love doing your show, and can't wait to see you.
Folks, Brian Howard here, but don't go anywhere. We're going to talk a little bit more about this Tampa Wednesday card in just a second, so stay with us here. But give Brian a follow there on social media, and give Stable Duel a follow. You'll be hearing him again in the coming weeks on That's What G Said. Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF Mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now on DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse, and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version, and even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view, and Any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop. Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at drf.com. Big thank you to Beho for talking some Tampa with us, talking some Stable Duel with us, talking some Royal Rumble with us. As you can tell, Brian is a big wrestling fan. He knows his stuff, but yeah, you know what? We got to call it like it is. When it's an upper, we'll talk about it. When it's a downer period, we'll talk about it. Let's talk about my Stable Duel lineup, and then we'll talk a little bit more about Tampa. So for Wednesday, so get those past performances out for Tampa Wednesday. We're looking at the 13th. And some of my three best bets on the day. So if you're just looking to play Tampa from a pure wagering standpoint, the third race, the number 5, Handsome Effort, who is his last effort was a 20 claimer, similar spot to the one he's in. And it doesn't look like there was much trouble. But he's sitting inside. He's like 5th or 6th. He moves up to about 4 lengths off. And he starts to really travel well. But he's just got nowhere to go. He runs into some traffic. He gets shuffled back to last. He finally gets room. And he actually tries really, really hard there. I think it was a lot better than it looks on paper. If we get anything around 5-1, I'm going to bet him to win the number 5, Handsome Effort. In the 6th race at Tampa, get our past performances, flip them over to race number 6. I'm looking at the 9 in here. This is not the strongest group of maiden claimers. They're going 7 furlongs. Imperial Palace came off of the bench and was in a maiden 16 on December the 20th. It was his first start in a few months. He hadn't raced since June. So it was a good start. He broke right with the leaders. He was in the 2 path. He was pressing. He took back a little bit and ended up sitting a length off the lone speed 6-5. And he took a big chance. He loomed up. He just couldn't get by the winner. That was his first start since June. And it was his first time on a fast dirt track. He has plenty of right to improve off of that effort. The number 9, Imperial Palace. And then in race number 7, I'm looking at the 7, Tyrannus Homer, who was 12-1 on the morning line. If he's half of that, he's worth a shot. And I think he's one you want to throw into some of your late exotics. Just look at his grass form. His last 2 starts are on the dirt. His start prior to that on October the 4th at Monmouth, he got crossed over on early, took up, got stuck 3 wide in between horses. He was 5 off, chasing a 50-plus half, really wide in between. Just a brutal trip. He shouldn't be 12-1 in this field. He absolutely can win the race. Look at the races right before that. The race in August at Monmouth. The race, either of the 2 races in August at Monmouth. Even the one prior to that in July. Like, all of those races would be competitive in this group. The number 7, Ty ran a homer. My 3 best plays for Tampa. And then my Stable Duel lineup. I actually posted a video on social media, so if you want to even get an idea where you could actually see what the lineup looks like, in race 1, I used the number 6, Chills and Fever. That one will cost you $9,000 off of your salary cap. In race number 2, I used I'll give you a little bit about each horse too in each race. Chills and Fever is just going dirt, back to the dirt, back to a sprint, dropping in class. Least amount of questions about this one. The October 17th race was really good at Hawthorne. Sat 4th, a couple lengths off in the 2 path, was 3 wide, made a nice bid. It was a fine second, no excuses. The horse you see back in August was one named Spun Glass, who has won an allowance race next out at Woodbine. So I think Chills and Fever in the opener. In race number 2, I thought the 6 Diva Dana, who we talked about with Brian a little earlier, so you heard about that one just a few minutes ago. I just spoke about the 5 Handsome Effort in the 3rd race, so that would only cost you $1,000 in your stable duel lineup at 10-1 on the morning line. In race number 4, I'm going to the outside. I spoke about Malios a little bit with Brian also. I love the draw, second off the 5-month break. What's great about this one, he fits nicely. This is a non-winners of race since July the 13th. He's only raced twice since there, and legit excuses for both of them. One of them was a race that sent him to the bench for a while, and the last one he raced really well, and he just got a little tired. Malios, the 8, we're going to have to pay up a little bit on that one. It'll cost you $8,000. In race number 5, the 6-horse Drakesboro Wildcat, blinkers on. You know, he was bumped around a little bit at the start. He was 3 deep in between horses. He just never really seemed comfortable. Now he's going to go second off the 10-month break. Second time motion. The blinkers on. You get a jock switch. Plenty of positives to think you'll get some improvement here from Drakesboro Wildcat, the number 6 in race number 5. That one will cost you $5,000 in your stable duel lineup. In race number 6, I looked at Soul Seeker. I threw in my stable duel lineup for $1,000, but we talked about the 9 Imperial Palace, who I really like as one of my better bets. So I'll be using those 2. You have to have one race at least where you double up because there's only 9 races on the card at Tampa. But you got to fill 10 slots. Talked about the 7 Tyrant Homer, who only cost you $750 for me in a stable duel situation. That's a must use. In the 8th race, and in the 9th race, I don't really have a whole lot to give you because I thought they were going to be a little chalky. So I'll look for my prices earlier in the card at Tampa on Wednesday. I went just using the 8th, the 8 in race 8, and the number 5 Cesparty in race number 9, and those will both cost you a little bit in your stable duel lineup, $8,500 and then $8,000 in order to use those 2. So that is Tampa on Wednesday. We're going to head over to talk some Thursday racing now with Sam Sherman, horse owner, handicapper. We go through the entire 10-race card for Sam Houston. We spend about 45 minutes going through each race, some of our thoughts, horses to play, horses we're playing against, everything you need to know, and some great background noise while you get ready for your Thursday wagering at Sam Houston. Toss this on in the background. Sam Sherman joins me to talk Sam Houston for Thursday. The Sam Houston train rolls on here on That's What G Said podcast. You've heard us talk a lot about Sam Houston over the last couple of years because, folks, I am a bettor. I am a customer. I love horse racing, but the reason why I love it is because I want to get involved. I want to spend my money, and I want to make some money back. And the best racetrack out there for that is Sam Houston. It's a racetrack that offers you low takeout and not just one option for your low takeout. You'll look around, you'll see some racetracks that'll do a 10% or a 12% or a 15% low takeout pick 5, which is great. That's what we want in horse racing. But at Sam Houston, they give you the opportunity to play with those 12% takeout, rolling exotics and doubles, pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5s. Basically, any of the rolling exotics that you want, multi-race wagers there, you're getting that low takeout. And with us to talk all about Thursday and this week coming up at Sam Houston, actually going to be the first time joining me on That's What G Said, so we are very happy to welcome in owner, someone I've gone back and forth with over the last year and a half because, hey, we're big fans of racing and we're both big fans of Sam Houston. It's Sam Sherman. Sam, thanks for joining me here today, buddy.
Hey, Gino, thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Oh, yeah. So for some of the folks out there who don't know you, it's your first time on That's What G Said, give us a little bit of your background. I always like asking people, how do you get into horse racing, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm a lawyer in Houston. Got into racing, I guess, about 3 or 4 years ago. I was actually in Las Vegas. Never really paid attention to horses before, and my uncle and I just kind of went to the sports book and started betting on horses. It led to me contacting Danny Pish, I think on Facebook. I think his wife answered the Facebook message.
That's great.
And she said, "Hey, Danny will give you a call." I really didn't know it was that easy to just get in touch with these trainers like that, but it really is. I think I sent a message saying, "Hey, I want to own a racehorse," which I think every trainer is probably excited to hear.
Sure. Yeah.
And Danny, looking back on this, is kind of wild. He said, "Hey, I have a horse that an old client has that's just kind of sitting in a field that I was excited when I had it, and the owner, I think, only wanted to win stakes races, but I think this could win a couple, Texas bred races. So bought the horse for $7,500. I think 4 months later, it won its first race, and since then I've been hooked. I mean, basically, Annie and my whole family said, after that horse won its first race and my first race, it was kind of all I was screwed after that.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, and they were right. I mean, I think at this point have 9 or 10 horses in training, a couple brood mares. It's kind of it's gotten out of hand, but I really, really enjoy it.
I mean, you're very vocal on social media about your love for the sport. You're a really good ambassador for Sam Houston in general and everything going on over there in Texas and where your horses are running. And what's nice, I mean, even right now you're doing something that's really cool. The Sam Houston meet started last week. There was a Friday and a Saturday just to give a little bit of added incentive and for a little more buzz for people out there. You're offering you offered a free contest for people with cash prizes just to get a little more interest in Sam Houston. So, hey, you know what? You're someone who's putting your money where your mouth is, right? Which is all we can really ask for people out there who want to be supportive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the contest really, was to incentivize people to pay attention to Sam Houston because I'm in Houston. I really love this racetrack, and I think everything they do is really geared towards the better. With these low takeouts, it really evens the playing field, between just average Joes and people with the computer and high volume people.
Yep.
With these low takeouts. So I'm excited about it. I think everyone else is excited about it. I think we have, 125, 130 entries in the contest.
Nice.
It's been really positive. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, and so we're going to go through the Sam Houston card on Thursday. We'll go race by race, so if you're following along out there, get those past performances out. So for the next few weeks, Sam Houston will be racing Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They're going to have a special Sunday card for the really big day for Houston Ladies Classic, and then they're going to even expand to another day of racing as the meet gets longer. But for the next few weeks, we're going to have Thursday, Friday, and Saturday races to talk about from Sam Houston. And we'll kick off on Thursday with race number 1. So get those past performances out, folks. We're looking at January the 14th, race 1, Sam Houston. We got a 5,000 non-winner of 2 to kick things off. They will be traveling a mile, so no Arabian race to start this card, which you will see some days there at Sam Houston. And in the opener here, who are some of the horses that you're looking towards?
So I think the big thing is I'm pretty sure Commanding Candy, the 4, is going to scratch out of this race. He's the 2-1 morning line favorite, but on opening day, he was eased and vanned off. So I'd be surprised, 1, if Broberg was willing to enter the horse, and 2, if the stewards didn't make him, have a work before he was re-entered.
Good point.
So I think this race of 8 is going to scratch down to a race of 7. And the Asmussen horse, the 7 approved, is probably going to go off at something like even money. And I don't think the horse is very good. So in a race like this, I try to find some sort of price. And the one I landed on was the 5 Mule Skinner. If you look at his last 3 races, they're not particularly impressive. But in the one, I guess on November 23rd, his last race, he broke inside, kind of brushed another horse, and lost all chance of winning the race. He made a decent middle move to get back to 6 lengths, then kind of got tired. I think a move like that in this race where there's really no one else.
That's enough.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you don't need a lot to win these 5,000 non-2s. Yep. You really just need, something.
Yep.
So that's kind of the one I landed on at a price at 12-1.
That's exactly like in these lower levels, you need an angle or 2, especially when you're having a price built into it, right? Like if this horse is going to be 8 or 10-1, and that they're not going to be perfect, right? They're always going to have some issues, but I sort of landed on a couple, like the 3 Excalibur Ridge. It's just connections that don't win a ton. Like there's actually some ability here with this guy. He just has no speed whatsoever. So in a race like this, if he's 10 lengths out of it, I can absolutely see him picking up pieces late, but he would never be the type of horse I could play to win. I thought the 2 Secret Blarney was one I could make some cases for. So just starting to look through his races. Now, he's going to be stretching out to a mile, which I like. I actually think he's got a little bit more speed than it seems. It'll probably just be approved heading to the lead. So if Secret Blarney breaks well and he's close up or sitting second, I think he's got a big shot in here. That December 7th race, he actually had a really good start, but a bunch of other horses went for the lead, and so he took back and he ended up getting shuffled. It's a little bit deceiving. December the 18th, he had just a really bad start, and he got outrun. And it's funny because he breaks well, and then it seems like he would get outrun right after. It's not he's a bad gate horse. It's just like he would get a little bit outpaced. And I think going longer, he may not get outrun as much. So, yeah, I'm just looking for a horse who's sort of lightly raced in here with a little bit of upside. And if you're just playing this off of like numbers and figures, he actually fits pretty well with most of the group. So I'm complete agreement with you in that bad favorite with the 7 approved. Like if he beats me at 4 to 5, he beats me.
Yeah, the only concern I have with Secret Blarney, the 2, is going back to that December 7th race. If you look at the winner, it's a horse named Soap Bubble, and Carl Broberg claimed him out of that race. He ran back on opening day to 5,003 and got 7th.
Terrible.
And then the third horse out of that, Malibu Mo, ran back and didn't do much either. So that was kind of the reason why I didn't land on that one. I think with numbers, you're right. I mean, it really fits. It's just that December 7th race 2 back,
they have not,
the horses that came out of that, a little concerning.
Have not come back great. So if Secret Blarney were to get hit hard, I wouldn't want to take 5 to 1 is probably where I'd want in here. But again, like you said, if Commanding Curve is out, Commanding Candy is out, then we're going to get a little bit shorter prices on everyone, which will improve their chances to win with just one less horse in the race. But not a race where I'm going to say the chalk is going to be really tough and move on in race number 1. Let's move along to race number 2. This is where you can start your early pick 4 here. This is a 5,000 claimer. A couple ways to qualify for this one. You can be a horse who has not won a race since July 14th, or you have never won 4 races, 5.5 furlongs, the distance. I think I would probably looking at this race, I probably want to start with one of the more consistent horses, Kiss My Grits. I think there are massive question marks about everyone else when you look at some of their recent form, and at least we know with Kiss My Grits that she's pretty consistent, and I'm not. Some of the state bred races may not stack up as well against the open races, but nobody else in here really scares the heck out of me. For me, she's probably going to be one that's on most of my tickets just because I think she could at least be an okay thing in what doesn't seem like a race where there's a lot of horses in great form.
I agree with you. I think the only concerning thing for me with Kiss My Grits is just going from Oklahoma races to open company.
Yep, completely agree.
With that being said, I don't really like to do this, but I really do like the favorite in here, the 1, Rizzy's Honors. Huge class drop going from, open 20 allowance races to a 5,000 beaten race. The owner is M&M Racing, and those guys, Mike Sisk, all he wants to do is win at Oaklawn. He's won the Oaklawn training title or owner's title 2 of the last 3 years, I think. So I think basically any horse that doesn't fit at Oaklawn, he says, someone else can just have it.
We're going to go drop up. Yep.
Yeah, I think this horse is for sale for $5,000. And he doesn't care about money. I think every win at Oaklawn costs him something like $4,000. He just does not care. So I think he's in here to win, sell the horse, and just kind of move on. And that's why I like the favorite, Rizzy's Honors. The 3 Euro Devil Woman, if she can get back to any sort of form whatsoever, she could be tough. But it's one I actually thought about claiming back in June of 2020, 6 months ago, and I'm really glad I didn't because she hasn't raced since then. Looks kind of maybe on the downswing, but if she can go back to how she was running in 2019, she's going to be tough too.
Yeah, and reading the conditions of races like this are always interesting because, you're talking about horses who have not won a race since July 14th or non-winners of 4. She fits really nicely in this spot because she hasn't raced since then. We're not talking about a horse who's been beaten a bunch since then, and she's an 8-time winner. So I always like looking at same sort of thing with Rizzy's Honors. You look back and you just kind of circle the last win for Rizzy's Honors. When was that? Oh, June, right before this, what the conditions of this race would be, July 14th. So perfectly fits in this race. A couple horses who really seem to fit the conditions very, very nicely in here. I had 4 horses kind of pegged as horses that I would be using in some way, shape, or form in exotics. You mentioned Rizzy's Honors, who I don't think is a favorite that I would completely try to beat or chuck out. Just like we said in race 1 with the favorite, I feel the opposite. I think Rizzy's Honors, especially if you're playing exactas, tri-supers, if you're playing the early pick 4, I don't think you'd want to try to beat her. I do think the 5, if you're spreading out a little bit, would be sort of my wild card, as NJ's Brass is another who fits nicely for a barn who is better than it looks for start off the claim. So their recent numbers aren't great, but when you go back and delve into them a little bit more, they're actually 11% with a trainer switch. So when you go back their last 320, they have 35 winners, either first time with the barn or first start off the claim. So super capable barn with a trainer switch like this. It's just hard to say when you have a horse who has come off such a poor race last time out. But those races at Oaklawn were strong, and we got to remember too, at that point of the year, that was when Oaklawn was one of the only things running. So those races were even stronger than the normal Oaklawn races at that time. I thought the 5 might be one other to throw in, but and I agree with you on Euro Devil Woman. I had 7-5-1-3 as my four horses to use in some exotics in some way, shape, or form. So we see this one sort of similarly too. And anytime you have Broberg, it feels like Eckleberry is going to win a lot of races this meet. There are a lot of mounts up for the grabs now with no Cabrera around, with no Parker around, some of the perennial top riders for the last few years.
There really are. And I mean, I think Raylu Gutierrez, Leslie are going to be the big beneficiaries. I think Eckleberry is going to ride for Broberg after what happened with CJ McMahon. I think he basically called Eckleberry and said, come to Houston. And when Carl Broberg calls, you come.
You're going to get just a ton of opportunities there. So we'll turn the page to race number 3 at Sam Houston. We've got Texas breds, fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. 6 furlongs the distance. Who are you looking towards in here?
So this one's really interesting to me because it's a state bred race, and I think a lot of these horses would fit in a state bred allowance race. Like if you look at the 6 Miss Yachty, she's owned by Red Lane Thoroughbreds. I'm really familiar with those guys. Danny Pish trains. I think they're really interested in winning stakes races. So I think this horse is for sale. I think she's going to be really, really tough in here. The other Danny Pish horse, Brightest, the 9, same sort of deal. I'd be stunned if both of these horses aren't claimed. The other one I like is the 1, Twirling Around.
Yep.
She looks kind of like the only speed horse in here. So when there's only lone speed in a 5,000 Texas bred non-2, which is probably one of the lowest levels in racing. Same sort of thing we were saying in the first race. If you kind of have this any angle that you can lean on, go with it. And I think Twirling Around, the 1 being the lone speed in here, she's been favored 5 out of her last 12 races and some other low prices. So people like this horse. 9-2 morning line looks good to me.
Yeah, I think the 1 Twirling Around has a big shot to try to steal the race from the inside. You mentioned it too. The maiden win and then 0 for the last 9, burned a lot of money, hasn't even hit the board, but all of those came against better. This is a career soft spot, and this is a spot where she should be able to clear. I really think so. And you look at some of the horses that she's defeated in some of the races that she comes out of. They're actually pretty good. Like anything like that May 23rd race against a first level allowance, like that would be a race good enough to compete with these. Even the early October race at Remington would put her right there. I think Brightest comes off of a couple races where she actually did have some sneaky trouble too, so she fits in here. I wouldn't be wanting to play against her at all. Plenty of upside with a horse like the 6 Miss Yachty that you mentioned. Of some of sort of the price horses, I thought the 10 maybe Stormy DePensier to the outside. So I was willing to make an excuse for the last out race. 2 starts back, the one at Lone Star was against Open Company, and maybe just a race you can excuse to in that one. And the last start was in a race where Silver Coin came out to win. And to be honest, Stormy DePensier wasn't too far behind Brightest. They came out of that same race. So maybe Stormy DePensier, a horse, if you like Brightest, maybe you want to use Stormy DePensier underneath a little bit also in there. But yeah, the 1's going to be on all my tickets with a definite chance to steal it from the inside.
So do you think I'm crazy by saying maybe the 5 Covert Special could feature in some exotics?
Not at all.
The class drop from Open Company to Texas Breds is probably the biggest class drop in racing. She's got to win a second, a couple thirds. Like I said, there's really just not a ton in this field. I'm not saying she's going to win, but if you're looking to bet exactas, trifectas, superfectas, don't overlook the 5 Covert Special at 21.
Yeah, there's absolutely like a pattern that fits. You can just excuse the last effort, came into a new barn, trying to figure things out, had been off for a couple months. Now second time for the barn. You're always going to show some improvement for, a new barn or for some new connections after being around them for a while at a big price. Like you said, in some of these lower level, we're looking for one or two things. You're going to build that in with what the price is, and that's what you're looking for. Those are some of the horses that you want. We've seen at Sam Houston, man, the bombs can come in. That's what's great when you have sequences that go turf dirt back and forth too, because you get it's not just the sort of it's a fast track today, so it's going to be lone speed and we're going to get chalk all day. We don't get that at this racetrack. As we move along to race number 4 at Sam Houston on Thursday, maiden special weights, 1 mile in here. We were talking about the Asmussen horses the other night, some of the Asmussen horses that come in, or some of the big price Asmussen horses that come into maiden special weight situations. We have Wild Combo here, who had raced 3 times over at Churchill Downs, was actually a twice beaten favorite. And when you look back at the races, the October 25th race was just getting a perfect trip, loomed up, like absolutely no excuses that day. And then last time out, you're a little flat, and then you show up at Sam Houston. It's not like you're in for a claim, but I'm not sure. Do you have positive thoughts on Wild Combo, who I guess we have to at least start the conversation with about this race?
I think the only thing I like about Wild Combo is first-time Lasix. Going from 7 furlongs, 6.5. She's been sprinting. She looks like the one to beat. It's just not. I have trouble, 9 to 5. She's probably going to be more like 6 to 5.
Yeah.
The 7 Calicent, another Danny Pish horse. She's burned me the last 3 times. There's just not the one Balbina. The Dam's last maiden special weight winner was in 2014. There's just not a lot to like in this race. And if I was playing horizontal wagers, I would probably just hit the all button. I just don't have a strong opinion here.
Yeah, I don't love. It's funny. I have more knocks on everyone than I do really any positive. Too many positives on everyone. I mean, like I thought the 2, if you're looking for a longer price to throw in as a first-time starter, I don't know if they're good enough to win this race, but there are some things that I like. The Dam won the debut, hard knocking, low level, a couple sibs, a multiple winner, multiple graded stakes play, multiple stakes place and graded stakes place. But the barn is 0 for 32 with their last first-time starters, so they don't pop. I don't really love the Asmussen one from the inside. I feel like maybe, this is an okay pedigree like you mentioned, but nothing that jumps out at you. Indy Lover is okay. So, the more and more you look at it, it's like you don't want to love Wild Combo, but it's hard to, you look at the rest of the field, it's hard to love anyone else. So if you don't like Wild Combo, I think what Sam says is probably the right approach. This may be a race in the early pick 4, or if you're playing a pick 3 where you just you press all, especially if you have an opinion in a race before or after where you're going to be able to single, or even especially if it's sort of like a middle priced opinion that you could single. So let's move to race number 5. One thing I love about Sam Houston, we were talking about how it's great for the fans, great for the bettors. They have changed the Space City pick 6 now. It is no longer a jackpot pick 6. It is going to be a traditional pick 6 with a 50-cent based wager, 12% takeout, and it will carry over partial. It will also pay partial if nobody hits it each day. So this is another thing that's great. Some of those jackpot wagers, they end up burning the bettors, especially the smaller bettors. This is great, and this will be something that'll be able to get paid back more to the people that play Sam Houston every day.
I agree with you 100%. I think it's the right move. I hate these jackpot wagers.
Terrible.
Really, only the experienced players only pay them on the mandatory force outs. These Sam Houston horizontal wagers are paying huge. Here, I'll just go through the numbers with you. The average daily double, $110. Average pick 3, $1,140. Average pick 4, $6,900. Average pick 5, $13,000. So
yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is the right move. I can't even imagine what the pick 6 is going to pay. So I can't wait.
Yeah, this will be a lot of fun, and it'll be starting on Thursday with that new format. Let's talk about this race. We have 3-year-olds which have never won 2 or a claiming price of $50,000. They're going to be traveling a mile on the turf course here. What's interesting about this race is you have a field of 10, and you have 2 horses that have stepped foot on the turf at all. The only ones are Lizard King, who comes into the Moquette barn after winning for Chad Brown back in September at Monmouth, and Vim and Vigor, who was actually a pretty good fourth win on the grass back in October. And then you have the other 8 horses in this field who are all going to be trying the turf for the first time.
Lizard King, the previous Chad Brown trainee who moves to the Ron Moquette barn, I have the biggest star saying play against. Like, I just can't imagine any trainer in the country moving up off Chad Brown on the turf. I just can't see that happening. So I love a 20-1 shot in here, the 6 Texas Bad Boy. I'm familiar with most of the rest of these horses. They've kind of raced at Lone Star, then moved kind of to Remington, run through some of those stakes races. I didn't like anyone coming out of those stakes races. I didn't like anyone coming out of the Springboard Mile. Texas Bad Boy, the 6, and this maiden race, I like these young horses that can close 6.5 furlongs. Tackletana, the jockey, didn't even move on him, and he's breezed past everyone. The third place horse in that race came back to run a good third at a maiden 30 at Turfway. This 20-1 shot Texas Bad Boy. Texas Red, the sire, has 4 turf winners, 2 maiden winners on turf. I think there's a lot to like here.
It feels like that kind of a race. I do not love Lizard King at all either. Could he win this race? Sure. But I think, just like you said, you come out of the Chad Brown barn and you show up here. I just didn't feel like the game plan, like the A, where they wanted this horse to be. I think you look at a few in here. Vim and Vigor are the only one with the turf experience. Like, that race was actually pretty good. If you're able to just excuse the Springboard Mile race, I think he fits, pretty nicely in here. Since that turf race, he beat maiden specials. He came back in an optional 72 and ran third, and then he was just in a little bit too tough in the Springboard Mile. The number 5, Flash of Mischief for Broberg, gets away from Senor Buscador, who has defeated him a couple times. He's going to try turf for the first time. Waco Kid would be my longer shot. The dam tried turf twice, was second against maiden special weights. One sibling tried turf twice and was second and fifth. So there's no monster direct siblings, but when you look at just the overall breeding with English Channel and Castledale there, you feel like the 8 Waco Kid just does have a little more upside on the grass than what we've seen, than some of what his direct siblings have been able to show, what the dam showed. So those are a few that I'm going to be throwing in my exotics. I will definitely throw in the 6 Texas Bad Boy after your endorsement here, especially in like closing out the late pick 4 type situation. But I don't need. There are some favorites that we've talked about in the sequence that we like plenty. I don't need Lizard King in here at what'll probably be 8-5.
Yeah, Lizard King would not be on any of my tickets. I think we're going to get a really good price in here if the Vim and Vigor, Flash of Mischief, and River Ruler. Those are the 2 coming out of the springboard. River Ruler is the only 2-time winner in here. If any of those 3 don't win, I think you're looking at getting a better price on any of these morning lines. And one more thing about Texas Bad Boy, Kevin Scholl's a trainer. He used to run Danny Pish's barn in Houston, so I'm really familiar with him. He's a really good horseman. I think this is a good race to take a stand against those favorites.
There's some sneaky turf pedigree with Texas Bad Boy. There really is. Yeah, that's a good endorsement there from Sam. Throw him into your late pick 4s, or maybe you're playing pick 3s, or you're playing that pick 6. Let's get to race number 6. We've got the start of the late pick 5, and what makes this race really difficult, you got a second level allowance here, mile on the main. You got these 2 Diodoros and these 2 Asmussens who just trying to sort of handicap what they're going to do with each of these horses. It looks like Dreams of Valor and vice versa are probably the quickest naturally, but they're both Diodoro horses, so I don't know if they're both going to go. You got New Mexico, who is probably who's the quicker of the Asmussen horses, who may be in there to help set up a little bit for rotation the other Asmussen. So for me, like, just starting with those 4 horses and trying to handicap these 2 trainers is what makes this race sort of difficult.
This one was really tough. I think this is probably the most difficult race, other than that maiden race with a bunch of unstarted horses on the card. I'd probably play against the favorite, vice versa.
I think so too.
I think if you look back at those Lone Star races over the summer, those are kind of the ones I think are probably more indicative of this horse than the ones in Kentucky and Louisiana. New Mexico, the 5, the Asmussen with Elliott's. That's probably the one Asmussen prefers. Elliott's his go-to rider. He has never passed a horse in his entire career. So, I mean, if he gets passed at any point, he's probably done. Maybe Dreams of Valor, the other Diodoro with Lane Luzzy, who's hitting 17%. But once again, I mean, if you like any horse in here, I think you're going to get a good price because I think all these horses, I know Vice Versa is 7-5 on the morning line. I think everyone in here is going to be more like 5-2 or higher.
You're right. Those 4 horses are going to take a lot of money, it feels like. I think New Mexico will take a little more money. Rotation's going to take money. Dreams of Valor are going to take money. And that's really what it comes down to. I mean, Dreams of Valor had a good start. He was inside. He was right with the leaders. He was tucked in 4th behind the top 3. I mean, he was getting a perfect trip, and he just backed out of it badly. He was behind Hembry, who came back to win a grade 2 out of that next. And, you look at some of the horses Dreams of Valor has been facing, some really nice ones. Mo Forza in the mix. Then Rotation, too. Rotation is coming out of some really good races. I probably would sort of by process of elimination lean towards him just because I don't feel like I have as much against him. I look at his last few, and I mean, he lost to Hunka Burning Love, who has won 8 of his last 10 for Broberg, including 4 stakes, the Delta Mile, Governor's Cup, Lone Star Mile. Summer Revolution had a really good 2020. He was 5 for 9 with 3 seconds. You see Fearless in the running lines. Fearless was a next out, tried graded stakes races a few times, and Fearless was favored in a couple graded stakes, or at least one graded stakes earlier in the year. Dunph earned that huge buyer for Diodoro. He earned a 98 buyer speed figure. So yeah, I mean, Rotation, I probably prefer the 2 and the 3 to the 5 and the 7 of the Asmussen Diodoro. I think I lean towards Dreams of Valor and Rotation. If I had to play like 2 horses, it would probably be those 2 because I think they sort of complement each other too. You'll get Dreams of Valor, who's either going to be on the lead or tracking, and then I think Rotation will be hoping that they that this melts down and comes and gets them late.
Yeah, the big concern for me with Rotation is, it just doesn't have Asmussen's leading rider, and Steve's pretty good at knowing what he has. I'm willing to throw out the Churchill Downs race for Dreams of Valor, the one last out. Those 1-turn mile, they're a lot different than these 2-turn races. And if you look at his 2-turn races, he's pretty darn consistent on the dirt.
Yep.
And I'm going to throw out the grade 2. I mean, he's 90-1 in the grade 2. I think that's just draw a line through that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has some excuses for why he ran not that great in the grade 2, not that great sprinting at a 1-turn mile. If you go to his 2-turn races, he's pretty consistent. He's probably who I would go with in here.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards like 2, 3, 5, maybe trying to play against Vice Versa to the outside. Something like that for me right now. As interesting race. Like anytime you have 2 of the top barns who have multiple horses like this and who can, like, if for some reason, if one of the Diodoro horses goes and they get a 2-length lead, they could be really tough. If the other one takes back off of them. So it's just fascinating from a tactical standpoint with some big barns and how they're going to play it in race 6. Let's get to race number 7, starting your late pick 4. We've got the time-restricted claimers. These are 5,000 claimers, fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races since July the 14th. They're going to travel a mile in here. Who are some that you look towards to start with?
So one of my best angles betting and racing is horses going from open claiming company to some sort of time restriction or beaten condition. The only 2 in here that do that are the 3 Raging Gold Digger, the 7 AJ's Grand. Next time I see Danny, I'm going to ask him what he was thinking on why he claimed the 3, because I just didn't see much there. So I kind of went towards the 7, the favorite. Going from these open races back into non-2 year or some sort of beaten condition. Like I said, that's kind of one of my favorite angles. I think 2-1 might be stealing money in here. I mean, there's just not a lot to like in here. I
completely agree. To me, this is an absolute standout race. This is a single with the 7 AJ's Grand, who, okay, not only is she coming out of just plain better races in general. Now, those races have come back really live. Chris T has won 3 in a row and 4 of 5. The horse who was second that day, Nana's Joy, has come back to win 3 of 4. And AJ's Grand is proven at Sam Houston and has a great running style to just just to be in the mix throughout. We're not talking about a horse who needs the lead. We're not talking about a horse who's going to be 8 lengths out of it, can sit two lengths off, tactical style, striking range throughout. Just feels like the best horse in here. Completely agree. I'll probably single the 7 on one ticket. And it's funny you mentioned the 3, because I had some notes on the 3 too. And just like, I wonder if this horse is a little bit better on turf, but there's something sneaky about the races that she's coming out of compared to this race. And I might play a ticket, a late pick 4, where I usually will play a couple. I'll play one probably where I single the 7, and I'll play one where I come back and go a little deeper and maybe single in a different spot. The 3 would be one I include on that ticket just as a, hey, maybe a flyer. And the 10 would be the other. Ruby Does Sparkle for Broberg. I think we can go through her pattern of recent races and sort of make some legitimate excuses for them. So last time out, she was on the grass, and she was facing Open Company on the grass too over at Louisiana. I think you can just put a line through it. And if we're just using the 2-back race on October the 24th, that Louisiana race when she finished third, that race would be super comparable with this group. You even look back to in March where she got a win here at Sam Houston against 5 non-2s, which would another race that you would feel like would sort of be comparable with this type of level. So I thought the 7 is the one to beat. I would use the 10 and the 3 underneath with some other prices.
I agree with you. I mean, the last thing I'll say is go back to the last time the 7 was in some sort of beaten or time-restricted race. I mean, she won by 4. So
she feels like the one to beat.
Yeah. She's, if you're going to single anyone, she's probably the one I would pick.
I completely agree. If you're going to have one horse on the card to single, and when we're both in agreement there, that means she will lose by 5. she won't even be close.
There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about that. Let's move on. Your late pick 3 starts in race number 8. Now, I got to ask, is the 1 a typo, or do you think that's really the morning line?
So if you go back to, 8 races ago, look at the owner.
Yeah, because that's what I wanted to talk with you about, RG.
That was me. That's the last time he's even been competitive at all. He got claimed by a guy named John Barger. Nothing against John. Danny's is probably a better horseman. I mean, if they had offered me Archie back after the second race after that, I probably would have said no. I think 30-1. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would give you 50-1 on her. I don't think he has any shot.
That's funny. I think he has a little bit of a shot. I thought his rate, just because of the last race, I thought was not terrible. He was a little in between. He moved into contention. He was inside, but things got a little tight. He had to check. He had to take up. He lost a length. He came on again. I thought there was a little sneaky trouble. I'll flop him in on one some of my late exotics, especially in a situation because I'm going to be singling AJ's Grand in before this. So these races, I felt like I had the opportunity to maybe spread out a little bit. So what do we do with Carlos Sixes here, who looks like the heavy favorite?
So, I mean, he's one I've already texted about possibly claiming. I think Austin Gustafson, know him a little bit. Haven't talked to him about this one, but, I mean, I think he's trying to challenge for the training title here at Sam Houston. He had a really good meet last year. He doesn't quite have the numbers that Asmussen and Broberg does, so I think this is kind of a move that he's going to make. Claim for 10, give it a couple tries and allowance. Didn't run bad. Drop in for 5, and I mean 6-5. I mean he's probably gonna be more like 4-5. He's gonna be really tough in here. The other one I kind of liked a little bit was the 2 AP's Bluegrass. Same sort of thing we were talking about last race. Drops from Open Company back into non-2, sort of beaten thing. If you look at his running lines, I actually claimed Resilient Rick on opening day, so that's a horse that I really like. And this one ran pretty well against that one.
Yeah.
So AP's Bluegrass is interesting in here too.
Yeah, satellite the satellite race, the right lane, like those are fine, solid races for this level with this group.
100%. And yeah, just going from those open races back into this restricted race is interesting. Maybe the 3 Celestial Cowboy. If I was looking for some sort of price, this would probably be the one. I watched his last couple races at Zia Park. I don't claim to be some sort of Zia Park aficionado or anything, but he was favored 5 out of his last 12 races. There's a lot of horses that have italics in here that mean they won their next race. 15-1. If I was looking for a price, Celestial Cowboy would probably be it.
Yeah, and he's got some speed too. So with the price, like that's what you want with a lot of your price horses. They're going to give you a good run for your money. Sometimes you don't necessarily want a stone cold closer at a price because they really need things to break their way. For a horse like Celestial Cowboy, if they're involved, and it doesn't take a whole lot for them to hang around and grab a slice. I thought of another price horse to include. I'm definitely going to be using the 9 Formidable Force on a few tickets, mainly because I'm gonna cross out that last race in September. We haven't seen him for a few months, so and the race has come back very, very live. We've already seen 3 horses come back out of that race to win next out. The 2-back race was the one that I really liked on August the 6th. So he ended up beating a horse that day named Starring John Wayne. And if you look through some of the running lines earlier on in the card, there were a lot of horses who came out of races behind Starring John Wayne. On August the 6th, Starring John Wayne was defeated by Formidable Force. That horse went over to Remington Park and won a $7,500 non-2 on December the 18th. That would stack up pretty well with this group. So I thought Formidable Force, just based off of that running line, shows me that he can compete with this type of group because we know a Starring John Wayne could. So Formidable Force, does he probably need a race off the bench? Yes, but you know what? If he's ready to go right now, we're going to get a nice price built in on him. So I'm going to throw him in at least on a late pick 4 or so here. But again, yeah, this could very easily be a couple races where we do see chalk because Carlos Sixes is another one where it's like I don't think you can completely try to beat him in exotics.
I think you're right. I think, like I said, I think he's trying to compete for the training title. At the same time, I think these allowances at Houston are probably a little easier than they are at Remington. Some of these Remington horses go to Oaklawn and compete there. They're not coming to Houston, so it's a little suspicious. If he runs his last couple of races, he probably wins this one pretty easily. I agree with you on Formidable Force, the 9. If you just go back to 2-back, his last race kind of at some sort of restricted condition, he won. Before that, he was racing for much higher claiming prices. And it looks like he probably wants to route. So I think there's some winners out of that sprint race, his last race. I agree with you. Kind of draw a line through that, go to his last few races. He's going to be tough.
Yeah. So definitely some ways you can go in this 8th at Sam Houston. We move along. Late daily double starts in race number 9. We've got 15 non-2s, 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, 7 furlongs the distance. And for the Game of Thrones fans, we've got the 3-eyed Raven here, who's going to probably be close early. And I actually thought, at a little bit of a price, a horse you could definitely use underneath. I don't know if this horse is going to be good enough to win, but in his last start, he broke really well, and like 5 other horses all wanted the lead. You could see he was close up, but he was right behind that group. And then what happened is they started to back up and tire. They ended up backing up right into him. So it sort of forced him back. He had to come on again down inside. I thought it was a little bit better than looks effort, and he's got a little bit of upside. I just don't know if he's quite good enough to win stepping up here. I think I'm going to lean towards Danny Pish to the outside with Valiant Appeal, who comes in from Gulfstream. Feels like he won't be too far out of it. He did really good work here with Pish last year, and it just sort of feels like with the draw to the outside, he's got some versatility. I think my only concern maybe is the 7 furlongs.
Yeah, that's kind of the one I highlighted too, was the 8 Valiant Appeal. Looks like Danny had him for 4 races. Then I get why they went to Florida to try to, compete in those state-bred races. Didn't really work out. Gets back to Danny, gets back to kind of a lower level condition. That's one I really like a lot. One thing I will say, I haven't talked to Carl, but I'm pretty sure the 6, Baudette Blizzard, will not be in this race.
Because they're entered at Delta.
Both of these races were drawn on the same day. I'm pretty sure he entered this race in case that allowance at Delta didn't go, and it went. So I'd be pretty stunned if the 6 ships in. So I think you're probably not going to get 7-2 on Valiant Appeal because that horse doesn't come. I would definitely play against the 8-5 favorite for Asmussen, Just Ask Joel. There's not a lot to like there. He won his maiden race. He's gotten second in his next 2 races. Watched them both. Didn't really love either of them. I'm with you. I'd go with the 8 Valiant Appeal for Danny Pish.
Yeah, and you know what? Especially if there's no Baudette Blizzard in here, there's not that much speed. And I don't know if it's going to set up all that well for Just Ask Joel, who was your beaten favorite in a race at Remington on December the 21st for that exact same reason, because he ran into a horse who was lone speed that day. And he's just sort of a grinder and a plotter. But if 2 or 3 go to the front and he's able to just save ground from the inside and angle around, sure. But I don't know, in just looking at the sequence, how we've built it, we think we are much more, and I agree with you, I'm much more favorable towards using the favorites in race 7, in race 8 than I am in race 9. And if you're going to already be either keying in or shortening up using the shorter priced horses in those races, you don't want to be in a situation where you're just going favorite. Like, I'm fine playing against Just Ask Joel in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, the H5 favorite, you're not getting a good horse. I mean, he's in 15-2 for a reason. So, yep. And I mean, like I said, the Broberg horse is going to be here. He's not going to be 8-5. He's going to be more like 6-5. The 3-eyed Raven is interesting. I mean, that's one I'll throw in my tickets for sure.
That's the 7. I mean, it's just like coming out of some of the first level allowance races at Remington. I think like there's at least a little something there. He is 2 back race, just like, again, using numbers and figures. He wasn't far behind Carlos 6's, and that does stack up. I feel like I would prefer Ryder Rocket at double the price of Just Ask Joel.
There's no doubt about it. The last thing I'll say is Lane Leslie, the jockey on Valiant Appeal, he rides all my horses. He is a really good speed rider.
Yep.
Danny doesn't ask him to do that often, but he's not someone who gets a lead and then just tugs on the horse to try to get it to, slow down and kind of screws up all their momentum. Kind of lets him go. He does a good job. Like I said, he's won a lot of races from in the lead. He's going to be on the lead here probably, and he might just steal it on the front end.
Outside draw, give you some options. You can break alertly, and then if someone like 3-eyed Raven wants to go, you can just sit right off of them. Yeah, I feel like I've got 8-3 stacked up as like my top tier. I'll be using those 2 all over the place, and I'm fine. If you want to start building cases for some others like the 7, but the 1 would be like in the 3rd spot, 4th spot for me, like 2, 3, 4s, but definitely playing against in the late exotics, pick 4s and stuff.
I don't think he would be on any of my tickets. Like,
yeah.
If that horse beats me, then, I lose. But, like we said, I mean, these horizontal wagers are paying a ton. It's because horses like that are losing.
And right now, early in the meet, especially because we've got all these question marks. You've got horses coming in from all over the place. You don't exactly know how great a form all of them in. They haven't run in a few months. Some of them are changing barns. Some are coming from here, from that, turf to dirt, switching short, long. Are they shortening up just because they want to use this as a prep moving forward? So in a month, when a lot of these horses have already started at the meet, as a visual handicapper or something, it probably makes you feel a little more confident in your wagers. But it is more fun to be able to find something in races where, everyone else can't. Like, that's where you get a $10,000, $20,000 pick 4, pick 5, like we've seen.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. I mean, yeah, this is a race where a lot of them could win, and there's only 7 horses in here. So if you like 2 or 3 of them, I think there's a good opportunity to get a prize.
Let's close it out with race number 10, maiden special weights. Fillies and mares, 4 and 5-year-olds, a mile on the turf course. These are some of the races last year where I felt like we saw a lot of prices, like these mile to longer distance on the grass. So you start this race at least with the conversation about the Asmussen horses. We have Egyptian Princess, who is now coming into the Asmussen barn for the first time, and she hooked a horse named In Good Spirits in her career debut. That one is graded stakes place, multiple stakes placed. She raced at Gulfstream Park last time out and actually ran pretty well, finishing 4th. Just, like a repeat of that race is an absolute standout race. We just wonder, if you're Asmussen and you really like this horse a lot, like why here? Why not show up at Gulfstream where she's run? Do they want just the softer company? I'm not sure. Some question marks to why she's here.
I agree with you. I'm surprised this one isn't at Fairgrounds. The purses aren't significantly different, but Steve has his best horses not in Houston. So yeah, she's 4-5. I don't know. I mean, Steve isn't the best. I mean, he's a great trainer. Don't get me wrong. He's just not. I don't think of Steve Asmussen and think turf routes.
No, distance turf. You're right. That's a good point too.
So if you're looking, I mean, those are the Egyptian Princess at 3, Spanx Legacy, the 6, coming off a long layoff, both C4. I mean, they're probably the ones to beat, but interesting to one to me was the 2 at a price.
Yeah, there we go. Let's get it.
I mean, if you just go to the bottom right, Matt Hebert, really, really good trainer. Doesn't have a ton of horses, but he hits at 20%. I mean, look at when he rides with Lane, 20 to 21, 30% paying $2. At Houston, if you go to like universally though, 28% paying, $256. I think these two do really well together. He had a bug last out. I mean, a 10-pound bug, no idea what you're going to get. But if you go to the race at Indiana, I thought it was not bad. And it's just tough to take 4 to 5 on this horse coming out of the Brendan Walsh barn. Is Steve really going to improve the horse? I don't know.
I love the 2. I really do. So, you start looking through this field and nobody really excites you all that much, especially with like what we've seen in turf form and you're trying to project. The 6 Spanx Legacy actually has a nice little pedigree, but as you mentioned, we haven't seen Spanx Legacy since December of 2019, so this won't be the easiest spot to show up just off of that type of a long layoff. She's a full sis to a horse named Delta's Kingdom, who has won a couple times on the turf, a graded stakes placed one, multiple stakes placed. But Triangle Park completely excused the last effort. They took a shot on the synthetic. As you mentioned, there was a bug aboard. They were 115 to 1 that day. Just put a line right through it. The 2-back race at Indy. So she's close up inside. She's in a little bit of traffic. She gets shuffled back to 5th. So now she's in the 3rd flight instead of being a little bit closer up. She makes an early 3-wide move up to within a length. It was a lot better than it looks on paper, and then she fades. That was going a mile and a 16th. This is just not a strong group whatsoever. Your heavy favorite, both of your likely favorites, are going to be coming off of long layoffs. There's nobody in here with that great of grass form. That was only her first start on the turf. She's got plenty of room for upside. You mentioned the connections here. I'm expecting a great big meet from Luzzy. And with a horse like this, I like knowing that Luzzy is the type that's going to be more aggressive than less aggressive. Because if this is a horse who ends up sitting 2nd or 3rd, I think she could just fall into a really nice spot here.
I think so too. I'm not familiar with Ron Isbell, I guess, as the previous trainer, other than he was 0 for 8 in 2020, never hit the board. Yeah. You go to Matt Hebert, who's hitting at 21%. Yeah. If I was playing this race, I'd probably leave off Egyptian Princess and go with the 2 Triangle Park and probably put Spanx Legacy, the other Asmussen, on there, the 6.
I think so too.
Really good drills coming into this race. Few 5 furlongs. I think she's going to be fit.
And she was good. I mean, she ran her 2 races to start her career were both pretty good. And then she took a shot against Stakes Company, and you can just put a line through that. There's something went wrong. She was eased, and we have not seen her since. All 3 of her dams wins came on the grass, and you have a turf winning sibling also. So there's plenty of grass pedigree there. So yeah, I of the Asmussens, I prefer Spanx Legacy.
I do too. I mean, I think he probably put Elliott on the 3 just because American Pharoah, I'm guessing, it doesn't have a purchase price. I'm guessing the owners, they've shown up in Houston. They spend a bunch of money. So Steve probably feels like I need to put Elliott on their horses because I want to keep getting these high-dollar horses. Versus 6, I mean, it has the $40,000 purchase price, but it was probably a buyback for the breeder. So like I said, I mean, there's probably a reason why – I'm not sure that Steve actually prefers the 3. He might prefer the 6. I don't really like any of the other horses in here. Those are the 3 that interest me.
Yep, I only had the 2, 3, and 6 marked down, and the 2 is from a pure gambling standpoint. You have to figure out how you want to play the 3 if the horse is going to be 3 to 5 in a spot like this. So Triangle Park. If we get like 8 to 1 or above, I would probably play a little win wager on Triangle Park, and I think she's a great horse to have to try to close out some exotics. So if you're looking at this race and you thought it was maybe short, hopefully the small endorsement of Triangle Park from Sam and I will get you to throw that one in your ticket. Because hey, I mean, close in with a nice 10 to 1 shot on you. It's always nicer when you look at those will pays and there's 1 or 2 that are big ones, right?
there's no doubt about it. I think you're going to get every bit of 15 to 1 on Triangle Park, unless people listen to us, which maybe might not.
The power of the podcast. Who knows? We will see it. Sam, Sherman, this was a ton of fun. We just passed the 45-minute mark, and so I felt like we could keep going around it again and again, and hopefully we'll get you back here a couple more times throughout to meet to do this for the first time talking. I thought we had a lot of chemistry. I thought we did a hell of a good job, and I appreciate all the hard work that you did. And give the folks out there listening your plug on social media. Where can we follow you, and where can we talk some racing with you?
So I think my Twitter handle is at Sherman_Sam. Thanks for having me on. This was a blast. I really enjoyed talking Sam Houston racing. I'm glad you do too, and I hope some other people pay attention. Like I said, these payouts are huge. So if you're looking for prices, this is a place to play.
It is great. We get the evening programs too now on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, so you can roll over some of the money you made earlier in the day, or if you need to get out and you need to make up a little bit, it's the perfect spot to do so. Sam, Sherman, this was a ton of fun. Sam, thank you so much, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
Folks, do not go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up on That's What G Said. A lot of fun chatting with Sam. We'll have him back to talk some Sam Houston with us. So you can tell, very sharp handicapper. He knows the circuit. He knows things going on really, really well over there at Sam Houston. I'm going to go recap some of my thoughts real quick on the Sam Houston card, but I want to let you know about oldsmokeclothing.com. I know you're horse racing fans. You will love this website. T-shirts, hats, zip-ups, hoodies, tank tops, long sleeves, quality clothing. They have custom designs where you can have whatever you want created there. You can check out some of their special collections like the Kentucky Derby or the Secretariat. You can see and represent with T-shirts that have some of your favorite horse names like Tiz the Law, Midnight Bisou, Authentic, She Dares the Devil. And the promo code GINO gets you free shipping on your order. Promo code GINO. oldsmokeclothing.com. Show the horse racing fan in you. So a quick run through of Sam Houston for Thursday. Secret Blarney in race number 1. If we can get around over 7-2, I'm okay with Secret Blarney. Don't really love a whole lot there, though. In race number 2, I'm going to lean towards the 7, Kiss My Grits. For me, the price play is the 5, NJ's Brass. I do respect Euro Devil Woman and Rizzy's Honor, so I'll probably be using those 4. I have them stacked 7, and then 5, 1, 3 as my 3. 7, 5, 1 is sort of my top tier. I will be using 3 in some other exotics. The 1 twirling around I have on top in the 3rd, and after twirling around, I will be definitely using with Brightest. So I'm 1, 9, Store Me Depends here, the 10 beneath them. Natalie's Joy is sort of a wild card. Miss Yachty, we talked about a lot with Sam, who's very, very obvious and logical in here. The 8, Miss Red Rockette would be another if you're looking for a horse with just some speed who could be involved early on. But I like the 1 twirling around. 1, 9, 10 I'll have as my top tier. 4th race, don't love, not sure what to do. The more you come back to it, it's hard to dismiss Wild Combo, but it's really hard to trust Wild Combo. So this will be a race where I think what Sam had suggested is probably the best way of looking at it. You probably want to spread out and go all in here. I mean, the 2, 4, and 7 were horses that I had to use, but I just don't trust anyone. In the 5th race, I like the 3, Vim and Vigor, who I have on top. If we get around for 5-1 or so, I'll make a win wager on this one. And after Vim and Vigor, I'm going to throw in the horse that Sam mentioned now, Texas Bad Boy. I like Waco Kid. Lizard King, I don't need at all. I would use him underneath, but I'm trying to beat him as far as on the win end here. Flash of Mischief, I'm fine with. So 3, 5, 8. I'll use 6 in some spots too now. And then what do you do with the 9 and the 10? Those are the 2 where if I'm trying to beat Lizard King, I'm okay with including those 2 and going a little bit deeper. But I like Vim and Vigor, and there'll be a ticket or 2 where I'm mainly using 3, 5, 8. I'll have those sort of stacked above everyone else. 6th race was one of the more difficult ones for me with those 2 Diodoros, the 2 Asmussens. I'm probably leaning towards 2, 3. In race number 6. In the 7th race, AJ's Grand will be the chalky single for me. I will use the 10 in some spots on the tickets where I don't single. Probably 6, 1, 3 if you were going a little deeper. I mean, the 1 might be the quickest, so maybe in some spots underneath. The 8th race, I'm really curious what's going to happen with Archie. Sam and I were off a little in that. I think Archie's got a big shot in here, just especially as it looked like he perked back up for Broberg last time out, and I thought he had some sneaky trouble, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him run a big one in here. Just kind of curious what price he opens up at. The 8 is the horse to beat, no doubt. Carlos 6 is. I thought the 9 was another interesting price, so I'm going to use 189 in a lot of spots as my top 3. The 2 8Ps Bluegrass will also be on a lot of tickets, so it'll probably be like 1892 in a lot of my exotics tries. How I play some of these late, late pick 4s and pick 5s. In the 9th, the 8. The 3 and the 1 I have stacked above them all. I'll probably play a ticket where I even single Valiant Appeal, who just really feels like the one to beat. The 3 Three-Eyed Raven I like as the price play, who I think is going to give a good account of himself, showing a little bit of speed, stretching out from 5.5 to 7. So I have 8, 3 above. 1 is more of bottom of tries, bottom of exotics. I just don't trust him. They're going to, if they go quick enough, I mean, he can win. I just don't love him at a short price. I like some other short prices throughout the card much more than this one. Then what do you do in the 10th? With the Asmussen horses, we talked all about Triangle Park. I like Triangle Park in here. I think she's super interesting. Egyptian Princess is the Asmussen that is 4 to 5 on the morning line, and then you have Spanx Legacy, who's coming off the layoff. I prefer the 6 Spanx Legacy there. I'm okay trying to beat Egyptian Princess. If you don't want to, I can understand. Those are the only 3 that I looked at in this race. And depending on how you want to play them, I had the 2, the 6, and the 3 in race number 10. So another really fun Sam Houston card to discuss. On our next episode, I'm going to go over the Friday card, the Friday late pick 5, and then Jessica Paquette's going to join me, and we're going to talk about the Saturday late pick 4, pick 5, one of the two. We'll figure out before we record the next one, but we'll be talking about a lot of the Saturday late races there for Sam Houston. And if you follow me on social media, you'll be finding I'm posting a lot of the stable dual lineups, daily lineups and what they look like, entries for stable duel for Sam Houston. So make sure to give a follow on social media. You'll see plenty of those. We're going to close it out talking Royal Rumble 2018, Andrew Champagne, Darin Zoccali. It is the old wrestling rewatch, and we go back to the first Royal Rumble, the first ever Women's Royal Rumble. We have a men's and a women's back in 2018. Both of them were good. So we spent a lot of time talking about an event that was long with 2 Royal Rumbles, but a lot of good stuff to discuss. Enjoy. It's January. It's Rumble month here on That's What G Said. Okay, the boys are back for the old wrestling rewatch. Now, before we actually discuss the old wrestling rewatch from this week, because it was Andrew's week, by request, I was asked to play this music for Darin, because we know what's going to be happening soon in the world of wrestling. Darin, I think it's going to be Goldberg versus Roman Reigns. How do you feel about this, DZ?
To quote the great character of West Wing, Toby Keeper, there is nobody in the world I don't hate right now.
Goldberg! 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 Oh, that is great. So we're going to be talking about Royal Rumble 2018, but we had to get a fun quip in there because some of the news,
Darin.
Some of the recent news has been that it might be Goldberg versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania in 2021. That will be an entire podcast in it of itself. Just wanted to have a little fun there because that's something that we're all going to be rolling our eyes and shaking our heads about come a few months from now. One thing we weren't really rolling our eyes and shaking our heads about was the double Royal Rumble. And got to be honest, when in 2018 they announced the idea for 2 Royal Rumbles, the men's and the women, I wasn't I wasn't concerned in that the women wouldn't be able to pull it off. There's a ton of really talented women at this point in the roster, and they did a great job in the Women's Rumble. It's one of those things where, we have the Rumble once a year, and it's one of those things where it's like it's Saratoga, right? Do we want more of it, or is it better because we have a little bit less of it, right? More Royal Rumbles don't always mean better or greater, but they did a really good job, I think, with both of these Royal Rumbles. Overall, the show is pretty good. There's a couple things on the undercard that I thought maybe could have been a little bit better, but they were sort of handcuffed by the way they were forced to book those. But overall, I thought both of these Royal Rumbles, and keep in mind, this is only about to be 3 years later from when this happened in 2018. Andrew, we'll start with you. I thought they both held up really, really well. Overall, the show is pretty good. And, I think this was a good pick from you. This was one that you just, instead of torturing me and DZ, you decided to pick a show that you enjoyed, and I'm glad you did so.
And the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. No, this is a good show, and this is one of my favorite Rumbles. I mentioned this on the last show that we did about how Flair's Royal Rumble is always going to be number 1. 2010's Royal Rumble, which we've already discussed, is probably number 2. This is probably 3rd, simply because there's so much talent in there. It's so well booked. One of the things that's missing from a lot of recent Royal Rumbles is all the little small storylines and how they would have everybody in the match have something to do. There are a couple of guys in this match that get their own little stories that they tell, and we'll dive into a bunch of them. There are some really good surprise returns in this Rumble and in the Women's Rumble, which I'm sure we'll go into in depth. There's a good AJ Styles match. It's a handicap match for a singles title, which didn't really make a whole heck of a lot of sense, but the guys involved make it work. That's the good news. The bad news is there are 2 mediocre to poor tag matches, and then we get unmotivated Brock Lesnar with a guy he has no chemistry with and a guy whose best days were 15 years prior who's solely there to eat the pin. If you treat this as a 3-match show with the 2 Rumbles and the title match with Styles, Zayn, and Owens, it's a really good show. The problem is it's a 4-hour show, and there is a lot to dig through that I'm sure we'll have fun digging through. But the Rumbles themselves, they're really, really good.
Yeah, it's kind of a tale of 2 different pay-per-views. I think Andrew laid it out really well. The Rumble matches are really good. The Women's Rumble, when we get into it, you get a lot of the nostalgia. You get a lot of some of the kind of a nod to the women that helped build the women's division up to where they came, which was it the greatest thing that they could have done for the match? Probably not, but you know what? It was the right thing to do. A lot of those women deserve to be in that match. And looking back on it, I'm glad they did it. I mean, did we need about 30 minutes of Michelle McCool? I mean,
just crushing people.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily so, but I thought the match itself was really well. I actually think that the first Women's Rumble match has been the best of the 3 that we've seen so far. And obviously you get the big payoff at the end, but yeah, I like Andrew said. I mean, you get in my opinion 2 really good Rumble matches. The tag matches we'll talk about just not good at all. And I remember going into the pay-per-view, I had a really, really bad feeling that Lesnar match was going to be bad because you knew there was only one reason that Kane was in the match. It was just kind of like put on the card to get Lesnar on the card. You knew what the outcome of the match was going to be, and it was not the Brock Lesnar that you really want to see. So, yeah, Andrew said it really well. The good's really good, but the bad's really bad too.
Yeah, I think I might feel a little different about this first match too as we get right into it. Royal Rumble 2018, first ever Women's Rumble. We get the video package to start with the build up for the AJ KO and Sammy. We also get the Brock, Kane, Braun build-up, and the two Rumbles in the video package. It's Tom Phillips, Byron Saxton, and Corey Graves. We meet the Spanish and German commentary, so we know one thing, those tables are going bye-bye throughout the night. Like, immediately. When we see the extra announced teams sit inside ringside, we know that those tables are going to be used. And the opener, AJ versus KO and Sammy. And I hate when WWE does this. I hate when this is done in any wrestling. I know sometimes it's necessary for storylines and to push them across. This just would have been so much better if you just say it's a triple threat. If the guys aren't tagging in and out, they can use the 2-on-1 offense plenty of the match. You can have the moment where the guys sort of turn on each other for a second and then they team back up. It's just, they've done this recently with The Miz and with Morrison against Braun Strowman. I hate when they do this. We know that nobody's ever going to win and have a co-WWE champion. And Andrew hit it. You've got three guys who are so damn good in the ring. Like if I'm making my what Booker would say, my Fab Five list of top, these three would probably be on it. Some of my personal favorites. I love all three of them. They did as great of a job as you could do, sort of trying to make me forget about all of that for 15 minutes. But I just never one time thought AJ is going to lose. And this is sort of one of those times where as a fan, I just sort of feel like they're treating me dumb. Like, I know KO and Sammy are not going to be co-champions here. We get the heels working on AJ. They tag in and out. AJ sells and makes a comeback. He does a damn good job. And the last 5 minutes of this match really pick up, but I just can't get into it when they do this. We get some really good near falls. Blue Thunder Bomb just misses for 2. Controversial finish. Doesn't look like KO ever actually tags in. So the wrong man was pinned here. I mean, great stuff from AJ by himself, having to sell throughout most of this match and deal with the 2-on-1. He worked his ass off, but I just didn't think he was ever losing here, Andrew. So that's just my main gripe with it. Not the work rate, not the performers at all. I just hate when they do this.
I hear you. Most importantly, we're going to stop everything right now. Guys, I found Waldo. He's in the front row. Stop. If you were thinking about doing a Where's Waldo gag, I beat you to it. Now, this match, I agree to an extent with Gino. It's a good match, but nobody ever seriously thought the title was changing hands. The commentary did this match no favors. You guys know I tend to be hard on commentators sometimes. And this is one instance where, Corey and Byron are very annoying as they bicker over the match. Like, you can tell they're close off camera and they're friends and they enjoy going at one another on the air, and that's fine. I'm not watching this to hear you call the match. I'm watching this to see the match with you as the soundtrack. Big difference. There was a line in there, and I didn't mark down who said it, and I wish I had, talking about how a title change would, quote, get people talking. Why does that matter? Why is
Corey
that the
Graves
centerpiece?
said if these two guys they'd be on ESPN, as the first co-champs or something like that. Yeah.
Just no. Now that we've got that out of the way, this match was pretty darn good. And I actually think there was a reason they went the handicap route over the triple threat. It was around this time, unfortunately, that it became clear Sami Zayn's body was starting to go. He had a tremendous run in NXT. One 4-star match after another with the entire roster. Most of the time he was losing. It didn't matter. He had a character that was bulletproof because of how good he was for those couple of years. He gets called up and he starts getting hurt. And he's out for a majority of a couple of years, actually. He comes back, aligns himself with Kevin Owens. They get this match against AJ. And Sammy still has tremendous psychology. I love how he always thinks this is the time that the Blue Thunder Bomb is going to pin somebody. It never does. But I love his optimism. Darin already cited the West Wing once when we did the Goldberg rib on him. But the thing that I'm going to cite is this is like Leo McGarry thinking that the missile defense shield is going to work when it always winds up missing by 137 miles when it's time to hit the target. That's what this was. This is a good match. Sammy and Kevin take some nice bumps for AJ. AJ gets a moonsault into a reverse DDT, which looks so smooth, yet is not easy to do. And then he gets monkey flipped into a Rana later. It's a great spot, a great series of spots. The ending was a little finicky. They got handicapped by the fact that they were in a, pun intended, handicap match. Waka, waka, waka on that one. This is a good match. Could it have been a great match if it was a triple threat? Maybe, but I feel like they had sort of missed the window there. They did what they could at that point. It's a good opener. The crowd's hot for it. AJ delivered. KO delivered. Sammy delivered. Could it have been better? Maybe. As it was, I don't think it was bad.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good match. Looking back in history, there's not a lot of handicap matches that jump off the page at me that I look back and go, that was great. And maybe it's just something about the handicap element of the match. I think we find out at the end why they did the handicap match. It was, to have the finish go down where the non-legal man gets pinned, and it allows the storyline to continue where Kevin Owens is extremely annoyed that he keeps getting screwed and that Shane McMahon doesn't seem to be paying any attention to him, and the fact that this is kind of what's gone on for a couple of months now. So I guess that's why they did what they did. You do get some great in-ring wrestling, as Andrew alluded to. I'm not going to go over all the moves that you brought up, but I couldn't agree more. You get a couple of really good false finishes, the Blue Thunder Bomb especially. Like you said, Sammy was selling the hell out of the fact that he thought he had the match won there. The crowd was into that 3 count as well. You think the match possibly is over when AJ hits the phenomenal forearm. Then you have KO come in and break it up. You talked about that great move with the with the moonsault into the reverse DDT. That was probably the best move of the match. And I, the finish kind of like was surprising because you didn't really expect the referee to start counting the 3 when you knew that the tag wasn't made. Now, From a production standpoint, I think they did a good job with that.
They really showed the hands right there. Yeah. They were right up in the hand. You could see that they were. He never touched his hands, and it's like I don't like hating on the match because I love all these guys. I love and the work was fine. I just wish the dynamic. Just give me it. Make it a triple threat. And it just gives me a little bit more of a belief that okay, maybe one of these guys can win, in a cheap Weasley way versus we're not having they're not putting that down in the books. Like Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens are the WWE champion.
Yeah. And to put a ribbon on it. So to that point, I think you could have sold that better. And I don't remember everything that was going on at this time. And I don't remember if we had strong, I think if I remember correctly, everybody believed that Nakamura was winning this and you were getting Nakamura Styles at WrestleMania. So I think that was also a big part of the problem. But it is also possible that you could have had Owens and Zayn in this as a triple threat. You could have had one of them win by screwing the other. And you could have technically had Owens versus Zayn at WrestleMania for a championship as well. And maybe that would have been more believable than the two of them being co-champions. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think the triple threat would have been better from the standpoint of it wouldn't have been as predictable. I think they did the best they could where they were hamstrung a little bit with the match. And I thought that the ending and I thought the production value of how they went about it was very strong.
We get a commercial for WrestleMania. And then backstage, Kevin Owens and Sammy are arguing with Shane about the referee mistake. Shane's a little snarky with them. He said he saw it, but he doesn't care. Just walks off. And we then get set for the SmackDown Tag Team Championship match. Shelton Benjamin and Chad Gable versus the Usos. 2 out of 3 falls in here. I mean, I see this match on paper, and I want it to be better than it was. It's not bad. It's not a bad match. You're not going to watch this and think that the quality was bad or anything like that. It's always bizarre when we have a 2 out of 3 falls match that ends in 2 straight falls. And this felt like a time when this was a new team that was sort of getting a push, and they get immediately squashed losing 2 falls like this to the Usos. At the end of this match, there was some good work. But I will say, at the beginning of the match, there was some slow rest hold going on. Shelton was locking in a few different submissions. The pace was just crawling, all heels early. And the Usos were able to turn it around, and we got a good little back and forth. We had a 2-minute stretch where it was near fall for the heels. Cool tiger driver by Gable, moonsault off the top rope onto the floor. Like, we see Gable's upside here, and you see why. Like, I love this guy from the very beginning when seeing him in NXT, and I thought he was going to be more than he's been able to be so far. He just immediately reminded me of, like, you know, you get the Kurt Angle sense because of the Olympic stuff, and he's a great wrestler. I thought there was a little Daniel Bryan-y stuff in him too early on in his run, like when I saw him early, but he hasn't really ever gotten much of a push. And as soon as they got rid of American Alpha, he's been pretty much doomed. We did get, you know, good 4 or 5 minutes because there was not one fall for the first 12 minutes of this match. Really cool sequence with Gable ducking one super kick, getting hit with another, double kicks to the head, and the Usos get the first fall. So, Andrew, normally I would say, okay, talk about what happened then, and then we'll talk about the second fall. But the second fall came in really quickly, too. It was heels in control. Gable goes up for some tandem offense, and then Jimmy Uso rolls up Shelton for a quick win. We get a 2-0 victory here for the Usos in about 14 minutes.
Yeah. Poor Gable. I feel really bad for him. Going back to his NXT days, he's floundering. He needs a break. Jason Jordan is floundering. He needs a break. The idea is thought of, let's put them together. And it turns out, who knew that these two former amateur wrestlers in college could work really well together as a team?
And they both had a little bit of personality. They could kind of bring it out of each other, you know, like the Gable, like Ready Willing Gable stuff I liked. They were kind of corny and goofy at the beginning. And then they just kind of, it was like a relationship we saw develop. They just started becoming like really good buddies. I love them together.
Yup. Then they get called up, and then Kurt Angle needs an illegitimate son. He couldn't have had illegitimate sons.
Love how you said that. He needs an illegitimate son.
He needed one illegitimate son. Not two, just one. And they picked Jason Jordan. If they pick Gable, where is he right now? First of all, poor Jason Jordan, because he obviously got hit with a series of, you know, avalanches of suck rolling down This Is Horrible mountain from a physical standpoint. He was just starting to really get into a groove as a worker. He had a couple of decent matches on Raw. He was working with Rollins at this time. I believe the plan was he was eventually going to turn heel and then get a heel run, which I think he would have been able to cash in on. But then he got hurt. We haven't seen him for a couple of years. Gable, meanwhile, has been floundering in various different tag teams. They just put him with Otis, which may or may not work. Jerry's still out on that. You get Shelton Benjamin. And I want to like him so much more than I do. The problem is we're not getting mid-2000s Shelton Benjamin here. We're getting late 20-teens Shelton Benjamin. And he's not doing a lot of the same stuff he was doing when he was a member of Team Angle, when he was a member of the world's greatest tag team. He's just sort of a guy that they put there because he had amateur wrestling chops. The Usos, meanwhile, may be the most underrated tag team of the last 10 years. For the volume of work that they have had against a lot of really good teams, it's tough to find a match that's bad that's on them. This, though, it was a factor of a couple of things. One, it was right after what I thought was a pretty good world title match. It was right before the Men's Royal Rumble, and nobody cared about Benjamin and Gable at this point, nor were they given a reason to, especially after the Usos swept them in 2 straight falls. It's not like this was a terrible match. If you watch it, you're not going to be horribly bored, but this helped nobody. The Usos weren't launched to another level. Benjamin and Gable had gotten cut off at the knees by the booking. It was a waste of time. And I hate saying that.
It just felt like a SmackDown
involved.
Yeah, the way that it was booked and stuff didn't feel big. It didn't
Book
feel
it
like
on the pre-show. There's no reason you couldn't have put this on the pre-show. None.
Especially the way you were going to book it. If you're booking this 2 straight falls and you're not going to let these guys get another 4 or 5 minutes where they can take it to the next level, then just don't even, don't make it seem like a big deal to just sweep the rug out from under Shelton and Chad. What did you think, DZ?
Yeah, I agree with just about everything that's been said. A part of me, when I watched this match back and I was thinking about it, I almost wonder if they called an audible from Gorilla at some point during the match, where maybe this was supposed to be, Usos, then Shelton, then Benjamin and Gable, and then Usos. But the way that the match was going, what they were seeing, the crowd reaction, I wonder if they almost called down to the ref and said, look, just go home here, have the Usos go back to back, and let's get out of this. I almost wonder if that happened, because you would think that this type of match would typically be one of those hidden gem, great wrestling, book it so that you may really make you think for a minute that, Benjamin and Gable are gonna go over, but then they don't, kind of thing.
And they usually do that at the Rumble, which is funny. Like, this is the show when they kind of will let somebody else just kind of go, because they usually don't have a full undercard. But I think maybe because of the 2 Rumbles here and everything, they didn't let it go. But when you look back at Rumbles, there's always a random tag match here or there that we kind of forgot about. That was oh, this thing went 12 or 15 and was pretty good. Right.
Yeah, I agree. And from that perspective, I wonder if they did call an audible here. But yeah, I mean, the crowd's not into it. The match should be better than it is. It's not bad, because these guys are too good to work a bad match. But like Andrew was saying, this is not Shelton Benjamin of 10 years, 11 years prior. And I mean, you talked about Jason Jordan and everything that went on with him. He actually had matches in back-to-back weeks against John Cena and Roman Reigns on Raw that were both pretty darn good matches. When he got thrown into that whole quasi-Shield tag team with Rollins thing, his character was really pathetically cheesy, and they just didn't do a lot of good by him. And then, of course, he ended up getting hurt. Him, Gable, and Benjamin are just 3 guys that have a world of ability that just never seemed that they got off the ground recently. I mean, the thing that I remember Shelton Benjamin the most for in the last 5 years is the spot that he had with Lesnar in last year's Rumble, which was kind of funny.
He's actually he's in an okay spot right now. At least we're seeing him on our TV, and we're getting I don't mind him with the Hurt Business, because at least if we're going to get some sort of faction that's going to be having tag matches on TV repeatedly, at least we get good work from Shelton and now Cedric a lot of the time, and they're in the mix with Bobby Lashley and stuff. So yeah, you're right. It's sad that being just the low man on a 4-man faction, is the best and the most relevant he's been, besides a little cameo in a Brock Lesnar, just a one-off thing in the Rumble. It's sad, because this guy had a lot of ability. You look at Chad Gable, who he's doing something with Otis right now, where he's training Otis, and it's really, you can't find another someone I know Cesaro's doing stuff with Nakamura, but I'd love him and Cesaro. You can't find someone else that in a tag team where it's not a deep division. He can't be on a player with somebody else right now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah.
One question before we move on the whole Otis thing. So they broke up Heavy Machinery to put Otis in another tag team?
I know.
Well, I think they broke up Heavy Machinery because they were going to give Otis a shot. They had that whole Mandy storyline going, and they gave
and then they dropped all of that.
But I think they realized that the way that they booked everything and Roman coming back, there was just not and
they didn't have an out
fire and involved on the other side. I just don't think they had a spot that made any sense for them. They backed themselves into a corner with that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, because it's just, don't give it to him. We always sort of knew he was a weird, and not even. It's just because that is a heel thing. It really is. Unless someone's going to pull the Rob Van Dam or what Daniel Bryan said he was going to do, I'm going to set up my, John Cena wins it and I'm setting up my match on Raw. Otherwise, that is best used for a heel, just like the King of the Ring. It's just better when it's on a heel. It gives them a shtick. It gives them something to run with for a while. So, all of us, again, you watch this work, you compare it in just the work ethic, it's in the work rate, it's fine, but it's just, we know what comes from it, and we know that we could have gotten a lot more from these 4 guys all together as we get set up for the Royal Rumble. the men's Royal Rumble is going to come on first, and we get the really cool, one of my favorite things that WWE does every year is when they do the Royal Rumble by the numbers stuff. It makes it feel very legitimate and very sort of sports, and going through all the different participants, the Hall of Famers that have been involved, all the eliminations, and just really cool facts and tidbits all the way through. And then we get Jerry the King Lawler as our special guest commentary. So now we get the old dreaded 4-man commentary booth with Michael Cole, Byron Saxton, Corey Graves, and Jerry the King. And first up, it is Aiden English out to introduce Rusev. I actually like this act a little bit. I thought Aiden did a good job bringing Rusev out. He would sing a lot of times as he introduced him. And remember, it is Rusev Day. Huge chance for Rusev as, I can't help but look at these first two guys, Rusev number 1 in the Rumble, Finn Balor number 2 in the Rumble, and think, wow, Rusev, someone that they feel like they missed the boat with, and now he's over in AEW, and he's finally starting to get treated in AEW like a big deal, but, could have done more with him. And then you get Finn Balor, like, how is this guy not one of the biggest stars on the main roster? Yeah. He's back in NXT, and he does great work there, but when, you see him out there and how, good looking, great body, he's a perfect baby face because he's smaller, so he can fly around, he can sell, he can work with big guys, with small guys. He's not going to cut you a 20-minute promo, but he connects with the audience, which is just as important, if not more important. That's what it's all about, is just connecting. And Andrew, so I see these two guys, and it bums me out a little bit because these two guys could be main eventers.
Okay, I've got two things here. First of all, the proof that Finn Balor should be over should be this would be one of the guys that Stephanie would not yell at you for watching. She would sit down and watch with you.
You're right. 100%.
Without saying too much.
You're right.
Finn Balor has a certain appeal to the female audience.
He just is cool. He's cool. That's really hit. He's got a James Dean kind of. You just you're drawn to him. You kind of look. He's got that mystique to him, and then he's a damn good worker.
And he's also a really good-looking dude that I may or may not have a man crush on.
Yeah.
Anyway,
who doesn't?
Rusev. Okay. One of the things that we found out after Rusev was future endeavored by WWE was that when the crowd was chanting Rusev Day, Rusev Day, Rusev Day at every arena across the country, sometimes at various parts of the show when Rusev wasn't involved. Gino, Darin, do you know what the crowd was doing according to Vince? Do you know? They were laughing at him. He wasn't over. They were laughing.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, look, I am not one of those people who thinks Rusev should have been a super duper star.
No.
Fact what it is, it's a problem he's 6'1" and not 6'5".
You're right.
It just is. If he was 4 inches taller, there's so much money that could have been made with this dude. The problem is they spent so much time and energy building him up. He was in the ring with The Rock when The Rock did one of his one-offs.
Cena with the tank. Cena with the tank at Mania.
That was the apex. Rusev came out in a tank at WrestleMania. Hashtag Cena wins LOL. And then after that, not a main eventer anymore. They put him in the League of Nations. They put him in a bunch of weird combinations, some of which worked, some of which didn't. They tried to put him with Summer Rae to do this ridiculous angle with Dolph and Lana. And then, oh, by the way, 2 days later, Lana tweets out she's engaged to Rusev. Just going to leave that there.
Yeah, it's just, and then poor Lana's had to deal with some of his issues after. It's just, and I like both of these guys. I agree with you in that. I think DZ, and then we'll talk just a little about these two, and then we'll get on. I think Andrew kind of hit it. I don't think Rusev is the face of your company, but he's absolutely someone who you should be able to have parked pretty comfortably in the upper mid card and able to slot him into a main event picture with the new baby face or whatever role he has. He should be able to be slotted in there pretty quickly because he can work, he can go. But I understand what Andrew's saying. The thing about someone like that, Vince loves the real big, tall guy more than he loves sort of a big, wider, stocky guy. And Rusev was not a fat, out of shape guy.
Not at all. Not at all.
But he's just, I know what you mean, what Andrew's saying, DZ, is that he doesn't like tower over you. When he stands across from some of the main stars in the ring, he doesn't really look eye to eye with them all the time.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of interesting because over the last couple of years, he's actually trimmed off a lot of the body.
Yeah.
He is a much leaner, more muscular version of what he was, 5 years ago. But to your points, here's a guy that you built up as a heel. Maybe, in that initial run, he never got to be a, main event of WrestleMania guy. But granted, that slot isn't exactly handed out to just anybody. But he got to a point, like you said, monster entrance, monster feud with Cena, working with John Cena at WrestleMania during, still part of Cena's run in a big feud. I mean, that's a huge spot. And it worked. And he responded to that character. And then you also got a completely different character with Rusev Day that worked, that despite what Vince said, got over huge. And here you have a guy that literally gave you two completely different characters that both did damn well, which should tell you all you need to know that, hey, this is a guy I need to keep around.
I can do many things with him. Yeah. I can have him on either side. This guy can play goofy, and he's got a kind of a more fun personality than we thought. He's always had the comedy. Even when he was serious, he would make every now and then he would say something that was kind of funny, and you could just tell, like, this guy has a great sense of humor, And if you follow a lot of, go ahead.
I was also gonna say, and with Balor, look, I will always wonder what happened if he didn't get hurt at SummerSlam.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got a great push right away.
Right away. I mean, the guy goes over as the first Universal Champion at SummerSlam at Barclays, had a great match, with Seth Rollins in that spot.
Did he beat Roman clean right before that too, right?
He did. And you have to wonder, would things be differently? I don't know why, because there's no reason to doubt yourself in analyzing or evaluating his talent now. He's the same guy he was before the injury. So I'm not sure what changed in the eyes of Vince McMahon. You obviously thought he was one of your guys at that point. I don't know why you doubt that now, but I will always wonder what Finn Balor. I mean, look, I don't know how long he's going to do what he's doing. I don't know where he's going to end up going. I don't know what the future has for Finn Balor. But yeah, it's going to be an unfinished story, because that literally created a crossroads in his life and completely altered the direction of the Finn Balor character in WWE.
Yeah, they got to be careful with him. He feels like one of those guys that could leave and go over to AEW and move the needle a little bit. Like if you throw Finn Balor in the mix with all of his Bullet Club ties, and all of a sudden you get like a Finn Balor, Kenny Omega stuff going on. Like he could be someone that immediately is a big star for them, and someone that they got to be a little more careful with right now. And who knows what Finn wants to do? Like, does he enjoy being back down on NXT? Does he just like it better there and feel like he gets treated better? We'll see. He had a really good run in this match as he came in at number 2. Rhino is number 3, as Finn kind of does take plenty of breaks throughout the match. I will say this. He starts chilling in the corner a little bit right here. Number 4, Baron Corbin goes right after Balor. Corbin eliminates Rhino, and then he gets tossed by Balor quickly, and Corbin goes crazy. He pulls Balor out of the ring. He attacks him. He attacks Rusev outside of the ring. And then as Corbin is walking back, number 5 is Heath Slater. He comes out, and he gets ambushed by Corbin. So in a really funny spot, we have 3 men that are actually officially in the Royal Rumble. They're all laying out. None of them are in the ring. None have been eliminated. Heath Slater hasn't even gotten in, but we have it was just a little funny moment where there's nobody in the ring, but there still are 3 available. We'll get through a few more before we throw it over to Andrew. Number 6 was Elias. He comes in with the guitar, and this starts the running gimmick of everybody nailing Heath Slater on their way to the ring. So he kicks Heath on the way. He gets there with nobody inside, and he starts his contest. He tells everyone to shut their mouths. When I win the Rumble, I'll finally show respect to this place. I'll walk right up to the Rocky statue and spit right in his face. And we get our first sort of surprise in the evening with number 7, Andrade with Zelina Vega. He kicks Slater on his way to the ring, Andrew. A big pop for the current NXT champ at the time. Another bummer to look at just a few years later with Andrade, someone who felt like he could have been at least a perennial US to IC contender, like in that mix, and Zelina, who did such a great job, and now she's obviously had some major issues with the union and stuff, and she's gone. So in just a few years, they're gone. But we get up to our first surprise in the 3 through 7. Not a whole ton here, just the Elias concert, Corbin going a little crazy.
This is what I meant earlier when I said a lot of the lower card guys that were in this Rumble that you knew had no chance still had something to do. Slater comes out at 5, and that's just such a great running gag from 5 to about 10, 11, where everybody who comes in just stops and kicks the guy while he's down. It's so great, and it's a perfect encapsulation of why that character worked with people, even though it was never much above a mid-card act. He was a tag champ with Rhino a couple of times. That team worked. He had the He's Got Kids chant, which was funny. But they bring out Elias at 6. And I remember this because, Gino, every year you run a Royal Rumble pool. And I actually had number 6 in this Rumble pool. And I'm like, oh, come on. Please be somebody good. Please be somebody good. Please be somebody good. Oh, man. I remember the best one that I had in this Rumble was Rollins. That was my best chance. I think I had Elias. I may have had Titus O'Neil, and I had Rollins. And that's when you're like, come on, Rollins. Come on, Rollins.
You're my only hope.
You know that's the only chance you have to win the pool. Needless to say, I did not win the pool. Needless to say, I will be investing again when the Rumble comes around, because I am a sick man. Now, but having said that, you mentioned Andrade. This was 24 hours after he had the match of his life against Johnny Gargano at NXT TakeOver. We need to do a TakeOver soon. We haven't done a TakeOver yet. We should pick one to do at some point. And there are so many ridiculously good options to choose from there. There hasn't been a bad TakeOver, just to be honest. Even the worst TakeOvers are still pretty darn good. So Andrade comes out, gets a huge pop. Zelina Vega's with him. There's a lot going on with the Zelina Vega stuff that we're not going to know about for another couple of years. Just looking at everything that's going on with Vince making the decision that, hey, talent can no longer monetize their Twitch accounts or anything outside of the WWE umbrella, or it'll count against their downside guarantee. There's a lot going on there. And that led, at least in part, to Zelina Vega tweeting her support of unionization, and then she was out within the hour. So hopefully she's got enough stuff lined up to keep her afloat, because she's got a lot of talent in a lot of different ways. She's an actress. She can dance. She's very, very talented, and she'll do just fine for herself. So not entirely worried about her moving forward, but WWE had something special with her, at least for a little while, and it's a shame that didn't come to fruition.
Well, I mean, if you remember when the pandemic first started, the Monday Night Raw was the Selena Vega variety show for like.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like
she had a stable of 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was the show was literally revolving around her and her stable, which of course included Andrade, and we talked about Finn, and lost opportunities, and I mean, when this guy walked through the curtain, the place went nuts.
Yeah.
And I mean, they had him out there for almost a half an hour. He's coming off that tremendous match with Gargano, like you talked about. But, this is another guy that had all the tools, to be an upper mid-card guy who you could occasionally slot into a championship match from time to time. And it's another guy that worked his way up, got to the U.S. title point, and then just kind of fell off the wayside. I mean, why is this guy not in an Intercontinental Championship picture?
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
It doesn't make any sense as we get to number 8, Bray Wyatt, who he attacks Heath Slater on his way to the ring. Heath still hasn't been in. Finn is back in the ring. He's been chilling outside for 6 minutes now, but he's back in. Rusev attempts to get back, but Bray keeps knocking him back outside, which is kind of a funny little moment there. Number 9 is Big E. He puts pancakes in Heath Slater's mouth on his way to the ring. Big E and Bray go at it. Rusev nails Big E. Now we've got 6 in the ring total. Balor, Elias, Bray, Big E, Rusev, Andrade. We got Heath outside the ring. And then number 10, Ty Dillinger. We get big chance 10 for Ty Dillinger. His music hits, but nobody comes out. Backstage, it's Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. They've attacked Ty Dillinger, and they're kind of deciding, and Sami says, I'm going out. And here comes Sami. He's taken Ty's spot. He nails Heath from behind. He goes after Balor. And then we get pretty crazy that they got Sheamus in this spot. And I think because he had a match coming later on in the evening, they didn't maybe want him having to work back-to-back or all that much. But Sheamus comes down. He grabs Heath Slater. He throws him into the ring. And 2 seconds later, we're talking bushwhacker warlord type stuff. Heath immediately clotheslines Sheamus. He is out. And then Bray eliminates Heath Slater. So we have 7 in the ring right now as the Rusev Day chants continue on. So from number 8, 9, 10, 11, we're up to Xavier Woods, who's number 12. He and Big E work together. And then number 13, Apollo Crews. So we got the ring starting to fill up now, Andrew, with Apollo Crews as number 13, and we got 9 in right now.
This is the one flaw with this match, I think. Around this time, you get into the teens, the ring starts filling up, and it starts filling up for not many terrifically good reasons. I mean, would it have killed somebody to go out at this point and at least free up a little bit of space in there to where everybody wasn't so kicky-punchy for about 10, 12 minutes? It's not like it kills the match, and the match really picks back up later, but it was kind of clunky around this time because it seemed like everybody came in, got in a couple of moves, then went to the corner and, started trading punches with somebody until the next guy came in. And the Royal Rumble is not a complicated match to book. That's part of the genius of it. It's just a matter of building around some of the big moments. They could have staggered it a little bit better, I felt, in this part of the match. It's not like it was bad, but it was certainly a cut below the first couple of minutes and the last about half hour or so of the match because those periods were exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, the Royal Rumble match, it's hard to get. The Royal Rumble match is like waves coming in.
Yep.
It's you get the wave and then the kind of water kind of goes back out, and you get a wave and the water goes back out. There's no way for an hour straight with 30 different guys that you're going to keep the energy level up with nonstop tremendous action. There's going to be lulls. There's going to be peaks and valleys. And Andrew's right. This is probably the biggest valley of the match because you're kind of looking in the ring and you're going, okay, well, who out of these guys can win? And
From Finn to Shinsuke, it's probably only Finn.
It's probably only Finn. You figure it's not Bray Wyatt.
Not the way he was getting booked at the time, no.
Right. Yeah, so I agree with you. So it's Andrade's not winning this thing.
No.
So that's kind of why you got this valley. Now, you're going to get guys, obviously, from Shinsuke on out that you said, okay, these guys can win too. But, yeah, to Andrew's point, this is where you probably hit the lull point of the match.
And here comes 14. Another one that we look at. And just a few years ago, Shinsuke Nakamura, the man is so over. Everyone humming his song. And probably just the second real threat to win this match now when he comes in and he eliminates Sami. We have a little throwback to Nakamura's first ever match in WWE when he was in the NXT, and it was really, really good with Sami. Go back and check that one out. And here comes Cesaro at number 15. He actually makes it 10 in the ring at this point, really starting to fill up. Number 16, we get Kofi, which means all 3 of the New Day is in the ring right now with 11 in there. We get a fun back and forth from Cesaro and Apollo, and then Cesaro eliminates Apollo. here comes Darin's favorite, number 17, Jinder Mahal, who tosses Kofi, and then
I
Big
thought his favorite was Goldberg.
Yeah, one of his personal favorites in this particular show, the modern-day Maharaja, who tosses Kofi, tosses Big E, and then once we get to 18, now I think Seth is involved in a tag thing, like storyline at the point, but Seth Rollins is always one of those guys where it wouldn't shock you to see Seth Rollins win this Rumble. Like, you know that he's one of those guys they can instantly make a storyline, create, and slot in anywhere. So when he comes in at 18, he flies in, House of Fire. He tosses Cesaro, who he later faces in the tag title match. Then Jinder throws Kofi out, but Kofi actually lands on Xavier. So we get the yearly Kofi spot where Kofi lands on top of Xavier, but he doesn't land on the ground. And then Big E slides a dish of pancakes under Kofi's feet, so he steps on those. And then they launch Kofi over the top rope, over Jinder Mahal. Kofi ends up eliminating Jinder. But the best part of all of these Kofi spots, and they do the same thing with Naomi later, is he'll go through this spot for like a minute or two, and it's like he overcomes all of these things to get back in the ring, and then immediately they just eliminate him. Right after. Every time they do this, Andrew.
There was a lot to like about this segment. You left out the best part with Jinder. When he gets knocked out, the New Day members at ringside just hammer him with the pancakes. Most of the time, I can take or leave the pancakes. Most of the time, I thought they were pretty stupid. That was hilarious, and I loved it. I thought that was tremendous. But yeah, you mentioned the Kofi spot, the annual Kofi spot. As Kofi spots go, it's not the best one of all time. To me, the best one was when he used Bradshaw's chair and did the pogo stick thing. I thought that was really good. He did one where he jumped from the barricade to the ring steps. That was pretty good. But yeah, it's always a funny story. I got to tell you, though, I was pretty happy that he evolved from not just being the good tag guy, one spot a year at the Rumble guy, to the guy that we saw beating Daniel Bryan in one hell of a WrestleMania match. If ever a guy deserved a WrestleMania moment, it was him. I'm happy he got it. Here, not so much, because the Royal Rumble had other plans, but this was where it did start to pick back up again. You had the New Day being the New Day with their hijinks and shenanigans. And they wind up getting dumped by the big angry heel, Jinder Mahal. And then Mahal gets dumped and gets his comeuppance in the form of a whole bunch of pancakes being pelted at him by a guy who was probably throwing them as hard as he possibly could.
Yeah. You mentioned about Rollins. One of the things that was kind of weird for me, if I were booking this pay-per-view, one of the things I would have done differently is because Rollins ends up losing the tag titles. I would have booked that match before the Royal Rumble.
Yeah,
because if he loses the tag title and then you have the Royal Rumble match, it makes his prospect of winning the Royal Rumble more believable.
I agree.
Yeah. So I would have actually flipped the Usos match with Rollins and Jordan. But, whatever. I mean, he wasn't winning anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. But I think it would have made it more believable. I'll tell you one thing, though. We keep talking about this stuff with NXT guys. And, I mean, how many of these guys you think about that come up to WWE and, they either have a run and they stop with it or they just become complete afterthoughts. I mean, Shinsuke debuting in WWE, the entrance was insane. I remember the night that Bobby Roode debuted on SmackDown. With the Glorious and everybody was into it. And okay, here's Bobby Roode up to the main roster, and that lasted a month. I mean, it's like, and you have to sit down and you start to think, who was the last guy who was huge, carrying an NXT belt now to come up and be a big guy in WWE? And I guess the answer now is Drew McIntyre.
But it wasn't immediate for him.
No?
He floundered for a while, and he is an outlier in that you can just think of a few, and that he's one of the few people they've been able to rehab, you know, the way they did, because everything they did with him since the Rumble has been pretty darn good.
Yeah, and part of this stuff with Drew McIntyre is the thing that's different between him and all these other guys from NXT that we talk about is that Drew was originally Vince's guy.
That's another key point. He was the chosen one years back.
Right. Yeah, Drew McIntyre was Roman Reigns before there was Roman Reigns. People may not remember that, but he was Vince's guy. Ended up getting released, went back to NXT, put in the work, and came back up through the system, and is now back to where well beyond any point that he was at, originally. But that's the difference between Drew McIntyre and the rest of these guys. Number one, Drew McIntyre is, 6'4", 260 pounds of hunk sheer muscle. He looks like a monster badass compared to guys like Finn Balor. And, he was originally one of, Vince's chosen guys. So it makes sense that of all these guys that have come up through NXT, he's the one that gets the push.
Darin, to answer your question with a non-McIntyre answer, is it Owens?
Probably, but he's he's had a Universal title. He's been upper mid card. He's had good feuds with major guys.
Even Shane, they went.
Reigns. Yeah, I guess that's the answer.
That's definitely one of the better ones.
Wait a minute. Owens had a Universal title run. That's right. Who did he lose to again?
We're moving on to number 19.
Wait, I like how you ribbed me with that. Like that didn't bother you too.
I know.
I'm going to have so much fun the next couple of months. This is going to be great. And if Goldberg goes over Roman Reigns, I am going to be in my element.
No.
It's not that's not just about me though, okay? After booking Roman the way you booked him, you've done literally everything. Finally, you've done everything right with the guy for the last 4.5 months.
And then
He's believable, monstrous asshole who just kicks the shit out of everybody, and he's got this sinister look on his face. And his explosions are so limited that when they happen, they're scary. Like, you finally got it. If they have him lose to Goldberg, just seriously, Vince, if you're listening, Vince,
this one,
just back up the truck, smash the whole damn thing, and blow it the F up.
Oh, this would be. We would die. We would die. We're up to number 19 now. Here comes Matt Hardy, who starts deleting everything. He has a standoff with Bray, and then they work together to toss Rusev, who lasted over 30 minutes in the Rumble. Another bummer here with Matt Hardy. I saw some of the broken Matt Hardy stuff in TNA and some of the things that he did, and it was very creative. I thought there was definitely an opportunity to do a little bit more with it than they did. Which is unfortunate. I don't know if it would have ever been like main event stuff, but it was buzzworthy. The things that he was doing in TNA was getting people to talk about it at least and to tune over there for a while. But it just never, for whatever reason, it never caught on. Was it because they weren't pushing it enough, or they wanted it to be Vincified a little bit? Who knows? So Matt Hardy at 19. Here comes John Cena at 20. And King says this is his pick to win the Royal Rumble. The crowd singing, John Cena sucks. And now with Cena, we've got 6 in there. Cena, Rollins, Andrade, Nakamura, Balor, and Elias, because Matt Hardy and Bray, they had just gone after each other and eliminated one another pretty quickly. So they're both gone. And I will say, he gets a lot of crap, but I do miss John Cena around. He just makes everything. He's a big deal. He's just truly one of the bigger stars they've ever had. And he comes in, and so now things have really picked up because we've got 6 in there. We've got Cena, we've got Nakamura, Balor, and Rollins, who feel like they're 4 legitimate win contenders in there. And then you throw Andrade in the mix, who's like a young up-and-comer who you feel like is going to get a good run. And then you got Elias, who's someone – they've always been high on Elias, never thought he'd win, but it wouldn't be a shock to see him hang around for a while. But then Cena tosses Elias. They sort of all team up to go after Cena. When they separate, Cena's able to get the better of Elias. He goes out. We're up to number 21. There's a hurricane. We get the Hurricane Helms here, who comes in, tries to choke slam Cena, but Cena is able to quickly eliminate the Hurricane, who gets a big pop from the crowd on his way out. Number 22 is Aiden English. He makes it 6 in the ring again, and we get some really cool Cena Nakamura stuff and some Cena Balor stuff here. Number 23, Adam Cole, baby, and he comes in selling an injury as Finn eliminates Aiden English. Number 24, we'll get to Andrew after this one, Randy Orton in the ring now. He makes it 7. This is last year's winner. So now, Andrew, in these last couple waves of like every 5, we're getting another one, like major contender here. We've got Orton, Cena, Finn, Nakamura, Rollins, Adam Cole, and Andrade all left. That's a really strong group in there. Orton eliminates Andrade not long after he's in the mix. So we have now a group of, I mean, you can literally make a case for almost all of them. Probably not Andrade or Cole, but at least the other 4 or 5 here feel like legitimate top-tier contenders.
There are a couple of really good lines here said by a number of people. Cena comes out, place comes unglued, everybody boos him. You get the John Cena sucks in time with the music, and Cena shouts at the camera. I love when he does this. He shouts, "I'm a Tom Brady guy!" And this is fitting because this is right before the New England-Philadelphia Super Bowl, which was, of course, won by the Eagles with the Philly special and all of that. Actually, really good Super Bowl, looking back on that. Anyway, so everyone teams up on Cena, and the crowd eats it up. Crowd loves it. 21. Stand back. There's a hurricane coming through. Well, Corey Graves pointed out the elephant in the room. The hurricane was, in the words of every horse trainer with a fat horse, carrying a little extra condition going into this one. And he said, the hurricane's been spending some time at Tony Luke's, which is, of course, one of the great cheesesteak emporiums in the city of brotherly love. He comes in, goes straight after Cena, tries the choke slam, gets dumped. And when he gets dumped and tries to get up, he almost slips on the pancakes, which is a great little thing for a comic book hero to do. Yeah. So he does that, gathers himself, and then poses on both of the sets of metal steps on his way out the door, doing the hurricane bit. You know, he probably got paid pretty well for taking one bump and acting like an idiot. Like, I want that paycheck. Yeah. How much you think he got paid for that? That's not a bad way to make a living. But they brought in Adam Cole. And this was a mini surprise because you already had one of the NXT guys. They bring in Cole. I believe the story was he was a replacement for somebody. I'm not entirely sure who it was. We'd have to look that up. But it was cool seeing him there, and he looked like he belonged.
Yeah. And Cole was only in for 6 minutes of change, which kind of speaks to Andrew's point there. But you're right about who they, in terms of who they have in the ring. Believable that a lot of these guys can win. So you're at like kind of one of the apexes of the match. One thing I want to circle back to, because we were kind of talking about Matt Hardy before and how like that shtick, how good it was over at Impact TNA and, it wasn't quite the same in WWE. I will say this, as somebody who's watched WWE his entire life, WWE does have their own characters and stories that they develop on their own that are very good. But when they try to recreate something that existed elsewhere, that was a indie guy that had a big following,
different creation.
Yeah. When they try to take that guy and bring him to WWE, no matter what they do, it's never as good or the same. And a big part of that is that Vince doesn't let these guys do a lot of the things that they want to do in the ring.
What got them over?
Yeah.
The unique things about them. I mean, if we're talking in this conversation, the only one that I can really think of, or I'm sure there's others, like Punk eventually got to what he wanted to be. But the one to me that of the recent generation that feels like the best job they've done is AJ Styles.
There's another, and we'll get to him in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, but I agree. But even Styles, there are some moves that they don't let him do.
Yep.
Shinsuke's wrestling is not the same as it was.
They never let those guys get over, like, really give me a 45-minute ring classic, which is why people love them to begin with.
Right. And by the way, at this point, we're heading into the Shinsuke Nakamura AJ Styles thing, which, of course, again, is them trying to recreate something that was magical years earlier. But when you take those two guys and you tell them, okay, you can't do X, Y, and Z, it's not going to be as good. It's just impossible. And you get that a lot in WWE, and it's one of my main gripes with WWE. And look, you create somebody new, you create a story, that's great. And they do a lot of great stuff with that. But when they take guys that are either in New Japan or TNA or wherever, and
it started back with Flair.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Rumble was good, but then after he wins, they don't know what to do with him, and he's gone in a year.
Yeah. Well, they just had no idea, because at that time, Vince just did not know how to book a guy like Flair, and it's the same thing here. I mean, it's, Nakamura is a guy that was over everywhere he went, and you don't know what to do with him. And it makes you wonder how a guy who took this company from just being a territory and built it into a virtual, well, it's not a monopoly, a Microsoft among other computer companies. And then you hand them these guys that are absolute superstars everywhere they go. And he doesn't know what to do with them. It blows your mind. It really does.
Yeah, couple of things. Go ahead, AC.
Yeah, a couple of things really quick. First of all, with the whole broken thing and how Matt Hardy rebuilt his career, one of the things that's lost and that the WWE Network did a really good job of spotlighting is how he didn't just regain control of his career, he regained control of his life. Mm-hmm. He was really far gone for a really long time. They show footage from his mid-2000s days where he and Jeff Hardy are pilled out of their minds during pre-taped interview things, and Matt's wife has to keep them together. It's a mess, and I am incredibly thankful that both of them are still with us. Now, you guys mentioned the stuff with Vince not necessarily being able to capitalize with things that aren't his creation. In a couple of picks, we're going to get to the exception that proves the rule in this case, and I'm looking forward to that because there's another story I need to tell about the guy that comes out at number 27, but we'll get there when we get there.
And we're to number 25 with Titus. He comes in. Things slow down for a few minutes. The number 26, my guy, The Miz. And actually, The Miz gets a big pop here, which is interesting. He's the current IC champ, and it's mainly because the Miz has been feuding with Roman, so the crowd hates Roman Reigns, so they don't mind The Miz at this point because he's been battling Roman, and he's currently the IC champ who just took it from him. Miz goes after Cena, and he does the it kicks on both Rollins and Cena. He hits the skull crushing finale, but then he catches a super kick from Rollins. And number 27, we get Rey Mysterio surprise, and he makes it 9 with another. And this is another guy that. He's a surprise, but when Ray comes in, he's a previous Royal Rumble winner. He wouldn't be an absolute shock to see him come in and be vaulted into a main event program. He eliminates Adam Cole. He gives a 619 to Miz. So at number 27, Andrew, you were just talking about Rey Mysterio, who, you're right. This is definitely when we talk about guys who are outliers and who definitely were able to still get over, not always because of the WWE, but in many cases in spite of the WWE. This is one of them.
So I've got a story here, as I've mentioned. Darin, you said this. You were completely surprised. I wasn't. This was funny. So as this is happening, a couple of days before the Rumble, I'm looking because I had gotten into Lucha Underground at this point. And by the way, the first 2 seasons of Lucha Underground, if you can find them somewhere after getting taken off of Netflix, just phenomenal stuff, really. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and you'll know within the first couple of episodes if you like it. But if you like it, you really like it. Well, Mysterio at the time had just finished up with Lucha Underground because Lucha Underground was pretty much finished at that point. So I'm looking, and I do a Google search for Rey Mysterio. Mysterio's WWE profile pops up, and it's not in the alumni section.
Oh, that's great.
I texted my buddy that works for the WWE. I said, look, maybe somebody just screwed up somewhere. Chances are I'm not the only guy that saw this. You might want to tweak this somewhere. I don't know if they did or not. I don't know if they carried the message, but it was pretty cool because I pointed this out on Wrestling Community that I'm a part of a couple of days prior. And the second you heard Booyaka Booyaka 619, I go in and I dropped the mic on him, and it was great, and I loved it. Now, Mysterio comes out, and this is not the banged-up Mysterio that we saw in the early 2010s. All the baby fat is gone. He's moving like a guy that's 10 or 15 years younger. There were steroid rumors with him at a younger age. I don't think he was on them at this point, but he looked like he was just in tremendous shape. He comes right in. He starts snapping off Ranas on everybody. He dumps Adam Cole. He hits the 619 on The Miz. That's how you do a surprise entrant late in a Rumble. A guy that has a chance of winning, a guy that WWE may well want to bring back. And later on in the year, Mysterio did come back. He did All In with the Young Bucks and that conglomerate, but then he came back to WWE, and he's been a feature player ever since.
We are to 20, or we're up to 28 Roman Reigns to massive. And now we've got some just major players in here. Roman takes out everyone one punch at a time. We get a focus of Roman looking at Miz. Roman eliminates Titus. He's about to toss Miz, but then here comes the Miz Taraj to help save Miz. So we get Bo Dallas and Axel helping out here. Rollins with a curb stomp to Miz, and then Seth and Roman team up to powerbomb Miz over the top. And this was a great little spot, DZ, because Roman and Seth team up, and then Roman turns and he eliminates Seth real quickly, and they're both looking at each other just smiling. Like, I would have done the same thing. You know, it's a great spot. I liked it. And now, I mean, anytime these two guys, 27 and 28, were very interesting because the history they've had in the Royal Rumble just in the last decade alone. I mean, remember poor Rey Mysterio was like the sacrificial lamb the year when everybody wanted it to be Daniel Bryan, and Rey Mysterio has to come out at 30 and end up getting booed. Roman Reigns, with his history, he ends up winning the year that everybody wants it to be Daniel Bryan, and that's just another one of the things they end up doing wrong with Roman, and one of the reasons why the crowd was against him early. So these two guys have all this like polarizing energy from previous Rumbles in 27 and 28, but the big dog's in DZ, and with just a few left, he's always going to be a major contender.
Yeah, and this Rumble didn't really have any of those like massive, those spots where a guy comes in and completely cleans house. Roman always comes in and, knocks everybody around. Him and Balor equal for the most eliminations with 4. He throws out Titus O'Neil. Him and Rollins get rid of the Miz. Then you mentioned that, he throws out Rollins and himself. So, yeah, I mean, Roman is always going to be one of those big peaks in terms of just action in the ring. Before you get to Goldust and Dolph Ziggler, who you both know, are not winning this thing. But so Roman is the last guy that's going to enter this match that, obviously can win. I mean, yep. Roman every year is seemingly either the winner or is the last guy or next to last guy to get eliminated.
Goldust is number 29. So he makes it 7 in the ring. Balor, Knock, Roman, Randy, Rey Mysterio, Cena, and Goldust. And number 30 is Dolph Ziggler, who's making his return after he, quote-unquote, quit and just threw down the U.S. title, a month and a half before this. this is just one of the few things that bothered me about this Rumble. It's like, why the hell is he coming back here? If this is what Dolph is going to do, this little small run in this Rumble, why don't you just have anybody else be number 30? Wait a month or 2 weeks, bring Dolph back on TV, like let him come into a title feud and just be a contender for, a little TV program, anything. This is just dumb. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to bring him back and make it like, oh, Dolph Ziggler's back. And then like Darin said, he's not winning. And he looks, when you put him in there and you stack him up with these other guys, you realize sort of how far down the list he is. It's like, he's not comparable to almost any of these like actual winning contenders. So Dolph eliminates Goldust. Now we got the final 7. Nakamura gets Dolph on the apron, a little throwback to their Nakamura's match with Dolph when he came in. And Finn is able to eliminate Dolph. Now we're down to 6. I mean, that was it for Dolph. Come in, eliminate Goldust, get eliminated. We get an awesome standoff here with the 3 newer generation WWE superstars with Roman, Finn, and Nakamura. And then on the opposite side, it's Cena, Orton, and Rey Mysterio. They're all former Royal Rumble winners, and everybody stands apart, and they all go at it with the veterans taking control early. They all hit their big moves, and then Roman, and we have Roman in the mix too, who's, a Rumble winner. They all stand apart. They go at it with the veterans taking control, and it was really cool here. We get Orton or Finn pops up and actually eliminates Orton. Then we're down to 5. Rey hits a double 619 in Roman and Cena, and he gets caught by Finn, and he gets eliminated. So we're down to the final 4 now with Finn, Nakamura, Roman, and Cena. Roman and Finn battle, Cena and Shinsuke battle, and Roman and Cena have a cool stare down, but Finn and Nakamura bounce up and attack. Then we get a Nakamura-Finn battle, and Roman and Cena bounce up and put those 2 down. Cena and Reigns go at it, and Roman stands tall. Cena ducks a Superman punch. He goes for the 5-knuckle shuffle. Here comes Balor with the sling blade. He is going all over the place. He's crazy, House of Fire. He does a standing stomp to Nakamura where he just jumps and leaps and basically like almost standing drop kicks Nakamura to the neck and then stomps on top of him. Cena comes in and just tosses Balor. So, and then he looks down and he's sort of sorry to Finn for having eliminated you, but he's pointing to the Mania sign. We're down to 3, and Cena and Roman are kind of playing heel here. Cena looks over to Roman and he says, "This guy?" as he looks at Nakamura, which is just great. And Cena and Reigns start to dance here. We get a 5-knuckle shuffle, then a Roman Superman punch. Cena catches a spear with an AA. Then Nakamura gets Cena on the apron. He dodges a shoulder and eliminates John Cena. We're down to 2, Nakamura and Roman Reigns. Huge chance for Nakamura. Roman hits a Superman punch. He throws Knock over, but he lands on the apron. Then he catches Roman with a kick. Shin locks in a triangle on the ropes. Reigns is able to toss Knock back in, but both men are down, and the crowd is chanting, Nakamura. Shin catches Roman's spear with a kick. Roman catches the Kinshasa with a spear. I mean, these last few minutes are awesome. Shinsuke is able to save himself. He hits a Kinshasa and tosses Roman for the win. Just to give you an idea, from number 30, when Dolph Ziggler comes in, there is 17 minutes and 30 seconds left where we've got 7 quality guys in the ring, and we get, like, it's basically like a fatal 5-way, like a 17-minute fatal 5-way match at the end of a Royal Rumble. That, to me, is what really puts the cherry on the top, the icing on the cake right here. Shinsuke comes out afterwards, and Renee asks him, who is he going to face? The crowd is chanting AJ Styles, and Shinsuke quickly tells us, AJ Styles. I mean, this was awesome. This was great. It just bums me out moving forward because these guys didn't really steal the show, and their feud was, disappointing, to be honest, and what we've seen from Shinsuke since. But at this moment, at this time, this was great, Andrew.
Yeah, this was an awesome way to end an awesome Royal Rumble. We mentioned Dolph Ziggler. Dolph Ziggler has played, by and large, the same character on WWE television for more than a decade. This works if you are The Undertaker, if you have something unique to offer. Dolph Ziggler is a good worker. Dolph Ziggler has charisma. He can cut a promo. He needs a gimmick change in the worst possible way. It's just, It's tiring to see the same guy in the same spot on the same television show week after week after week after week doing the same exact thing. And if you're not super great at it, people are going to get tired of it. And that's why golf has been lost in the shuffle over the last, 4 or 5 years or so. Now, the end of this match is so cool. You get the 6 guys in the ring, and you buy any of them as winners. Every single one of these guys belonged. Ray goes out. He puts over guys. Balor gets so much offense when they get down to the final 4. He looks like the superstar that he should be, and he should have springboarded off of this into much, 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 much bigger and better things. Didn't happen. So Nakamura dumps Cena. Crowd goes nuts. When the Kinshasa gets countered into the spear, the arena goes dead quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And immediately you're thinking, they couldn't possibly put Roman over again, could they?
Great booking. It was.
It's so good. Nakamura dumps Reigns. Reigns gets in plenty of offense. He doesn't lose a damn thing. This was so good. I love rewatching this Rumble. Like I've mentioned, it's not number 1. Flair has that spot. For me, it's number 3. If you want to put it number 2, I'm not going to complain. It's a great Royal Rumble that's well booked from start to finish. So many guys have so much to do in the little intricacies of the match. The Slater stuff at the beginning where everyone stops and kicks him on the way in. That's really good. You get Rusev with a long run. You get Balor with a long run. You get some surprise returns and some surprise entrances from the NXT guys. This was really, really good.
So you talked about with Roman that they're not going to do it again. Well, I mean, when Roman debuted in the Rumble in 2014, he eliminated 12 guys. He ends up, and in that Rumble, it was actually interesting because it's the one Royal Rumble the fans actually wanted him to win.
Yep.
Because it came down to him and Batista, and it looked like Roman hit him with a spear, and it looked like Roman was going to throw him out, and Batista reversed it at the last second, and you know, it went from the near, you know, everyone was coming out of their seats because they thought it was Roman, and when Batista threw him out, boo! And then from the next Royal Rumble on, that was it. He wins it in 2015 and gets booed out of the building. We talked about, obviously, why the whole thing with Daniel Bryan and all that stuff. In 2016, Roman comes in at number 1 and makes it all the way out to number 28. That's when he had the title and he had to defend it in the match. 2017, the year before this, Roman comes in, I believe, at 30 and gets eliminated last by Randy Orton. This year, comes in late, gets eliminated last by Shinsuke Nakamura. The 2019 Royal Rumble, Roman Reigns, when does he come in? I forget. Was he in the? Oh no, he wasn't in 2019, was he? I'm thinking of 2020 when he comes in late and he gets eliminated again last by Drew McIntyre. So every Royal Rumble that Roman Reigns has been in, which I believe is 5 of them since 2014. He has either been 28, 29, or the winner.
It's a great use. He's the new Orton, really. Like, this is what Orton's sort of been for a decade. Like, you always feels like he's there. Even when Orton's having a year that may not be up to Orton's, like, you know, like a great year, sort of a down year where he might not always be in the top tier feuds. He's always good there. He's always good at Survivor Series, too. It's like he feels like he has
and you will always believe that he can win.
Yep.
So you put him in a good spot. Yeah, but I mean, look, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. The finish to this is great. You know, you have 6 guys out there where you're literally looking at it and saying, you know, we talked about Royal Rumble 94 last time, where we looked at the last 4, and, you know, you had like, I don't remember if it was Samu or Fatu who was in the last 4, and you're like, all right, well, this guy's not winning, you know. In this spot, you legitimately believe that all 6 of those guys could win, which was great. Love the way they did it. Great finish. You know, 4.5 stars out of 5 stars for a Royal Rumble match. I agree. Probably top 3, top 4 Royal Rumble matches of all time.
We have a couple matches now before the next Royal Rumble. Post Rumble, Nakamura speaks. He lets them know as the crowd chants AJ Styles that it's going to be AJ. Then we get the KFC Colonel Rumble. I guess this is comparable to A Recipe for Seduction, starring Mario Lopez, where he plays Colonel Sanders on Lifetime, which
You
was
just had to go
a little
there.
15-minute movie that came on the other day. But I mean, this is hilariously awful with everybody doing their. And it's funny because this wasn't like an animated. Like they did this. They all had to film this. Everybody had to do a Royal Rumble where they come in and they've got some sort of Colonel Sanders beard or the glasses, like, or a couple of them in the full Colonel Sanders stuff, Ric Flair. I mean, this is just awful, but it's funny, but it's just awful. They show some social media stuff. AJ Styles tweet, Usos tweet. AJ Styles is pumped for the match coming up with Nakamura. And then we get Seth Rollins and Jason Jordan, your tag team champs, versus Sheamus and Cesaro. It's fine. It's just a tough spot for this match. This is one of the few times they've ever had a match after a Royal Rumble. They've only done it a couple times throughout the years where they've had main events after the Rumble, and I never like doing it because the Rumble gets you so up. Everybody's so into it, all the excitement. Anything coming afterwards is going to be a downer. And in particular, this is the first year where we're all still waiting for another Royal Rumble to come. So it's just a tough spot for these guys. Seth works the entire match. He goes to tag Jason Jordan at one point, and Cesaro pulls Jason Jordan out, and he tosses him headfirst into the ring post, and the rest of the time, Jason Jordan's selling an injury outside the ring. Rollins does a great job. He hits a double frog splash. Jason Jordan tags in at one point, but he can't manage it all, and he has to immediately tag out. It just becomes too much for Seth trying to fight off the 2-1 of the Bar, and the Bar win here, Sheamus and Cesaro. Fine. You're going to get Sheamus and Cesaro and Rollins working for 10, 15 minutes here. I think around 12, almost 13. So again, the quality of the work isn't bad, but this is just a tough spot, and it wasn't meant to be anything great. It was more to continue to progress the storyline with Rollins, with Jason Jordan, and everything going on with them.
Who cares? Just
right?
Who cares?
I know.
I tried watching this match.
I couldn't get into it at all.
Getting emotionally involved. I readily admit Seth Rollins is a great worker. Cesaro's a great worker. Sheamus is a very good worker. Jason Jordan had so much potential and just never had a chance to live up to it. In this spot, who cares? This is 12 minutes of dead air. The crowd didn't care. I didn't care. Gino, you didn't care. I won't speak for Darin, but maybe he wanted to watch a Goldberg match instead. I don't know. This was dead on arrival. I got nothing, and I wish like hell I could have some cutting-edge, hilarious insight into this match. It's just, there was no rhyme or reason to put it here. If you're going to put anything between the two Rumble matches, just put the Universal title match in there, because we all knew that was going to stink anyway.
Yeah,
put
it was
there,
just, and it was, and that was like
move on.
Car crashy enough to where people were going to go ooh and ah. Like when people got thrown through a table. So that would have done the job plenty. But and you hit this earlier, DZ. Like, if Rollins is losing, just have this match go on earlier in the card. He can lose then, and now you can have him coming into the Royal Rumble with actually a legitimate, is this going to be like a Bret Hart situation? Rollins can even be selling a little bit of an injury himself now because he had to go 2-on-1 throughout the night. It would have been another story you could have a lot in the Rumble. I guess that just wasn't a story they wanted to tell right now. But yeah, this just was in a death spot.
Yeah, and on top of it, I mean, if I remember correctly, I think we knew that Jason Jordan was hurt.
Yeah.
Going into this. So when they do this whole selling the injury thing where he's barely a part of the match, we know what's happening here. Rollins is losing. He's not winning the match by himself. You know exactly where this is going. So because this was all so predictable, this match should have absolutely been before the Royal Rumble. It makes no sense in this spot. It's a complete throwaway match.
This is even a kickoff, because then you could have said, they wanted to give Rollins some time to come back because he's going to be in the Rumble later. Now he lost his title, and now Rollins is, focused on getting his chance at the heavyweight title. Anything. It just, I agree, and we don't even have to spend a whole more time because it was just sort of a blip on a pretty good show for the most part. And we move to the title match here. We got Braun Strowman versus Kane versus Brock Lesnar, and we get the video package for this. And the match begins with Brock going right after Kane, and Braun hits a drop kick. Kane chokeslams Brock. Braun punches through a chair. He goes to work on Brock. Braun gets the tables, chokeslam to Kane for 2. Brock starts tossing Braun around, 3 German suplexes. He immediately gets up, though, and he puts Brock through a table. It's just like car crashy, demolition derby sort of insanity. They're just all tossing each other around. Brock's outside the ring now. He F5 Strowman through a table, and then Brock tips the other announce table on top of Braun, which buries him. Brock F5s Kane onto a table, and then it breaks. Strowman gets up from underneath the ruins, and Brock... The one thing I will give Brock when I was watching this match is, and I agree with what you both said, is like, Brock didn't feel like he was in 100% shape or really gave that much of a shit about this match, to be honest. The one thing I will always give Brock is that, is he going to go out there and cut you a long promo? No. But as far as like the acting part of being a wrestler, he gives incredible visuals. Like his facials are amazing for a guy who is a badass, but can convey like a fear or a scared look very quickly. He's got all of those things that he did with Taker, which is a lot of stuff where he never even talks, but he's selling things and conveying things through his looks. He has a couple of those here with Strowman where he's like, what the hell? This guy's still like getting up, which I thought was, at least one of the things I wrote down positive about the match. Braun with a couple power slams, and then Kane is back in with a chair all over Braun. Brock hits an F5 to Kane on a chair. I don't think it's miserable. I'm probably a little higher on it than I think Andrew or both you guys. I know we'll see when you get to it. It's nothing special. It's just these 3 guys who you could tell they wanted to try to get a bunch of stuff in 10 minutes or so. They're just using a ton of weapons, and they knew that this isn't something that could go long, and nobody, I think, ever thought Brock Lesnar's losing this match. Andrew, it's unfortunate. We've become smarter in our age as we get older and become, more seasoned wrestling fans. We know why Kane is here. He's here to take the pin. He's here to take the fall. And when you do that, it makes it a little bit predictable. Again, just not a great match on this show. It's nothing that you're going to miss. I don't know if I'd have to skip it. It's only 10 minutes and there's some action that's fine, but it's nothing great.
Here's my problem. By Brock's contract, with what it is, you have him for X amount of days a year. That number is not large. So you need to make the most of the time that you have with him. First and foremost, I do not blame Brock Lesnar at all for signing that contract. That guy is making mountains of money to come in, work maybe 10 dates a year, wrestle maybe 4 or 5 matches some years, go home, and be with Sable. That guy's winning at life. If you have a problem with anybody, you should have a problem with WWE for proposing that contract. The problem is, you have him for X amount of dates, and this is the best you can do? We see what Brock can do when he's motivated. He has had really good matches with guys like AJ Styles, guys like Daniel Bryan, guys like Seth Rollins. Shoot, he even had a good 6-minute match with Goldberg. When Brock Lesnar is motivated, he can go. He got no motivation to be the Brock Lesnar we know he can be in this spot. You have Braun Strowman, who in 2017, a lot of people saw as a revelation. He was seen as a revelation for a lot of things he did either before the bell rang or after the bell rang. He tipped over trucks. He threw office equipment. Could he work? And then you have Kane. Kane is a guy who is beloved by wrestlers for being an easy guy to work with. CM Punk, who likes no one. He likes no one. Speaks very highly of his time with Kane and said that when he was in the ring with Kane, it was a night off. You can't get higher praise from a wrestler than a night off, okay? It's 2018. It's not 2002, 2003. Kane doesn't have a lot of tread left on the tires at this point. He is solely there to eat the pin. I just had so many objections to the philosophy of this match, with the construction of this match, why it was booked in the first place. You've got Brock Lesnar. Use him better.
So I'll talk about the one thing of this match that's actually kind of cool that happens. Early on in this match, there's a spot where Strowman is in the midst of just going 1,000 miles an hour. He takes both of them out in the corner. He does a missile drop kick on Brock, and he's just pounding on him. And he inadvertently hits Brock with a knee right in the side of the head. And you see Brock mouth the words, "What the fuck?" like he just got his bell rung.
Yeah, he did.
He jumps up and he hits Strowman with a legit punch to the ribs that buckles him. And then he just cold clocks him in the side of the head with a legit punch and knocks him down. And he says to Braun, and you could read it, "Slow the fuck down." It's the best part of the whole match.
Yeah.
Because, and I think Brock was kind of pissed after this because he got his bell rung. And I think if you watch the match closely, it took Braun a few minutes to kind of collect himself because that punch made him woozy, which is kind of crazy because Strowman is such a big guy. But when Brock hits you with a straight right to the side, you're going down. And Strowman did. And I don't know if people realized it exactly when it happened, but it's one of those really cool stories. Now, of course, you go through the match, you get the kind of train wreck stuff outside. It looks like Strowman's about to go over when he hits his power slam on Brock towards the end of the match a few times. But you kind of know that something's up because he's not pinning him, even though Brock is kind of staying down. And then Kane just shows up again, and you know exactly what's going to happen. Hits Strowman with the chair, keeps Braun strong. Kane's in the match to eat the pin, blah, blah, blah. Now, it's unfortunate because the year earlier at SummerSlam, Lesnar, Roman, Joe, and Strowman had a great fatal four-way match at Barclays. I was there. It was a tremendous match. The stuff that went on in that match was blow your mind. I mean, it was a train wreck in terms of the action.
It was awesome, though.
But it was awesome. This was awful. And it was awful because Brock was not invested. It was awful because you knew the outcome before it happened. And I think some of the action deteriorated after Braun took that shot from Brock. But at least you got that story out of it where it's kind of funny to see Brock Lesnar drop Strowman to a knee with a hard right to the side of the head.
We are set for the first ever Women's Royal Rumble and a really good video package to build this thing up that focused on the women overall and the progress that they had made over the last few years, and then the specific women in the match and building some of them up. We have Maria Menounos out there as the guest announcer, and Stephanie is announced as a guest commentary. So they're making this thing feel like a big deal. We've got both of the women's champs who come down and sit ringside to watch, Alexa Bliss and Charlotte, and we are set for the Women's Rumble. And you knew there was going to be one of a few people who would be the Iron Woman for this match, and they picked the perfect two right off the bat. You have Sasha, number one. You have Becky Lynch, number two, as they battle, and both women look for their submissions early. Number three was Sarah Logan. Number four, Mandy Rose, who was Corey's pick to win this. She can squat over 300 pounds, apparently. And number five, our first surprise of the match, Lita. And Lita comes in, firing all over the place, and she eliminates Mandy. So, Andrew, 1 through 5, what's nice about this match is immediately we feel like we've got two contenders in Sasha and Becky, either of which who would be no surprise winning this match, and you get the feel like these two are going to be in this for a while.
Going back to beginning of the match here, they bring in Maria Menounos as the guest ring announcer. I interned at the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver, #humblebrag. Maria Menounos was working for NBC at the time. She was walking around. She might be, as far as famous people, just gorgeous in person. Like, you see people on camera and they look very nice, whatever. She looks like she has a lighting crew following her around at all times. And I mean that in the best non-sleazy possible way. She is gorgeous.
I think I remember her from Channel 1 back in the day in high school. Yeah.
So Steph shows up as the guest commentator. Michael Cole immediately lays it on thick as she's walking to the ring. She'll never tell you this, but she was one of the Trailblazers. Oh, shut up. Just shut up. I don't care if she was or she wasn't. It doesn't sound genuine, and we are not here to listen to Michael Cole fawn over Stephanie McMahon. Now, once Stephanie gets to the ring, she actually adds a lot of insight, I thought, as the guest commentator. I thought she did a really nice job.
Yeah, she stayed out of it. You know what I mean? She didn't like overstep. She didn't try to make it about her, really, and which they do a lot of. But you could tell, I think, Darin, I do think she was genuinely excited and proud this day. I think she really was. Like, as much as we give her crap, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, this is a girl who's grown up in this business. She's seen how the women, including herself, have been treated, called a bottom-feeding hoe, like through all the years. And to see this and the women getting their own Royal Rumble, I agree with that point, Andrew. Like, we give Stephanie a lot of crap, and she brings it upon herself because she wants it. She plays the heel, But I thought she did a fine job here.
Yeah, no, they're all excited, and it shows. Even the expression on Charlotte's face, when Sasha comes out, the expression on her face, Becky is extremely fired up. Sasha's walking around the ring, kind of exhaling as Becky is, walking down to the ring where she's noticeably exhaling, kind of taking in the gravity of the moment. There's certain things that are really, really cool that happen in professional wrestling that you want to really kind of watch back and take it all in. This match, I think the girls at times had a hard time staying in complete character because they were pumped up that not only was this happening, but it was closing out the show.
And the combination of like this happening, they're getting into the Rumble where they're going to be interacting with Lita and Trish, and like some of the women that Beth that like helped really that they looked up to and they helped pave the way for them. And you get this first all together. You said you're main eventing. You just saw the men go on and they are saying, hey, we're putting you in the main event spot to close the show. It kind of gives you goosebumps just thinking about this was a really big deal. And they manufacture a lot of big deals in the WWE and in pro wrestling, right? Everything can't be the biggest deal in the world all the time. This, in fact, was a really, really big deal. And Lita.
Yeah, really quick before we move on, because this fits with what Darin had said about how some of the women sometimes struggled to stay in character. Lita comes in at 5 and the place goes berserk. The entire crowd pops.
Yep.
She comes in, and they do this 3-way standoff with Sasha and Becky. Sasha and Becky are grinning ear to ear. And you know what? I don't care.
Yeah.
I think it adds to the match rather than detracts from it. I like seeing the organic personalities come out and seeing them embrace the moment. I thought that was really freaking cool. And you knew there was something planned. And then a couple minutes later, Lita gets the moonsault on both of them. And it's the typical Lita moonsault where she doesn't get a lot of airtime and you feel like she's going to break her neck on landing, but she somehow hits the moonsault.
Yep. She's like feeling it out the whole way.
So good.
Yeah, it really is. And number 6 was, I'll have a little tangent here, Kairi Sane. I freaking love Kairi Sane, and this is one of those examples of how WWE cannot book a babyface. Okay, we look at her. She is the perfect babyface here. Just think about the last few years, some of the other, like, silver platter babyfaces they've got. Sami Zayn, Bayley. They can't do anything with them. Think about what they've tried to do with Roman when they wanted him to be a babyface. They couldn't figure out when to turn him. Seth Rollins, they've never been able to book him as a babyface. It should be easy for all of them. It'd be so simple for all of them to be the top face for your company or run for a while on the men's side or on the women's side. And they just never could really do it with Kairi Sane here. She had a good run in NXT, but she comes up to the main roster. She's never really treated seriously. She has some injury issues here and there, but she goes crazy when she comes into this match with some of those awesome elbows. Her elbow drop off the top rope is incredible. The way she gets air and she kicks her feet out and just like shifts her body, phenomenal. Number 7, Tamina with some super kicks. Lita with a couple of twists of fates to Tamina and Sasha and Becky. And then Lita, this is where Andrew had just mentioned, she heads up for the moonsault on Sasha and Becky. And then Lita tosses Tamina, but then quickly she gets eliminated by Becky. So we're down to 4, Sasha, Becky, Sarah Logan, and Kairi. Up to number 8, Dana Brooke shows off a little bit, and quickly Kairi Sane is out. Dana Brooke eliminates Kairi. Number 9, another surprise, Tori Wilson looking great. I mean, none of the women that come back, the legends in here, they all look amazing. And to be honest, they're all in pretty good shape, and they just look incredible. And Tori, again, awesome. She comes in, she eliminates Dana. We're up to number 10, Sonya Deville. We'll get to like number 12, and then we'll head over to Andrew. Sonya Deville's 10. She eliminates Tori, so we still got 4 in there. Here comes Liv Morgan. Corey at this point is really laying it on how much he hates Sasha Banks. And then number 12, Molly Holly. We saw the Hurricane a little bit earlier. Molly hits a nice snap suplex. Then she tosses Sarah Logan, and Molly hits that front somersault off the top and just looks great in doing so. So we're up to 12 now. We've moved from number 6, Kairi Sane, up to Molly Holly.
Molly Holly could still work if she wanted to. That flipping senton thing that she does, wow.
That's awesome.
Like, I knew she could work. We all knew she could work. We all knew she was sort of out of place in the Attitude Era, where being able to work wasn't just not a requirement. There were times where it was not encouraged. She came out, and she was one of the people I was really happy got a chance to be part of this, because she was a good 10 years ahead of her time as far as when she came in, when she became a wrestler, and the things that she was able to do. I thought that was really cool. I thought it was cool they brought Tori Wilson back. The ring did start to fill up a little bit here, but it built to a logical point. It just took a little while to get to that logical point, because unlike with the men's rumble, there was a ring clearing spot. It just didn't happen for another 15 minutes at this point. We still did have a couple of legends coming in, a couple of really cool moments, and a couple of really cool interactions in the teens, but seeing Molly Holly do that flipping senton, that brings a smile to my face every time I see it.
Yeah, I mean, and like we talked about, in terms of bringing back some of the, the original pioneers that led to this women's evolution. Molly Holly is one of those people where you say, you're glad that they did that and they got her into this match. She shows that she could still go. She has some good spots in there. It's cool seeing Lita. It's cool seeing her. It's cool seeing the mix of the old, the old, I won't call them old timers, but the old
generations. Yeah, just kind of like crisscross of.
Yeah.
It is, and they all did great. Like, their spots were all good. There were a couple, like we'll talk about when we get to that, maybe were on a little long and had runs that were a little too long, but this was good for Molly. That snap suplex was money. It was really good. And the little Santon thing that Andrew mentioned too, as we are up to 13, Lana out to huge Rusev Day chance. Sasha's been kind of just chilling outside the ring now for a while. Sonya and Liv team up on Lana. Lana fires up. And then we get number 14, Michelle McCool, who comes in. She does look great. Her first couple moves, she's like a step off almost. She's like just kind of in between what she's supposed to do. She settles it a little bit. This starts to bring out a fun with Lana, with Rusev Day. With Michelle McCool, we get the Undertaker chance. There's like 5 or 6 women in here who, when they come out, we get the chance for their significant others. She looks great, though. She tosses Sonya Deville. She tosses Liv Morgan. Then she tosses Molly in what looked like a nasty fall, where Molly sort of bounces off the ring apron. And then Michelle McCool tosses Lana. So now we just have 3 left in the ring after this clearing spot, with Michelle, with Becky, with Sasha. Ruby Riott is number 15. She survives a few close calls. Vicky Guerrero, excuse me,
Not
16.
bad. Not bad.
She comes in, everyone stops, and Stephanie actually has a funny line here where she says, maybe they should all throw themselves out so they don't have to listen to her. And they very nicely sort of place Vicky Guerrero over the top. They don't want poor Vicky to have to take a nasty bump, so they kind of just drop her over pretty nicely. We'll get to number 19 before we get over to Andrew. So we got Carmella who comes out, and Vicky grabs the briefcase from Carmella. She nails Carmella in the back. And then number 18 is Natalya, who comes out, and then she drops her gear on top of Carmella. Carmella then attacks Natty from behind. Now we've got 6 in total. Even though Natty's not in the ring, she is in. Number 19, another surprise. Holla, holla, holla. And oh my goodness, Kelly, who comes in. She hangs on early. She sort of has to be helped with a spot there. And then Natty eliminates Michelle McCool. So we're up to the number 20 spot. 13 through 20. We get a couple surprises. We get Michelle, we get Kelly, and I think this is the one that sort of surprises us in this Rumble, though, Andrew. One of the most dominant women who gets one of those elimination spots where she clears the ring is Mrs. Undertaker.
Yeah, and this is nothing against Michelle McCool, who was a decent worker during her run. She was a women's champion for a little while. She was part of an entertaining act with Lay Cool. Yeah, this was weird. The other thing that was weird, and this might just be my PTSD acting up for being witness to this. You mentioned some of the chants for the males that the women were associated with, whether by marriage, by being a valet, whatever. I was at the Raw after the WrestleMania in the Bay Area a couple of years ago. I actually drove up from Los Angeles to San Jose on an off day to go to this thing because, hey, I'd never been to a Raw after WrestleMania before. When the heck else am I going to get a chance to do this? I may as well go, right? Well, I go there. There is a 6-woman tag match during the course of this show, and you can look up the show on the WWE Network. It's not a bad show. Daniel Bryan has a good opening match. John Cena goes against Dean Ambrose for the U.S. title in a 20-minute match that was really good. Here's the problem. This is the Raw after WrestleMania crowd that prides itself on being smart. 80% of the time, it's terrific entertainment. 20% of the time, not so much. The women in the ring were pelted with chants of, and excuse the vulgarity for this, this is not my style, I don't like doing this, but this is what happened. You suck, insert wrestler's name here, clap, 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 clap.
Wow.
This wasn't 15 years beforehand. This was 2015. This was less than 3 years prior. So you start hearing things like people chanting Undertaker when Michelle McCool walks out. The difference is these chants weren't mean-spirited. The difference is these chants were fun. People realized that they were part of something historic, and the wrestlers involved knew that too. It was a case where everybody knew, look, this is a really big freaking deal, and that goes to what you said, Gino, right off at the top. WWE tries to manufacture a lot of quote-unquote moments. This was a moment, and just hearing those chants compared to what they were less than 3 years prior, it shows a lot about the women's evolution or whatever WWE wants to call it, and the seriousness with which women's wrestling is treated right now. It's a tremendous move. I'm happy it got there. If you are in that crowd, shame on you. It's bothered me for a long, long time. You can watch it on the network if you want to see it. It's a little tough to talk about.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. That's terrible. But, the highlight is that 3 years later, things were much different. And they still
kidding.
They still remain much different almost, 3 years after that.
Yep.
So, yeah, Michelle was a good worker. I think she kind of got a spot here that made her out to be like some kind of a previous juggernaut, which
I agree.
She wasn't. Like she was good. I mean, she was
fine.
Yeah, but it wasn't like the Ultimate Warrior showing up, out of nowhere at WrestleMania 8 or something like that.
Well, she was kind of always like a Weasley heel with Lay Cool. She wasn't, and she had moments where she was on the other side, but she wasn't, like you said, this wasn't her character. She wasn't booked this isn't like Kevin Nash coming back and having a little moment where he eliminates a few guys because we always, he had the Diesel run in the Rumble or something like that. It just, it wasn't as fitting of her character.
Right, exactly. So, again, it's okay. Yeah. It's fine. Getting them back in, however you want to treat it to get them back in, I'm cool with it. Ruby Riott, she has a good run in there. The Vicky Guerrero thing, there's a couple of spots during this match where you have a good injection of humor into it. The Vicky Guerrero does a fine job of that. I mean, obviously she's just in there, for a little, comic relief, and it does well. And Carmella, Vicky taking the briefcase, kind of the same thing. So you're kind of going through it right now, and you're looking at what's gone on. Sasha and Becky are kind of spending a lot of time out of the ring now. Now, you're asking Sasha to go for an hour here. So I'm not going to be too hard on the fact that she's got to spend some time, sitting outside.
Especially because at the end, she does dish it out still.
Yes.
At the end, she's still, it's not like she's just not doing anything for the rest of the match. She's got to take a few little lulls here throughout.
But so at this, listen, you're pretty sure that none of the, old generation wrestling women are going to win. You think? You were pretty confident that it was somebody who was an active roster wrestler that was going to win. So as you're going through this and you're saying, okay, Sasha and Becky are still in there, the problem that you run into at this point is that there's nobody really that believable right now up through Carmella. Carmella is not going to win the Royal Rumble because she's got the Money in the Bank briefcase. So it's like, all right, well, it's still the original two, and I'm not sure I see anybody else here that can win.
Yeah, and not Natty. She's just kind of like a good placeholder. It doesn't feel like it would be her, although that would have been a nice story for someone who was a big part of the women's wrestling for a while. And then
it would have come out of nowhere, though, the way they
would have. No, exactly. From what made sense with what was going on at this time, it wasn't going to be Natty. Number 20 is Naomi in the crowd, and the crowd pops for her. Naomi goes wild. Ruby Riott is able to eliminate Becky here, so that's a big spot. Out goes Becky, and now we're really looking around to going, okay, I guess, like you said, maybe just Sasha in here. Natty doesn't really feel like she's a Rumble winner. Number 21, we get a surprise here. Jacqueline comes out, and then number 22, now things start to pick up because Nia has been booked pretty strong at this point, and she eliminates Jackie. She's number 22. She eliminates Kelly, and at this point, it's sort of hard to keep track because we get a lot of girls who are rolling out of the ring under the ropes and kind of taking a breather for a while, and not even taking a breather, but sort of giving Nia and whoever else comes into the ring their opportunity to have their little moment. So it's you're trying to keep track of who's still in and who's not, like who's just laying outside and hasn't been eliminated. It's not the easiest thing to do here. We're up to number 23 with Ember Moon. Now, before we get there, Nia tosses Ruby, and then Nia punches Naomi out, but Naomi falls into all the women who are laying outside the ring, and she never hits the ground. So this is the Kofi spot now for Naomi. Naomi is able to make her way over to the barricade, and then she gets a really cool spot in a moment. We'll see where she actually tightrope walks across the barricade and then gets over to the chair and uses her hands to move the chair and walk across the floor over to the steps, gets back in. She gets on the top rope. She jumps into the arms of Nia, who's waiting, and who immediately eliminates her. I mean, just exactly like the Kofi spot. She does all this work to get back in the ring, and then boom, she's out. So we'll go up to 24 before we get to Andrew with Beth Phoenix coming out at 20. 23 is Ember Moon, who goes toe to toe with Nia. So she's in. This is a lot of fun. And then number 24, we get Beth Phoenix and Nia, and we get a great standoff between these two. Beth can't get Nia up for the Glam Slam, but Natty is able to help her, and they toss Nia out to the floor. They celebrate, they hug, they're best friends, but Natty smacks Beth and then she eliminates her before we get to 25. So 21 or 20 with Naomi, up to 24 with Beth Phoenix.
If you didn't know before that something big was about to happen, either in this match or right after, you got a clue here if you looked hard enough. You mentioned Nia knocking out Naomi. Naomi goes to the floor. She gets caught. She winds up on the barricade. You know who's sitting right in the front row? Ramona Shelburne from ESPN. I don't think she's there just to cover nothing.
Yep.
That right there is a clue. Now, Naomi gets the Kofi spot, complete with the ignominious exit right after. I've always liked Naomi's ring work. I've always been a sucker for her. I've thought she's incredibly underrated as a worker. She can definitely go. Going back a little bit further, Carmella actually has a couple of really good spots in this match. Her moveset is perfect for this. You don't want her in a 20-minute match, but little 30 to 45-second bursts, perfect, wonderful. This match was really well booked. I loved how they used a lot of the people in it with regard to some of the legends, including Beth Phoenix, who comes out, looks like she can still work, and does what may be the greatest one-on-one sequence in Nia Jax's entire career from a technical standpoint. They tell a tremendous story just in 30 to 45 seconds with Beth trying to get her up, finally gets her up, can't quite get her over. Oh, then here's Natty. Natty and Beth, best friends. Everybody knows it. They dispatch Nia through the middle rope. Uh-oh. That's when you know something's going to happen. They get the embrace. Natty turns on Beth, throws Beth out. Boo, boo, boo. Great couple of minutes. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, and I don't remember if it was 2019 or was it 2000. I think it was 2019. I forget. One of the last 2 years, Beth has a great run in the Rumble.
I think it might be 2020 because that was the same show where Edge came back and they made a big deal out of both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so she has a great run. A couple of things that I'll mention. The Naomi spot was also really cool because as she gets back over to kind of where the commentators are, Maria Menounos is just sitting on the chair. And she knows Naomi's behind her, and she's trying to take a selfie with her phone of her with Naomi in the background. And Naomi is telling her to get up. So she gets up, and then if you watch Maria Menounos' mouth, she's saying to Naomi, "Can I help?"
Yeah. He's like, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You want me to push you? like, do you want me to push the chair? And Naomi's just completely ignoring her and going about doing what she's doing. And like you said, and of course, in fine, like Kofi fashion, she gets thrown out. Now, yes, you're right about one thing. They do tell a really cool story. But once again, and it's one of the things, and I don't want to be mean, okay? With Nia Jax, I just don't get it. I don't get it because, in my opinion, she can't work, and she is very, very unsafe in the ring. And it happened here, and you have to look to see it. But after Beth dropped her, and Beth kind of goes down to a knee, Nia hits her with the knee to a chin, and she absolutely cracks her in the chin with the knee. And it's not terrible, but it's become far too common with her that she's just not safe in the ring. I don't like her promos. I don't like how she screams all the time. I just don't get it with her as a wrestler. I don't get it with the character. It does nothing for me. I understand that she's, larger than life compared to the other women, and that's kind of the selling point for the character. But from a sheer standpoint of wrestling and whatnot, it just continues to do nothing for me.
I'll piggyback off of that because the unsafe stuff we can talk about till the cows come home. But my big issue with Nia is she's been booked terribly too since coming up to the main roster. They have been trying to get her to work 20-minute matches. That's not her.
No.
It's just not. And in playing devil's advocate, I'll relay a story from one of the 9,000 shows I went to when I was living down in the LA area, and WWE came through what seemed like 10 times a year in 2016, 2017, and early 2018. There was one show, I think it was a Raw, where they ended with a women's gauntlet match that wound up going about 35 minutes. They had Nia in there for almost half an hour. That's not what she's there to do. Nia is there to be the women's division equivalent of Big Van Vader. And if they had been using her in that way and telling stories with her in that vein, I think we would be feeling far differently about her. The problem is a lot of the stuff that she's been asked to do hasn't really been playing to her strengths. I am not the biggest fan of her as a worker either, but I will also say she hasn't really been given that much of a shot to show what she can do as far as what she was made to do and what she should be doing. So as far as the unsafe stuff, I get it. I'm with you there. Maybe, a third of that, I would say, is not her fault.
We get to number 25, and it's Asuka. And Darin, over the last few weeks or so, since I've been looking up the Star Wars stuff, I am just calling Asuka Ahsoka and Ahsoka Asuka. Every time I want to open up my mouth, I'm like Asuka Ahsoka. I'm making sure I'm saying the right person's name when I'm doing some of these recaps. And we know she's going to be a major force in here. So we've started to pick it up. We've got Asuka, we've got Sasha, we've got Nia in there, who all feel like legitimate, could be winners. We've got Ember, who wouldn't be absurd. I mean, we probably don't think so, but she's the NXT champ right now. And we've got Carmella and Natty. So now we've at least got half of the women in the ring that feel like they have a shot to win here. Number 26, Mickie James making a return. She looks great here. Number 27, Nikki Bella. We get the John Cena sucks chance for Nikki, who comes in, and she's a surprise, and she eliminates Carmella. So now we've got 6 still in the ring. Number 28, Brie Mode. I know Andrew loves Brie Mode. He's a big fan. And we get the yes chance for number 28, Brie Bella. Number 29, Bayley, who comes in, and Bayley hits a beautiful back spinning elbow. One of those, just great, looking like Jericho. We've got 8 in the ring now. And number 30 is Trish Stratus, another big surprise, one of the all-time greats. So this is the field now. It's Trish, Nia, Sasha, Natty, Mickie, and Asuka. And quickly, we get that Trish versus Mickie battle, a little throwback.
Oh, that's so good.
To some of the let's just say what it was. Some of the lesbian fetishes of Mickie James years back. Trish eliminates Mickie. Everyone goes after Nia, but she's able to fight them off. And then the Bellas team up on Nia, and everyone comes back and helps. They get Nia out. We get a Trish Bulldog attempt, but Sasha is able to eliminate Trish before she hits the Stratusfaction. And Asuka versus Sasha with a standoff here. We're down to 4. Sasha, Asuka, and the Bellas. Sasha goes crazy on Asuka. This was a cool moment where she said, "Nobody's ready for Asuka. I'm ready for Asuka." And she's just smacking her. She's just laying into her while the Bellas are just watching. And they sort of take a step back. They could see Sasha so focused on Asuka. And then they team up and they toss Sasha over. So now we're down to 3. Sasha lasted, I think, 54, almost 55 minutes or so. A nice showing from Sasha, who's still dishing it out late. When we're down to 3, the Bellas team up on Asuka. Asuka is able to do some of her kicks to the Bellas, and Brie's barely able to hang on from elimination while on the apron. And Nikki turns around and she knocks her sister Brie right off, and then she mouths, "I'm winning this thing." Now we're down to 2. Asuka with the leg scissor on the apron to bring Nikki over the top, and Asuka kicks her off. She celebrates. Asuka is the winner. She points to the WrestleMania sign, and then here come Charlotte and Alexa into the ring with their titles. They look at Asuka, and as they stand there, it's funny. They're waiting, and nobody's saying anything. There's no promo. There's no action, and it's almost like I can hear Vince or someone in the back like, "Damn it, where's the music? Damn it!" It's like they were 4 seconds late in playing Ronda's music. Who knows? Maybe they're just late, letting it go a little longer to build the suspense. But I could hear Vince in the back. Play it, come on, damn it, play it. And Here we get Joan Jett, right? Is that her singing
Joan
this?
Jett's bad reputation, yes.
Or Ronda Rousey. Ronda walks out to the ring, doesn't really say anything with the mic. She kind of has a little conversation here and there with some of the women in the ring, but she mainly points to the WrestleMania sign. We get a stare down with Charlotte. She goes to shake Asuka's hand, but Asuka slaps it away. Kind of funny that she doesn't really have any interaction at all with Alexa. They're kind of already telling you, like, we don't really think that you care too much about these two going at it. But she walks over to shake Stephanie's hand, and Stephanie shakes her hand, and she's just kind of real smiley, sort of a weird presentation for Ronda. But I remember this day with the double rumbles, all the Ronda news, all the rumors. This was a really big deal. This rumble was very well booked. They did a really good job. And then you end things, you give Asuka a little bit of her moment to celebrate, and then following that, you get Ronda to come out. So we know, wow, this women's division and the way they're going to treat these women is going to be top level moving forward. So, Andrew, from the moment that Asuka comes in at 25, as JR would say, business picks up.
Indeed. There's a lot to unpack in this 15 minutes or so. So, Asuka comes in at 25, and I love Corey Graves' line. Game over. This was back when Asuka was doing the undefeated streak bit, and nobody could beat her. By the way, we screwed up when we were talking about NXT people that came up to the main roster. The answer is Asuka.
Well, yeah.
Asuka is a star as far as the women's division is concerned. That's for darn sure. But
Andrew, in our defense, for a while, they screwed with her too.
She kind of did it herself again this year with the pandemic. Like she became super entertaining again, on her own merit. Yeah.
At one point, wasn't she in? I'm trying to remember. Wasn't she in like the Battle Royal at WrestleMania, like at MetLife or something?
It was something random like that. And they also booked her terribly in the feud with Carmella that involved James Ellsworth. But up to this point, it was aces. They brought her into NXT. She was the NXT Women's Champion for a year and a half. They did the right thing. Nobody could beat her. They just took the belt off her and called her up because they didn't want her to lose any of her luster. They got to WrestleMania. She had that great match with Charlotte that wound up being her first loss. And then that started maybe about a 6-month span where they didn't really know what to do with her. But for at least the first couple of years, they had something. They booked her right. Now, Nikki comes out at 27. They do the John Cena chance bit, and Michael Cole goes, John Cena, of course, engaged to Nikki Bella. Well, that didn't last long after this. Now, did it? Yeah, they probably want to scrub the previous year's WrestleMania off the network just a little bit. Brie is 28, and I actually don't mind her here. That's the thing with the Rumble. People who you don't want to see in an 8-10 minute match, you see them for 30 to 45 seconds at a time doing the greatest hits. You don't see them trying to do things they can't do. That's one of the reasons the Rumble works. That's one of the reasons it's been so entertaining for so many people. Trish comes out at 30. She had a couple of sequences with a couple of other people in the match. They do the Trish-Mickey thing, and this is another instance where neither of them has any interest in holding character. They cannot hold back. They're smiling. They're laughing. The crowd's eating it up, and I don't care. This is really freaking entertaining. So they do that. Trish looks like she can still go. And of course, a year and a half later against Charlotte, she would prove that she could. That's a legitimate 4-star match if you're looking for something to watch on the network. Trish, who hadn't been a full-time competitor in 12, 15 years, comes out of retirement, faces Charlotte, and goes out with a 4-star match. You can't write it any better than that. So the Trish-Sasha showdown, where Trish does Sasha's taunt, the bending over, blowing a kiss thing, I marked out hard for that because Trish showed she still had the swagger that she had from back in the early 2000s. That was so good. And then Sasha went over by dumping Trish over the top rope. I thought Trish was perfect. I thought that was great. Wouldn't have changed a thing. The ending was a little weird because you could tell Maybe the plan was for Asuka to do the head scissors and dump Nikki that way. Instead, they both went to the apron, but they called an audible, and it didn't look bad. It looked a little bit thought of on their feet, but it didn't not work. And I thought that was a good ending to a good Royal Rumble. Was it a great Rumble? I don't know. But Darin, I think, had it exactly right with the men's Rumble at 4.5 stars. I'd put this at 3.5 with no problem. It's a great watch. It's a lot of fun. And then Ronda Rousey shows up and blows the roof off of the building. No thanks to Kevin Dunn, who does these weird camera cuts as the crowd is going crazy. You hear Corey Graves going, "What?" Because he's seen what everyone else has seen on the big screen. They finally show Rousey on the big screen, and they cut away. It's like they want to make this a big mystery. And there was no reason for that at all. But Ronda comes out, place goes crazy. She points at sign, shakes the hands of a couple of people. Asuka slaps her hand away. End scene. Really good Rumble. Really good end of the show.
Yeah, I'll call out a couple of things. Ember Moon had a match the night before with Shayna Baszler where she got banged up pretty good. And there's a spot in this match where she has a bit of a showdown with Asuka, which is really cool because Asuka and Ember had one of the best women's NXT matches that you'll ever see. Asuka's one of her last matches before she came up to the main roster at one of the takeovers. It's worth the watch if you haven't seen it. There's a bit of a funny spot though when Ember kind of gets her into the corner and stuns her, and she goes to do her finisher, the Eclipse, and Asuka's standing there, kind of like the guy at the end of Mortal Kombat who's about to die in the video game, where he's just hunched over and kind of just waffling around, just
finish him.
And that's all I hear in my head is, "Get over here!"
That's so funny. And I love that Mortal Kombat's coming out in 2021 on HBO Max now. I think it's going to be one that's released on there. So great reference there, DZ.
Yeah. So it was just kind of funny. Look, the ending, I think kind of got a bit screwed up. I think Asuka was supposed to pull her over, as Andrew said. Now, I don't want to nitpick too much, but I do have a problem here. And my problem is that they're on the apron. Nikki hits Asuka with a shot, and Asuka takes a hard bump on the side of the apron. And I mean, a really hard bump. And then she kicks at Nikki and almost completely misses her. I mean, so Nikki hits Asuka with this massive forearm shiver, sends her crashing down to the apron. Asuka barely, gets a foot on Nikki's knee and knocks her off. I would have done that. I understand that they were working on the fly, but I think Nikki probably should have walked over towards Asuka after knocking her down, and Asuka should have probably, a double kick to the gut or something would have been a better ending. So the ending did not go great. I get things got a little screwy there. Then you get to the Rousey stuff. So, by the way, I remember during this Rumble, we knew that Ronda was coming at some point,
but we didn't know if she was going to be in the Rumble or not.
No, I shouldn't say we knew she was coming that night. We knew she was coming in general. Or
WrestleMania. Yeah,
TMZ had Triple H and her meeting at restaurants in LA and stuff. We knew something was going on.
Andrew mentioned the Ramona stuff too. Right. You get a legit ESPN reporter sitting front row.
Right. So part of us, part of me anyway, every number, especially once we got towards the end, because you knew Ronda wasn't going to be doing much work. You were waiting to see if maybe she came out. So then when she doesn't come out, you kind of forget about it, which is kind of good.
Yeah, completely.
You kind of forget about the fact that you were kind of waiting for Ronda, and now Ronda's not there. Okay, let me see who wins.
Maybe she shows up the night after, next night. Right?
That was my thought. My thought was that maybe something was going to happen where Asuka picks who she's going to wrestle, and Ronda comes out to challenge the other person, whatever the hell they were going to do, something. But the things got kind of goofy here. And I say goofy in that Ronda is this amazing badass, right? She doesn't shake hands in the octagon. When she does her weigh-ins, she's got this mean face on.
No smile, all scowl.
Her music hits where, you kind of know by the reaction, like what's coming. You don't know for about 5 seconds who it actually is. You kind of get the shot of them just staring out like who's coming. Then she finally shows up, and it's like she's 10 years late to the prom. Like, oh, how do all these people get in my room? What's going on here?
It's bizarre. The smiley stuff is very
stuff. Now maybe she was just unable to control her emotions. She's a fan
because she's a big fan. Remember too, this was a big moment for her. But it almost felt like what we hear about with Vince when he tells Finn, like, you got to be the smiling baby face, pal.
Right.
I almost wonder if it was like, hey, smile big for for everybody.
But for me, and I understand, it was her first time ever in WWE TV, whatever. But for me, this was really awkward. You didn't know what the hell was happening. She's pointing at the sign. Why is she pointing at the sign? She goes to shake Asuka's hand. Asuka slaps it away. She's got to bite her lip to not laugh. She's smiling again. There's no conversation. Then she points at herself and points at the sign with this weird pose. It's just kind of awkward. Everyone's excited that she's there, but everyone's kind of watching, waiting for something to happen. And nothing does. And she just keeps smiling, it just smiles, and points at the sign again, and Charlotte looks at the sign, and Bliss looks at the sign. Then they look back at her, and she's smiling, and she waves and smiles and leaves, and it's like, all right, that was kind of weird, but okay, cool. It's Ronda Rousey. All right, gotta watch Raw tomorrow. See what the hell just happened, It was just kind of weird, And then of course Stephanie gets in character, like, oh, what are you doing here? Okay, again with the handshake, which was kind of weird. But I don't.
Darin, I'm going to disagree with you. You said kind of weird. The line that I wrote down was sort of weird.
Yeah. Listen, it was kind of, it was almost a little uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah. And it's when we talk about things that have negative, like what comes after them isn't great, it doesn't bother me as much because the Ronda stuff after this was really good.
It was excellent.
She's got a great couple-year run and some really, really good stuff that she does.
Listen, her WrestleMania match, her debut at WrestleMania.
With Angle.
Well, yeah. Forget about far exceeded my expectations. It was amazingly good.
So good.
Yeah, on that stage, to have your first, match on that stage, no missed timings. The spot with Triple H, the roll through, the picking him up on your back, the push down, the stuff with Stephanie, when he goes and grabs and Graves goes, call the cops. It was just phenomenally good. This, and you have a lot of good stuff to look forward to. This was just kind of awkward.
Andrew Champagne, this was your selection for a show. I've got to say, it's funny. We give WWE a lot of crap for things in this era that aren't that great, but we look back and any of the recent shows that we do, and now a lot of that's probably because we're picking the shows that we want, so the shows that we're picking are probably better shows, but it just gives you an idea of this is not even 3 years ago. This is really good stuff. These are two really good Royal Rumbles. This is a 4-hour show that doesn't drag. This is probably one of the longer shows that we've ever recapped, and it'll come out as one of the longer shows that we, review together. But it wasn't like I didn't feel bored throughout. And on a show with 2 Royal Rumbles, it is hard to do what they did. And I really applaud them. They did a very, very good job. So, Darin, keep in mind when we get to you in a minute, you're going to be selecting the next show that we pick. Andrew, give us your kind of closing thoughts on this show.
Well, first of all, I will say that if I had remembered this was a 4-hour show, I might not have picked it. I had forgotten about some of the other matches on this show. I knew there were the 2 Rumble matches. I knew there was the handicap match with AJ, and I knew there was the match with Brock that I had no interest in ever seeing again. I had forgotten about the 2 tag matches. I had thought it was a 3-hour show. It was a 4-hour show. I do try to keep the shows I pick down to a reasonable level, so whoops on that. Thankfully, it was a good show, and the 2 Rumbles are really good. The men's Rumble is an all-timer. The women's Rumble put a lot of doubts to rest because, as I mentioned last week, there was a not insignificant portion of the fan base that were wondering, can the women really do this? I know that the women's wrestling movement has picked up steam. I know the workers are better. Can they really do a Rumble? This answered it emphatically yes. The AJ match was pretty good. There's other stuff on there if you're a completist and want to go through it. But this was a good show. I really enjoy watching the Rumbles from this show. The men's Rumble's my 3rd favorite of all time. This is probably the best women's Rumble of the couple that they've done. Good stuff all around. Really enjoyed it. And when the Rumbles are booked properly, very few matches are more fun to watch.
Darin, Zoccali, give us some of your closing thoughts, and then give us the show where we'll be headed to next.
Yeah, I echo Andrew's sentiments. It's a really it's an enjoyable show. Look, there's a couple of not so great matches in there that you can, flip through pretty quickly. But the 2 Royal Rumble matches are really good. It's a very cool historical moment. It's a feel-good moment to watch the women close out this show. Of course, eventually main eventing a WrestleMania, which would have done them a much better service if they didn't have to wait 7.5 hours before they actually got to the ring. But the women have shown that they can go and go in a big way. And if the men can do it, the women can do it too. And I think that's really important in today's society in general. It's important for the wrestling industry. There may be ups and downs in terms of, what we think about what goes on with the men and stuff like that. But make no mistake about it. And I don't want to put down the other wrestling, the other wrestling companies in the industry. The women in WWE far surpass any of the others that I've seen.
Yeah, not even close.
It's not even close, which is kind of interesting to say because we often talk about how the wrestling in other companies can be better than WWE when it comes to the men. The women, it is far superior.
It's not close. I mean, the NXT women's division is unbelievable right now.
Yes.
With like Io and Ripley and they got Embers back in the mix down there. That's incredible. I mean, and then you go up to the main roster and the work that Sasha and Bayley and Asuka have done for the last year has been great. And this is all without Charlotte and Becky.
Yep. No question. Yeah, they are loaded from a talent standpoint. So, in terms of the next show, so we are going to keep with the Rumble theme.
Okay.
It is not a Royal Rumble. Do either of you know what I am alluding to?
I do not.
Please don't tell me this is a Saudi show.
No, I wouldn't.
Thank God. Okay.
I am alluding to a hidden gem of a pay-per-view.
Okay.
From old school WCW under the NWA banner.
Oh, would this happen to be something from the Windy City, someplace in Illinois?
It would, yes.
Nice.
Awesome.
We are going to the 1989 Chi-Town Rumble.
Hell yeah.
Steamboat and Flair, baby.
This is Steamboat and Flair in a sensational match. It is Luger and Barry Windham in one of Lex Luger's best matches. A 20-minute match between Sting and Butch Reed, which at the time did not get a lot of love, but has aged well. And you also get the Road Warriors, you get Mike Rotunda, you get the Steiners, you get the Midnight Express. It's only a 7-match show. It's 2.5 hours. It's a fast watch, but it is some damn good old school wrestling.
This is great. This is probably one of the farthest back we've gone on that side, on the WCW NWA side. So looking forward to this one. AndrewChampagne.com is the website, at Andrew Champagne on Twitter. You can follow Darin Zoccali at the Track 7, both great follows on social media, and you're going to hear them a lot here on That's What G Said, whether it be wrestling, horse racing, football, Star Wars, a couple of my go-to guys, very good friends that really happy with all the stuff that they've been able to help out with over the last year, and I'm very lucky here on That's What G Said. Fellas, you have another great weekend coming up, and just a little inside baseball stuff. We're finishing recording this show that's about 2.5 hours, and Darin actually recorded with me a Mandalorian episode for about 45 minutes. So Darin, I'm sure you're probably going to be excited to just kind of not hear the voice of Gino for a little while tonight.
Hey, listen, man. Right now we got a snowstorm coming tomorrow in New York City, so I'll probably end up watching some old school wrestling tomorrow. What the hell difference does it make? But no, listen, man, it's a lot of fun. We talk about some cool topics. I was happy to talk to you about Star Wars. Wrestling is always fun. Now that we got you into the West Wing a little bit, maybe we'll do some of that in the future.
Yeah. Especially because I know Andrew's finishing up his rewatch because the West Wing is going to be moving from Netflix soon, and he's been picking and choosing some favorite episodes. Andrew, good choice here, man. This was good, and I think we're all sort of excited heading into our show next week with NWA, a little Chi-Town Rumble.
Yeah, really quick before we go, I've got one more request. I think this was a really good show. I think we did really, really well tonight. Gino, would it be too much trouble if I was to ask you to play us off?
Okay, I know where you're coming with this.
I love you, Darin, but these next couple of months are
going to
be
one,
so
Andrew.
much
Don't
fun.
you worry. Here we go. Here we come. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. The WrestleMania main event for 2021. Get ready. It's going to be Goldberg versus Roman Reigns. For Andrew Champagne, for Darin Zoccali, Gino Bucola here. Thanks for listening to another.
There isn't anybody I don't hate right now.
Old Wrestling Rewatch show. We'll be back again with you next week. Don't go anywhere, though, folks. We got plenty more left on That's What G Said. And that's going to do it for this episode of That's What G Said. A big thank you to Andrew and Darin. We had a lot to discuss on that episode of the Old Wrestling Rewatch with the 2018 Royal Rumble. Big thank you to Brian Howard for joining me to talk some Stable Duel. Thanks to Sam Sherman for talking Sam Houston. And we will be back in just a few days with a really cool episode coming up. So we'll have some Friday Sam Houston, some Friday Tampa. Emily Gullickson joins to talk the Saturday Fairground Stakes races. We're going to talk with Jessica Paquette about Sam Houston for Saturday, NFL Saturday with Scott Shapiro, NFL Sunday with Eric, ETOF 21 Sports. We're going to talk some Cobra Kai, also some Shameless. Whew! Tons coming up in just a few days. On the next episode of That's What G Said podcast, Joey Cleveland, close us out, buddy.
As the Dodgers bring home